Welcome to Terrified Tales, where things are about to get unsettling. Before we dive deeper into the darkness, make sure to like and subscribe. Let us know where you're listening from and what time it is. Are you brave enough to be here at night? Now relax and let the fear take hold. The hum of the subway car was barely noticeable against the quiet murmur of the passengers, the low murmur of conversation, and the faint sounds of someone flipping through pages. It was the kind of hum that made the entire experience almost soothing, a regular part of the evening ritual. The kind of noise that would lull you to a state of quiet distraction if you let it. But for her, it was nothing more than a noise that drowned out the things that lingered just at the edges of her thoughts. She had been on this same train at this same hour for months now. The same routine: leave work, walk to the subway, take the same train, and get off at the same stop. She never gave it much thought. It was just part of the rhythm of her day. She didn't like the crowds, but she wasn't one to complain. After all, it was just a few minutes. It was easy to ignore the bustle of commuters, their voices and rustling papers blending into one singular static noise that faded into the background. At least it was easy to ignore everything except for him. She had noticed him the moment she stepped on the train. It was an instinctive thing, a shift in the air, a strange sensation that made her skin prickle. The man wasn't close. In fact, he was standing at the far end of the car, his back pressed against one of the poles. But it wasn't the distance that made him noticeable. It was the way he was looking at her. He was staring, not glancing, not even observing with mild curiosity. He was staring at her with an intensity that felt like it was carving into her. His gaze felt sharp, slicing through her, making the air between them heavy and thick. She could feel his eyes on her, could sense his attention even when she wasn't looking directly at him. It was like a pressure that pressed down on her chest. She tried to ignore it at first, looking down at her phone, scrolling through messages, pretending that she hadn't seen him, hadn't felt the weight of his eyes. She told herself it was nothing, a stranger, a face among so many others. People stared all the time on the subway, but this was different. She could feel it in her gut. Her eyes flicked up again as though the train's sway had forced them to. Her heart skipped a beat when she saw that he had not looked away. The same unblinking stare, now even more intense. It was like his eyes were frozen in place, fixed on her as though nothing could break his focus. The man's face was expressionless, his features sharp but dull at the same time, like a face half forgotten by time, no life in it, no warmth. It was as if he were not just looking at her, but seeing through her. She told herself she was being paranoid. There were always strange people on the subway and in the dark, crowded tunnels. Your mind could play tricks on you. Still, she felt her stomach tighten as the seconds ticked by. She glanced away again, hoping for the familiar distraction of the tunnel lights or the soft buzz of the doors. But when she looked back again, his gaze was still fixed on her. He hadn't moved an inch. Her pulse quickened. This wasn't normal. It wasn't normal for someone to stare at another person without so much as blinking. She shifted uneasily in her seat, her breath coming a little faster now. The faintest tremor crept up her spine, though she couldn't figure out why. Was it the way he was standing? His posture? No, it wasn't that. It was the intent in his stare. It felt deliberate. It felt like he was waiting for something. She shifted her weight again, trying to avoid meeting his eyes, focusing instead on the dim overhead lights or the station names scrolling by. But every time she glanced up, he was still there, unwavering, his gaze locked onto her. The train slowed for the next stop, and she felt a momentary sense of relief. The doors whooshed open, and the familiar shuffle of footsteps filled the car. Maybe he would get off, maybe she would get a break from this unsettling feeling. But when the doors closed again, she looked up, and he was still there, still staring. Her heart skipped. The train was a bit emptier now, but he had made no move to sit, to adjust his position, nothing. He was simply there. She could feel him, more now than ever before. And what made it worse was the stillness of him. His lack of movement was unnerving in a way she couldn't put into words. Most passengers shifted from foot to foot, adjusted their posture, fiddled with their phones. Not him. He stood as if he were waiting, for her. The thought made her feel nauseous. The train jerked forward, gaining speed. She tried to keep her eyes on the door, counting the stops until hers, but she felt a cold wave of dread creep over her as she realized something else, something even more troubling. The man was following her, not in a literal, obvious way. No. He was still standing where he had been, still near the pole at the far end of the car. But she couldn't shake the sensation that he had been tracking her every movement, as if he were aware of her every breath, every subtle shift in her posture. She could feel his presence like a thick fog closing in around her, suffocating her, invading her personal space. The pressure of his gaze made her feel trapped in the car, a sense of confinement that had nothing to do with the walls around her and everything to do with the weight of his stare. He never blinked, not once. She swallowed hard. Her throat was dry. There was no logical explanation for the creeping terror that had settled over her, but it was there, undeniable and visceral. Something was terribly wrong. The way he stood, the way he didn't move, the way he didn't blink. Another stop, another shuffle of passengers, another change of scenery. The world kept moving around her, but she stayed frozen. Every fiber of her body screamed for her to move, to get up, to run away. But her legs felt like stone. The train began to slow, for her stop, and she could see the doors in front of her slowly sliding open. Her hand gripped her purse strap so tightly that her knuckles ached. The moment the doors opened, she would be free. Free of the train, free of the man's gaze. But the moment they did, she couldn't help herself. She had to look again. She couldn't fight the compulsion to glance back, to see if he had moved, and when she did, he was still standing there, staring. Her heart thudded in her chest, a loud, panicked sound that drowned out everything else. As the doors slid open, and the cold night air washed over her, she rushed to her feet. She had to get off the train. She had to leave. But as she stepped into the narrow hallway, something in her mind clicked into place, and it sent a wave of cold terror through her. Veins. The man exited too. She took a step back, her shoes clicking against the floor, but she didn't look directly at him. She couldn't, but she could feel him moving. He wasn't hurrying. He wasn't rushing to get off like the others. He wasn't in a hurry. He wasn't trying to make it to the platform or rush for the exit. No. He followed. She stepped faster, her breath quickening. Her steps echoed louder in the dim station. She knew he was behind her, and though she refused to look back, she felt it. The weight of his stare never left her. Her heart raced. Her legs moved faster, almost running now, but the steps behind her never faltered. They were steady, slow, deliberate, unyielding. She reached the stairs to the street and took them two at a time, ignoring the cold wind that bit at her exposed skin. She knew where she was headed. Her apartment wasn't far. She would be safe there, but the terror never left her. It only seemed to grow. As she stepped onto the street, the last light of the subway station fading into the distance behind her, she finally turned. And across the street, in the shadows of the lamplight, she saw him, standing, staring, not moving, still. The city at night was a different world. The streets, bathed in the dim glow of streetlights, felt almost too quiet, too still, a far cry from the bustle of the daytime. The usual hum of traffic, the hurried footsteps of pedestrians, the clinking of bottles, and the laughter of bar-goers. Everything that defined the city in daylight had been replaced by an unsettling silence. The only sound she could hear as she walked was the faint echo of her own footsteps, quick and sharp against the cold pavement. But as she walked, her ears strained, listening for another sound, one she dreaded. She didn't need to turn around, to know he was there. Her senses were heightened, the air heavy with the weight of his presence. He was following her. She could feel his footsteps behind her, matching her pace with unnerving precision. She tried to rationalize it. It could just be coincidence, right? Maybe he lived nearby, just like her. But the thought did little to ease the anxiety coiling in her chest. It wasn't normal. That much she knew for certain. How could it be? Who follows someone without any purpose, without any sense of urgency, without even trying to hide? She quickened her pace, the click of her heels echoing louder in the empty street. Her breath came faster now, visible in the cold air, but not enough to fog the chill that crawled down her spine. The streetlights flickered overhead as if the city itself were holding its breath, watching her, waiting. A wind picked up, rustling the branches of a nearby tree. Her fingers tightened around her purse strap, the leather cutting into her skin, but she didn't dare look back. She could feel him still there, an oppressive presence just a few steps behind her. His footsteps remained steady, calculated, like the ticking of a clock counting down to something terrible. As she neared the corner of her block, she thought she saw a movement out of the corner of her eye. A car, a shadow passing by. But when she glanced over, she saw nothing but the dim, wet street. Her heart hammered in her chest. Her thoughts raced as she reached for her keys, fumbling with the metal as she approached her apartment building's entrance. She could feel him closing in, could feel the pressure building in her chest. The building's doors were still a few yards away, but she couldn't shake the sensation that he was getting closer. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end. She pressed her thumb against the keychain, her skin cold against the metal. The sound of her pulse loud in her ears. She could hear nothing else, not the usual city noises, not the rustling of leaves, nothing but the sound of her own heart, frantic and loud in her chest. He was too close. She turned the key in the door, almost wrenching it open, desperate to get inside, to lock herself away from the world, from whatever this was. But the door didn't open as quickly as she hoped. Her hands were trembling now, slick with sweat, as the cold air gnawed at her exposed skin. The door was stiff, the lock sticking. She had to jiggle it again and again, her fingers slipping, her breath coming in jagged gasps. And that's when she heard it, a sound. Not the familiar rustle of someone passing by, but the distinct thud of a footstep, slow, deliberate, right behind her. She didn't need to turn around. Her body was already reacting, her feet frozen to the ground. The chill of fear crawled up her spine as she realized something terrifying. He wasn't just following her anymore. He was right there. The door finally gave way with a soft click, and she rushed inside, slamming it shut behind her with a force that made the walls tremble. She leaned her back against it for a moment, breathing in deep, shallow breaths. She stared at the lock, the deadbolt securely sliding into place. She was safe. But was she really? The moment the door clicked shut, she felt something shift in the air. The oppressive weight of his presence, the constant sense that she was being watched, didn't leave. It lingered in the corners of the room, in the shadows that seemed darker than usual, in the quiet hum of her refrigerator. It was as if he had followed her into the apartment, as if he were somehow there with her, lurking in the walls. She took a few steps away from the door, glancing toward the window to make sure the blinds were drawn. But she was afraid to look, afraid that he might be out there. She didn't want to see him. She didn't want to face the reality that this man, this stranger who had been haunting her steps since the subway, was somewhere just outside her apartment watching her. But she had to know. Her feet moved against her will, the pull of her curiosity stronger than the fear that gripped her. She approached the window slowly, cautiously, Her breath held tight in her chest as she reached for the blinds. Her fingers brushed the fabric of the curtain, and for a split second she froze. What if he was standing right outside? What if he was watching her right now? She yanked the blinds open, and for a moment, the world outside her window was nothing but dark silhouettes, the street illuminated only by the flickering streetlights. There was no movement in the street, no cars, no people. But there was something that made her stomach drop. Across the street, in the shadows cast by the lamppost, he was standing, watching her. The man. His figure was silhouetted in the dim glow of the streetlight, his face obscured by the shadows. But she could feel his eyes on her. She couldn't see them, not clearly. But she didn't have to. The feeling was too strong. It was the same as before, the feeling of being stared at, of being observed, as though he could see through the walls, through the curtains, right into her very soul. The air in the room grew heavy again, suffocating. Her heartbeat thudded in her chest, and her hands began to shake. He was still there, standing across the street, not moving, just watching her. Was he waiting for her to react? Was he trying to see if she would see him? Or was it something else entirely? The questions gnawed at her, turning her thoughts in circles. She backed away from the window, but the image of him, standing there unmoving, was burned into her mind. She had no idea how long he had been standing there. Maybe it had been minutes, maybe hours. She couldn't tell. It felt like time had stretched, warping around him, the seconds dragging on forever. The apartment felt like it was closing in around her. She could still feel his gaze on her, heavy and unrelenting. He was out there. He was so close. But why? What did he want? Her mind raced with questions, each one more terrifying than the last. She needed to know. She needed to be sure. She had to do something to make this stop, to make him go away. But when she turned to the door, she realized there was no way to escape. She was trapped. Her reflection in the hallway mirror caught her eye. It was a fleeting moment, but it was enough. For just a split second, she could have sworn he was behind. A chill crawled up her spine, but when she spun around, the room was empty. The hallway was quiet. There was nothing there. But her reflection stared back at her. The silence in the apartment was suffocating. The only sound that filled the air was the steady rhythm of her own breath, sharp, shallow, and ragged. Her body trembled, every muscle locked in place as though her very being was bracing itself for something that hadn't yet arrived, but felt inevitable. She had checked the window again, then the door, and even the back alley just to make sure he wasn't hiding out of sight. There had been nothing, no sign of the man, but the feeling of being watched, the weight of it, never left her. It clung to her like a cold, unseen presence, pressing down on her chest, urging her to stay alert, to remain vigilant. He was still out there. Her reflection in the hallway mirror caught her off guard once more. The woman staring back at her looked like someone else, someone familiar, yet unfamiliar. Her skin was pale, her eyes wide with the same fear that she had felt when she first glimpsed the man's shadow in the subway. She looked different. Was it the exhaustion, the stress, or was it something else, something deeper, something that had started to change her? She reached out toward the mirror, her fingertips brushing lightly against the cool glass. But as soon as her fingers touched the surface, she froze. The reflection in the mirror didn't look quite right. For a moment, she thought it was just the way the light played off the surface, but there was something odd, a distortion. The woman in the reflection seemed to move slightly after she did, as if the mirror was lagging behind, just enough to make her feel disjointed. A chill ran down her spine. She yanked her hand away, feeling a strange, sick sensation coil in her stomach. The mirror. It was just a reflection, just a glass pane reflecting the image of the room behind her, but it felt so much more alive now. It felt as though it held some kind of secret, a truth that she wasn't ready to face. Her gaze flickered back to the hallway, but the hallway remained empty. The only thing that seemed to hold any weight in the room now was the mirror, a silent witness to something that was beginning to gnaw away at her sanity. It had been hours since she had gotten home, but the day felt as though it hadn't moved forward at all. Everything seemed frozen in time. The city outside the window, the rain that had been falling steadily for hours, it all felt suspended, locked in a moment that couldn't end. And then she heard it. A soft sound, almost imperceptible. Rustling, a whisper? No, not a whisper. A movement. It came from behind her. Her eyes locked onto the mirror once more, unable to tear herself away. Slowly, her heart began to pound harder, the rhythm quickening until it echoed in her ears like thunder. There was something behind her. She didn't dare move. Her body was frozen in place, her limbs stiff with dread. She could see the reflection of the hallway, and the shape of her own body, illuminated by the dim glow of the overhead light, stood perfectly still. But behind her, something moved. Her breath caught in her throat as she tried to turn, to look for whatever was behind her. But it was as though her body was trapped within the confines of her reflection. Her limbs refused to obey her commands, and all she could do was watch as the figure behind her in the mirror seemed to grow closer, step by step, inch by inch. The reflection was distorting again, the movements jerky, out of sync with her own. It was him, the man from the subway. He was standing there, just out of view, as if he had stepped through the mirror itself, and was standing just behind her. His face was still obscured in shadow, but she could feel the intense pressure of his stare bearing down on her. It was like the air around her grew thick, every breath harder to take. He was watching her. No, 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 no! She spun around, tearing herself away from the mirror. The hallway was empty. The air was still. The only sound now was the rush of blood in her ears. But the fear, the deep, primal fear, had already sunk its claws into her. It hadn't just been a trick of the light. She wasn't imagining it. There was something wrong with the reflection, something wrong with the space around her. It was as if the mirror itself had become a doorway, a way for the man to slip into her reality. Her mind raced, her thoughts spiraling out of control. She stumbled backward, her legs weak beneath her. She needed to breathe, to think, to somehow convince herself that this wasn't happening. But every part of her body was on high alert, as though it had sensed something far worse was coming. She was no longer just afraid of the man who had followed her home. She was terrified of the mirror. The reflection, what had she just seen? It was more than a mere trick of light, more than her nerves playing games with her. The distortion was real. But the question that gnawed at her was whether he had been there before, lurking just out of sight, or if he had somehow slipped through the mirror after her. She needed to leave. She needed to escape. Her hands found the door handle, the metal cold and unforgiving beneath her trembling fingers. She could still hear her own heartbeat pounding in her chest, the world feeling impossibly quiet despite the storm outside. But before she could turn the handle, her gaze flicked back to the mirror. Her reflection hadn't changed. She could see herself standing there staring at the door, her back to the mirror. But something was wrong. Her reflection wasn't moving. The woman in the mirror was perfectly still, her hands resting at her sides, her face impassive, almost blank. She wasn't breathing, and then the figure behind her moved. For a second, she wasn't sure if she was seeing it or imagining it, but there he was, the man stepping forward from the shadows. The reflection of his face was no clearer than it had been before, but she could feel his presence pressing in on her, suffocating her from all sides. Her reflection didn't react, but she could feel her pulse quicken, her limbs growing cold and stiff. The man was moving closer, inch by inch, step by step, behind her in the mirror. Her breath caught in her throat. She couldn't look away. She was paralyzed. The man's hand reached forward, slowly, deliberately, and rested against the back of her reflection. Her chest tightened, the air growing thick. The reflection was no longer a reflection. It felt like something more, something that wasn't meant to exist in her world. The real her couldn't move. But the reflection, her reflection, began to smile, a slow, jagged, inhuman grin that stretched across the face of the woman who looked like her but wasn't. The reflection tilted its head, and the smile widened, and then it spoke. But the voice wasn't hers. "You're not alone anymore." The words echoed in her mind long after they had been spoken, the voice still lingering in the air as though it had never left. "You're not alone anymore." Her pulse hammered in her ears, a rhythm so loud that it drowned out everything else. Her reflection wasn't hers. The face staring back at her, smiling, grinning, had no place in her life, in her reality. It was a twisted mockery, an imposter that belonged to a world she didn't recognize, but it was there, undeniably there. The reflection tilted its head, slowly, an unnerving gesture that was all too deliberate. The smile didn't fade. It only grew wider, stretching impossibly far, a grotesque distortion of something human. A hunger that wasn't meant for this world. It was mocking her, but it wasn't done. Her heart raced. She couldn't breathe. It wasn't her. Her mind screamed for her to move, to escape, to run. But her legs felt like lead, frozen in place. She wanted to look away, to break the hold that the mirror had on her. But her gaze was drawn to the reflection. No, not her reflection. The other thing, the thing that wore her face. And then, the smile twitched. Her breath caught as the reflection's grin sharpened, a jagged, cruel curl of the lips that grew more pronounced, as though the reflection itself was enjoying her horror. She could feel its eyes on her. It wasn't just a mirror anymore. It was a window, a doorway to something beyond her reach. The reflection was alive. She stumbled backward, hands scrambling for the wall to steady herself, the cool plaster giving her no comfort. Her mind was breaking down, fracturing under the pressure. She had no control over her body now. The fear was too much, the dread too intense. And then, just as she thought she might collapse, something shifted. The smile in the mirror, that grin, finally dropped. It wasn't sudden. No, it was more like a slow unraveling, like a puppet having its strings severed. The reflection didn't move, but she could feel the atmosphere change, like something invisible was pulling away from her, retreating back into the shadows. She thought she could finally breathe again, but before she could, the man's voice spoke again. This time, it came from inside her head. "Why are you still looking at it?" The voice was softer, like a whisper, but it carried a weight that made her feel cold, stripped bare. The tone was unsettlingly familiar, like it belonged to someone who knew her deeply, but she couldn't place it. "Why are you still looking at it?" The words twisted in her mind like a cruel question, and the reflection, no, the thing in the mirror, knew her. It had been in the subway. It had been on the street outside her apartment. And now it was in her mirror, a grotesque version of herself. She had never asked for any of this, but now it felt like she was tangled in something she couldn't escape from. What did it want? It wasn't enough for the man to just follow her home. He had to invade her space, her mind, her very existence. She turned quickly, her eyes darting to the window, the front door, anything to make sure she wasn't imagining this. But the feeling that there was someone or something watching her only grew stronger. It was impossible to ignore, impossible to dismiss. It was all around her, pressing down on her, suffocating her. She wanted to scream, to run, to tear herself out of this nightmare, but her legs remained still. She was trapped in a house that no longer felt like hers. She was in a place that had become alien to her. The walls, the floor, the very air, everything was closing in. Every inch of her apartment seemed tainted by the reflection, as if the walls themselves were beginning to reflect the otherworldly presence in the mirror. And there was no escape. Her eyes returned to the mirror, her reflection now a blurry, sickening distortion of the truth. Her mind was fraying, the boundaries of reality stretching and bending in ways she couldn't comprehend. She had seen it in the subway. She had seen it behind her in the reflection. The man was there. But where was he now? Was he still lurking? Just out of sight, waiting for her to falter, to make the wrong move? She needed to know. Her hand shook violently as she reached for the mirror, her fingers barely grazing the glass before she yanked her hand back. She had no idea why she'd touched it in the first place. It was madness. But the pull was undeniable. The pull of the reflection. She thought she heard a soft chuckle, barely perceptible, but it was there. It rattled her, like someone was standing just behind her, watching her every move. It was too much. She had to get out. She had to. A sudden sound. A knock. At the door. Her heart leapt in her chest. She froze, unable to move, unable to breathe. It was soft at first, hesitant, but then came another knock. Louder this time, more deliberate. She didn't want to answer it. She didn't want to know who it was, but she had no choice. With trembling hands, she turned the knob. The door creaked as it opened, revealing nothing but the empty hallway. The silence was deafening, stretching on and on, as though the world outside her apartment had gone completely still. But there was something there, something that hadn't been before. Her heart skipped a beat. In the corner of her eye, she saw a figure standing at the end of the hallway just beyond the threshold of her door. A dark shape, the outline of a person standing at the far end, watching her. The figure didn't move, didn't speak, didn't even breathe. The man. She could see the dim outline of him, but his face remained a shadow, blurred and undefined, just as it had been in the subway. She wanted to call out to him, to ask who he was, what he wanted, but her voice caught in her throat. She couldn't speak. The man didn't step forward. He didn't have to. He was already inside her mind. Her eyes flicked back to the mirror, and that's when she saw it, the reflection, in the hallway, standing in the place where she had just opened the door. It wasn't her anymore. The woman who stood in the mirror now was wearing her clothes, wearing her face, but she wasn't her. No. The woman in the reflection smiled, that same grin, and the voice inside her head whispered again, low and taunting, "You're not alone anymore." The silence was suffocating, pressing in from all sides. She stood there, frozen in the doorway, unable to move. Her hands were shaking so violently that she had to steady herself against the doorframe, her chest heaving with each shallow breath. The man. He was still there. Not in the hallway, not standing behind her, but in the reflection. He was in her mind, his presence lingering like a shadow in the corners of her consciousness, a whisper that would never go away. Her eyes flicked back to the mirror. It wasn't her reflection. She had seen the woman in the mirror. No, the creature, wearing her face, smiling, and speaking words that weren't hers. It wasn't just the man outside her apartment anymore. It wasn't just the strange, inexplicable feeling of being watched. This was something far worse. Something that felt like it had slipped through the cracks of her reality and was now controlling it. The reflection of the woman in the mirror was standing perfectly still, staring back at her with a smile that twisted her insides into knots. It wasn't just a grin. It was a promise, an invitation, a beckoning, urging her to step closer, to give in, to embrace what was waiting for her on the other side. But she couldn't. She didn't know if the man outside was even real anymore. What was real? The apartment, the streets. Was anything real at all? Was she real? Her mind raced, twisting and turning in all directions, trying to make sense of the nightmare she was trapped in. She felt dizzy, lightheaded. There was a pressure building in her chest, a weight so heavy it felt like it was crushing her from the inside. She had to get out. She had to leave, to escape whatever this was. But where could she go? The door, the hallway outside, was just as empty as it had been before. The knocking had stopped, but something was still there. Something was waiting. Her heart thudded in her ears, pounding so hard that it drowned out all other sounds. She felt nauseous, her stomach churning violently. Every step she took toward the hallway felt like it was dragging her into something darker, something she couldn't escape. She turned back toward the mirror again, unable to stop herself. The reflection of the woman, the thing that wore her face, was still standing there. But now, the grin was gone. It had been replaced by something far worse. The woman in the mirror was looking at her with a strange intensity, like it knew her. No, not knew her. Knew everything about her. The reflection moved slowly, deliberately, as though it was savoring the moment. The woman in the mirror stepped forward. Her breath caught in her throat, and for a moment she couldn't breathe. No, 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 this wasn't happening. This couldn't be happening. She couldn't move. The woman in the reflection stretched out her hand, fingers curling toward the glass. And then, just as she had before, she touched the surface of the mirror. But this time something changed. Her hand didn't just touch the glass, it passed through it. The skin of her palm sank into the mirror, as if the glass itself had turned to liquid. A hole opened, an impossible distortion in the surface of the mirror, and the reflection, the thing, began to pull itself through. Her heart stopped. It wasn't just a reflection anymore. It was coming to life, stepping out of the mirror as if the glass had become a portal, a door to a world she couldn't understand, couldn't control. The thing in the mirror, the thing wearing her face, stepped forward with a sickening slowness. And now she could see it clearly. It wasn't just her reflection. It was a perfect imitation, but twisted. Its eyes were too wide, too vacant, the smile too exaggerated. The edges of its face were stretched, malformed, as though it was being pulled from some other dimension, from a place that existed outside the realm of human understanding. It reached out toward her, its fingers icy cold, brushing against her skin like 1,000 tiny needles pricking at her flesh. She was losing herself. The moment its hand made contact with her, she felt the world spin. It was as if her mind was shattering, breaking apart at the seams. She felt her reality crumble around her, the walls of the apartment warping, stretching, becoming other. The room was no longer her apartment. The walls turned into something cold, metallic, strange. The floor beneath her feet buckled and twisted, like the very foundation of the world was coming undone. This wasn't the world she knew anymore. She stumbled backward, away from the thing that had stepped out of the mirror. She had to leave. She had to escape. But when she looked behind her, she realized that the hallway was gone. There was no door. There was no window. There was no escape. The room she was in had become something else entirely. The walls stretched higher and higher, the air growing thicker, harder to breathe. The ceiling disappeared into an infinite black void above her, and the floor beneath her feet seemed to give way into an endless chasm. The mirror was still there, hanging on the wall, reflecting her confusion, her panic. But it was no longer just a reflection. It was a gateway, an entry point to whatever reality this was. The thing that wore her face moved closer, and she could feel its presence like a weight pressing down on her chest. It was inside her mind. It leaned in close, its breath cold against her ear. its voice a low, guttural whisper. "You're already here." The world around her seemed to warp again. The apartment, the hallway, the mirror, all of it fading, slipping, as though it were nothing more than a dream she couldn't wake up from. But it wasn't a dream. It was real, and she was trapped. She reached out, her hands trembling as she fumbled for something, anything solid to hold on to. But all she could grasp was the reflection of herself, staring back at her, distorted and broken. And then she realized there was no escape. The man, the reflection, they were all one. There was no separation, no boundary between them. The figure that had been watching her, the thing that had stepped out of the mirror, was no longer an external force. It was her. The thing in the mirror wasn't a separate entity. It was her mind unraveling, her identity slipping away. It wasn't just the man who had followed her home. It was her. She had been trapped in her own mind, her own reflection, her own nightmare all along. And now it was too late. She had never been so utterly alone. No matter where she turned, no matter how frantically she searched for a way out, there was nothing. The world had become a maze, a labyrinth without walls or doors, a place where her mind no longer made sense of the familiar. Every part of her apartment, every corner, had twisted into something unrecognizable. Even the air felt dense, thick with a kind of suffocating weight. But more than anything, it was the silence that gnawed at her sanity. The quiet wasn't just the absence of sound, it was an unbroken stillness, as though time itself had ceased. There was no ticking of the clock, no hum of the refrigerator, no distant sounds of cars on the street. It was as though the world outside had stopped, just as the man, or whatever he was, had stopped following her. Or maybe it was her mind that had stopped, frozen in this prison of her own thoughts. Her eyes darted around the room, her hands trembling at her sides. Every surface seemed to shimmer with a kind of hazy uncertainty. Where was she? This place, her apartment, was no longer her home. The walls were soft, pliable like clay, bending with every slight movement, as though they were part of the same dream she was trapped in. The door was gone, replaced by a window that led into an abyss of blackness. The carpet beneath her feet felt wet and spongy, like it was alive, writhing under her shoes. This wasn't real, but the reflection was real. She couldn't escape it. Every time she looked into the mirror, her face was there, smiling back at her. No, not just smiling, grinning. A grin that twisted her insides, a grin that was too wide, too stretched, too wrong. Her reflection was no longer just a mirror image. It had become something that existed on its own, a separate entity that was always watching, always waiting. She could feel it now. It wasn't just the reflection of her face. It was inside her. The voice returned, that low, guttural whisper that scratched at her thoughts. "You're not alone." The words reverberated inside her skull, and for a moment she wondered if she could still trust her own thoughts. Was she still herself? Was this even her body anymore? The woman standing before the mirror, her mirror, wasn't just distorted by the image that gazed back at her. It was corrupted by something far more insidious. Her reflection wasn't just mimicking her. It was becoming her. The smile widened, her heart twisted. The creature in the mirror, the thing that wore her face, stepped closer to the glass, its movements unnervingly fluid, like it was savoring each agonizing second. The distance between them seemed to shrink with each breath she took, as though the glass no longer separated them. She reached out to touch the mirror, her hand trembling, but before her fingers could make contact, something strange happened. The air around her shimmered. For a brief, fleeting moment, the world seemed to stretch like it was being pulled apart. The walls flickered, the floor buckled beneath her, and the room seemed to expand, Or maybe it was collapsing inward until she was standing in a place she could no longer recognize. The hallway that had once been outside her door had become endless, stretching out before her in a void of unyielding blackness. The air felt thicker now, almost suffocating, and her chest tightened in a way that wasn't entirely physical. The reflection in the mirror began to move faster, its movements now jerky and unnatural. It wasn't mimicking her actions anymore. It was controlling her. The woman in the mirror raised her hand, and she too raised hers in a slow, deliberate motion. A terrible realization sank deep into her bones. The mirror wasn't just showing her who she was. It was showing her who she was becoming. With each movement, each glance, the line between her and the reflection grew thinner, as though the mirror was a portal, a doorway, and the other side was slowly consuming her. Her face, twisted in horror, was now slowly taking on the features of the thing in the reflection. Her eyes darkened, the skin around them becoming hollow and vacant. Her smile stretched too wide. No, this couldn't be happening. She stumbled backward, away from the mirror, but it followed her, drawing her in. It always followed her. She ran toward the door, her legs weak and unsteady beneath her, but the hallway stretched endlessly before her, an unbroken black void. Her breath came in ragged gasps, each step feeling heavier, like the air itself was trying to pull her back, trying to trap her in this distorted reality. The man was still out there, but was he really? She had seen him in the subway, had seen him follow her, but now she couldn't even tell where the boundary between him and herself had ever existed. He was everywhere. Was he the reflection? Was he the woman in the mirror? Was he inside her mind? The walls of the apartment, no, the space she was in now, shifted again. A wave of vertigo rolled over her as the room seemed to collapse inward, folding in on itself. She fell to the floor, her hands bracing against the cold surface, but the sensation of falling didn't stop. She was spinning, lost in a place without gravity, without direction. The woman in the mirror leaned forward, her distorted face pressing against the glass. It was waiting for her. Her mind was screaming. She had to wake up. This had to be a dream. This couldn't be real. But it was real. The laughter began again, not from the reflection, not from the man outside, but from inside her own head. It was a soft, mocking laugh, the kind that echoed in the pit of her stomach. It wasn't her own. It was the thing she had become. It was her reflection, her distorted self, laughing at her weakness, at her fear. It wasn't just a figure in the mirror anymore. It was a presence. It was her. The reflection tilted its head, just like the man had done on the subway. That same unnerving, deliberate movement that made her skin crawl. It was in her head. The reflection whispered the words again, as though it were trying to claw its way into her thoughts. You're not alone. The voice, the reflection, it was all becoming one. She wasn't trapped in the apartment. She wasn't trapped in the hallway. She was trapped in her own mind. The smile that had once been her own began to curl into something darker, something that had no place in the world. Her body trembled with the effort to break free, to escape. But the longer she tried, the more it felt like the reflection was pulling her down, like it was pulling her into its world. Her mind teetered on the brink of madness. There was no escape. There was no way back. She was already lost. The darkness had swallowed her, but it wasn't the kind of darkness that was all-encompassing or immediate. No, it was a creeping kind of darkness, slow, deliberate, and insidious, like a shadow that crept across the walls, soft as a whisper, curling into every crack, every crevice, until it had completely consumed the world around her. Her breath came in shallow gasps, the air around her thick, stifling. She stumbled back into the center of her apartment, if it was still her apartment. her hands pressed flat against the walls, seeking any sense of familiarity. But it felt like she was touching the inside of a coffin. The walls were cold and damp, slick with an oily residue that she couldn't see but could feel, and the room swam before her eyes, twisting, warping, as though it had become part of some horrific nightmare. The walls stretched too far. The ceiling hovered just above, her suffocating her as if the space itself had become the mirror, the glass trapping her inside, the reflection. It had followed her everywhere. But now it was more than that. The woman in the mirror wasn't just her anymore. It was a twisted version of herself, something other, something that was pulling her in, her own face smiling that wicked smile, staring back at her with eyes that weren't hers. It was like looking at a stranger's face and seeing it moving of its own accord, like it had a will of its own. Her own body, once a source of control, was now a cage, a prison, a foreign vessel that was slowly abandoning her. She could feel the tug of the reflection pulling at her, growing more intense with every second. It was no longer a question of whether she was going mad. She was. She gripped the edge of the sink to steady herself, her knuckles white from the force. Her pulse raced, and her skin prickled with cold sweat. She could hear the whisper again. "You're not alone." The words sank into her mind like a slow poison, curling around her thoughts, twisting them until they had no room to escape. Was it the man's voice? Or was it something worse? Was it the reflection, speaking directly into her soul? No matter how many times she turned her head, she couldn't escape the sound. The walls of her mind were crumbling under the weight of it, and she felt herself slipping, losing touch with the reality she once knew. Her eyes darted to the front door. She could see it now, illuminated in the dim light, the brass doorknob, glinting faintly under the flickering light. But she didn't move. She couldn't. The thought of opening that door, of stepping out into the unknown, terrified her more than the nightmare playing out in front of her. What was out there? Was it the man who had followed her home? Or was it something else entirely? The hallway beyond the door seemed like a foreign land, an alien world where the rules of reality no longer applied. The doors didn't lead to rooms. They led to places she had never seen before, places that seemed to call to her, beckoning her to step inside. Her body, weak and trembling, refused to comply. Was it fear? Or was it something worse? The walls were closing in again, and the air seemed thick as though she were breathing in thick, stale smoke. She turned away from the door, the impulse to run overridden by something darker, something deeper. Her eyes settled back on the reflection. She had to look. She couldn't stop herself. It was too powerful. The woman in the mirror raised her hand slowly, deliberately, as if it were part of some carefully orchestrated dance. She watched, helpless as her own reflection copied the movement. It wasn't just mimicking her anymore. It was in control. The mirror's version of her was moving on its own, separate, free, while her own body remained frozen, as though her spirit had been trapped in some dark void. The smile grew wider. It was no longer just a cruel, mocking grin. It was hunger. It was need. And it was coming for her. Her heart slammed against her ribcage, the echo of it vibrating through her skull. She stepped backward, almost stumbling over her own feet, but her reflection followed her inch for inch, its movements far too fluid and unnatural to be real. The glass shimmered in front of her, distorting the world beyond it as though it were no longer a reflective surface, but something else entirely, a threshold, a boundary that she was too afraid to cross. And yet, in some sick, twisted part of her, she knew it was already too late. The reflection stepped forward, pushing its palm flat against the glass, just as she had done earlier. Her heart stopped. She froze. The glass felt alive, as though it were breathing with her, moving with her. It wasn't just a reflection anymore. It was part of her, The world around her bent and warped, the room contorting like a funhouse mirror, as though reality itself had cracked and splintered into 1,000 fragments. She blinked just once, but in that second, everything changed. The air shifted. Something was behind her. Her breath caught in her throat as a slow, sickening chill crawled up her spine. The thing in the mirror wasn't a mere reflection anymore. It was standing right behind her, not in the glass, but in the room. She could feel it, its presence. It was close, so close that she could almost touch it, feel its cold breath on her neck. No, 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 no. This wasn't real. She turned around, her body jerking like a marionette, but there was nothing there. Nothing but empty space. The room was still. The mirror, now empty, devoid of any reflection at all, stared back at her. Her mind swirled. Where was it? Where did it go? The world outside seemed to distort and unravel as she stumbled forward, almost blinded by the pounding in her skull. She had to get out. She had to leave. She had to find something familiar, something real. But as she turned toward the door, she saw it in the hallway. A shadow. A figure standing at the end, cloaked in darkness. The faint outline of a person. Her breath hitched. It was the man. No, it wasn't the man, not anymore. It was her reflection. The figure, distorted and silent, raised its hand, just like the reflection, just like her. The darkness closed in, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, she understood. There was no escape. She had never been followed. She had never been chased. She had always been the one being hunted, and it wasn't by a man, it was by herself. The air in the apartment had grown thicker, colder, as if the very walls were pulling the warmth away from her. Her body trembled uncontrollably, not from the chill, but from the gnawing dread that had taken root deep in her bones. It felt as though the room was closing in around her, slowly, methodically. Every inch of space, every breath of air, every shadow, it all felt suffocating. She tried to shake it off, but the sensation only grew stronger with each passing second. The figure in the hallway, the reflection, hadn't moved. It remained there, its silhouette a twisted distortion of her own. She could see it now, clearer than ever, like a shadow born of her own fears. And it was waiting for her to move, to make the wrong choice, to cross some invisible line between herself and the thing that stood beyond the threshold. It wasn't just a matter of fleeing anymore. No, it was much worse. She wasn't running from something that was simply chasing her. She was running from herself. Her breath was ragged, each inhalation sharp, as though the air itself was too thin to fill her lungs. Her head spun with thoughts, dark and tangled, and she felt as though she was caught in some horrible loop, spiraling lower and lower with each passing second. She reached out for the door handle, fingers slipping against the cold brass, but before she could turn it, a voice, the same voice, whispered in her ear, "Don't go." It was barely audible, a breath against her skin, but it was enough to freeze her in place. She spun around, her eyes wild, searching the empty apartment. The silence was deafening. The walls creaked, as if the building itself was alive, listening to her every movement. Her heart thudded against her chest, its rhythm frantic and erratic, a drumbeat of fear. Was she losing her mind? The question circled her thoughts, but she didn't have the answer. She couldn't trust herself anymore. Nothing felt real. Not the apartment, not the reflections, not the whispers. It was as if the world around her had been peeled away, leaving only the raw, exposed nerves of her terror. Her legs trembled beneath her, and her knees buckled, sending her crashing to the floor. She gasped for air, hands pressing against the cool, wooden floor as though the contact with something solid might anchor her back to reality. But reality was slipping further and further away, just out of reach. She crawled backward, her breath coming faster now, a sharp, panicked rasp. She needed to get out, but every step she took felt like she was sinking deeper into quicksand. What was outside? What awaited her there, beyond the door? The man? The reflection? Or had it all become one and the same? Was there even a difference anymore? The room swirled around her, a vortex of darkness and distorted light. Her mind raced, jumping from thought to thought, unable to land on any one of them. Her fingers curled into the floor, nails digging into the grain of the wood, as if the floor itself might offer some sort of salvation. But nothing was going to save her. She had known that deep down, from the very first moment she had seen the man on the subway. The shadows had always been there, lurking in the corners of her mind, waiting to claim her. A crack in the silence. She froze, a soft tap. Her heart stopped, the blood in her veins freezing. The tap wasn't from the hallway. No, it came from within. A tap, tap, tap. Subtle, rhythmic, and maddening. Her mind screamed at her to turn around, but she couldn't. She dared not look. Her back arched as her body rebelled against the fear, the unrelenting pull of the unknown. But her eyes betrayed her. They slowly, unwillingly drifted to the mirror across the room. The reflection, it wasn't just a twisted version of her anymore. It was something more. It was a door. The door in the reflection didn't lead to her apartment. It led somewhere else, somewhere dark and impossible to comprehend. It was a black void, an endless pit that beckoned her like a siren's call. She felt herself drawn to it, even though every part of her screamed to look away. "Come closer," the reflection whispered, its voice now no longer a distant echo, but clear, sharp, cutting through the thick fog of her mind. "Come closer, and see." Her body moved before her mind could catch up. She rose to her feet, her limbs stiff and uncooperative, as if they were being controlled by some unseen force. She took a slow, reluctant step toward the mirror. The tap, tap, tap grew louder now, not from the floor, but from within her mind. It was as though her thoughts themselves were trying to claw their way out, desperate to escape, but trapped within her skull. "It's not real." The words came from her mouth, but they sounded foreign. A hollow declaration, devoid of conviction. The closer she got to the mirror, the more distorted the world around her became. The air seemed to crackle with electricity, heavy and oppressive, thick with the weight of something ancient. The shadows in the corners of the room stretched long and thin, slithering across the walls like living creatures. The door in the reflection called to her, its pitch-black depths now consuming the entire glass. The woman stared into it, eyes wide, pupils dilated in terror. A face appeared in the glass, but it wasn't hers. It was the man. His eyes gleamed in the darkness, unblinking, cold like two black holes. His face was frozen in a grotesque, wide grin, and though he didn't move, the malevolence radiated from him, pulsating in waves that made her stomach twist with nausea. The tap, tap, tap sounded again, louder this time, but it wasn't coming from the mirror anymore. It was coming from the hallway. "He's behind you." Her heart skipped a beat. She had to move. She had to get away. But her feet were rooted to the floor as though the gravity of her own fear had become a physical force, dragging her deeper into the void. Her hands reached out, not in defense, but in surrender. The mirror, the reflection, it was pulling her in, and she was powerless to resist. Let him in. The whisper was soft, a caress against her ear, but it was enough to push her over the edge. Her fingers brushed against the cold glass. The moment she touched it, the world shattered. The sound was deafening, a sickening crack that echoed through her skull like 1,000 broken bones. The mirror trembled, ripples spreading out from her fingertips, distorting the world around her. And then she stepped through. The moment her fingers made contact with the mirror, the world around her ceased to exist. The apartment, the sounds, the flickering lights, all of it evaporated as though it had never been real. A sharp, biting cold took over her body, a freezing embrace that sunk deep into her bones. Her chest constricted as the air thickened, each breath harder to take, each exhale a struggle against the tightening pressure in her lungs. She felt like she was being pulled in every direction, as though the fabric of reality was unraveling around her, and then nothing. For a fleeting moment, everything was still. The only sensation left was the tingling cold against her skin, the dizzying rush of vertigo, and a deep, gnawing emptiness in the pit of her stomach. She couldn't see, she couldn't hear, and she couldn't even move. There was only the darkness, the kind that felt alive, alive and waiting. Was this it? Was this the end? Then, with a sudden jolt, her senses returned, but they came back distorted, scrambled. She found herself in a place that wasn't the apartment, wasn't even a place she recognized. It was an expanse, vast and featureless, the air thick with a smell she couldn't place, damp, metallic, like blood and rust, mixed with something foul, like decay. The floor beneath her feet was soft but uneven, as though it were made of something half-formed, a mixture of dirt and wet earth. The shadows loomed everywhere, stretching out like fingers from every corner, stretching toward her. Her eyes darted around, frantic, but there was nothing to see, just darkness, broken only by a pale, sickly light that seemed to emanate from the very walls of this new reality. The light wasn't warm, it was cold, unnaturally cold, casting long, harsh shadows that twisted and writhed, as though they had a life of their own. There was a sound, a faint whispering, so faint at first. She thought it was a trick of her mind, but then it grew louder, creeping through her thoughts. It was a soft, guttural murmur, the sound of hundreds of voices speaking in unison. But none of them were words. They were sounds, hollow, echoing noises that vibrated against her skull, like the hum of a forgotten machine. And then she felt it. The air, once oppressive, became charged, alive. There was something here, something watching. It wasn't just a presence. It was a force. She could feel its gaze, its cold fingers crawling over her skin, its breath on the back of her neck. Her pulse quickened. She was not alone. Her feet were frozen, the sensation of standing in this place too overwhelming for her mind to process. It was as if she was being pulled in two directions at once. Part of her screamed to turn back, to run, to escape. Yet another part of her was mesmerized, drawn into the heart of this suffocating, oppressive world. Her eyes scanned the space, trying to make sense of the madness, but it was impossible. There was no horizon, no ceiling, no walls. It was as though she had stepped into a void, a space without form or logic, a realm that didn't adhere to any known rules. Time felt irrelevant here. Every second stretched, expanded, warped and folded in on itself, like the very concept of time was a lie. It wasn't just the silence that was oppressive. It was the absence of everything that should have been there. The world she had known had been erased, wiped away, and then, out of the darkness, she saw it. A shape, a figure, standing at the far end of the void, unmoving. It was too far to make out clearly, but she could see the outline, a silhouette of a person, tall and thin, their limbs unnaturally long. Her heart began to race again, faster, harder. Was it him? Was it the man from the subway? The one who had followed her home? Who had watched her every move, standing at the edge of her world, just waiting for her to notice? But as the figure slowly began to move, her terror shifted into confusion. It wasn't just the shape of a person. It was more like the shape of her, twisted and distorted, as though the figure was both herself and something else entirely. Something that shouldn't be her. With each step it took, the ground beneath her seemed to tremble, the air thickening with an oppressive weight that grew with every inch the figure closed between them. She couldn't tear her eyes away. She wanted to, but something held her gaze, keeping her locked in place. The whispers had started again, louder now, more insistent, crawling under her skin, burrowing into her thoughts. Closer. Closer. They weren't words. They were a command. An order beckoning her forward. Without thinking, she took a step. The world seemed to warp again, like a ripple in reality. The figure moved too, now closer. It was taller, its limbs impossibly long, stretching far beyond what was humanly possible. Its face, if it could even be called a face, was a pale blur of features. It wasn't a man. It wasn't a person. It was something else. Something that wore her face. The realization hit her like a tidal wave, drowning her in its weight. The figure that moved toward her wasn't just anyone. It wasn't some stranger. It was her. Her face, her posture, her every detail, but twisted in a way that made her stomach turn. It was as if something was playing with her image, molding it into something monstrous. The figure's eyes were black, voids that seemed to suck in the light around them. There was no expression, no emotion, just a cold, unfeeling emptiness that mirrored the void she was standing in. It wasn't just her reflection, no. It was something else entirely. A version of her, but without the warmth of humanity, without the essence of the woman she had once been. It was a hollow version, something that had come from deep within her darkest fears, and it was coming for her. She wanted to scream, to run, but her voice was lost. It was as if the very air had thickened around her, strangling her words before they could escape. Her limbs refused to obey her commands, her body frozen in place, locked in the endless stare of this distorted version of herself. The figure spoke, its voice an eerie, distorted echo of her own. "You shouldn't have come here." The words sent a shiver down her spine. The voice sounded familiar, but twisted, distorted, like a broken mirror reflecting her own self. It wasn't just a warning. It was an accusation, a condemnation. Her eyes widened in horror, but she couldn't tear them away. She couldn't even look away from the figure now standing mere inches from her. It reached out, slow and deliberate, its fingers unnaturally long, each joint cracking in the silence as it extended toward her. And then, the fingers touched her skin. A sharp, electric jolt ran through her, burning her very soul. It felt like she was being torn apart from the inside, as if the very essence of her being was being stripped away, piece by piece, until nothing was left but the void. It was her, and it was not her. It was both, and neither. In that moment, she knew the truth. She had become trapped in this nightmare, this world that wasn't real, and there would be no escaping it. The moment the figure's fingers made contact with her skin, something inside her snapped. The world around her fractured, breaking into pieces like glass falling to the ground in slow motion. She could feel the chill of its touch sink into her very bones, crawling through her nerves, crawling into her soul. Every inch of her body screamed. Every thought splintered apart as the cold, twisting sensation of being torn from the inside out took hold. It wasn't physical pain. It was something far worse. It was the unraveling of who she was. Her breath caught in her throat as the figure's hand pressed harder against her cheek, its cold fingers digging into her skin as though it were trying to carve into her very identity. It wasn't just touching her. It was consuming her, taking something from her, slowly, piece by piece, until there was nothing left but the hollow emptiness that had been growing inside her since the first moment. She saw him, the The world around her was no longer a void. It had turned into something worse. The walls around her warped and twisted, becoming fluid and organic, like the inside of a living creature. The floor beneath her feet trembled, pulsating like a heartbeat, as though the ground itself had come alive. The space, once endless and vast, now felt small, suffocating, alive in a way that made her stomach churn. The figure, her twisted reflection, didn't say anything more. It didn't need to. Its eyes, dark as the void itself, were locked on hers. And in that gaze, she saw everything she had been afraid of. She was no longer the person she had been. She could feel it now, the truth seeping into her mind like a poison. She was a thing that didn't belong to this world anymore. The whispers returned, louder now, filling her head with a maddening cacophony. "Come closer," the voices chanted in unison, their tones distorted, as if they were being pulled through the very fabric of reality, stretching their words until they cracked under the pressure. Closer. And as they whispered, she felt her feet moving of their own accord, drawn to the figure. She tried to fight it, tried to scream, but no sound left. Her lips she couldn't resist. It was like an invisible force was dragging her closer, pulling her into its orbit, into the hollow space where time and reason no longer applied. The closer she got, the colder the air became. Her breath misted in front of her face, and the chill seemed to seep into her very core, making her bones ache with the unnatural cold. The figure didn't move, didn't need to. It was as if it had always been here, waiting for her, for this moment. The closer she got, the more she could see in the figure's eyes, her eyes. There was no emotion in them, no recognition of the woman it was mimicking. Just emptiness. Just nothing. And then it spoke again, its voice low, distorted, as if it had been scraped from the depths of the earth. "You're already here." The words felt like a slap to her face, as if her entire world had been torn apart in one devastating blow. She staggered back, her breath coming in short gasps, but there was no escape. The world around her was no longer something she could understand. It had changed. She had changed. Her heart was pounding, so hard in her chest she could feel it in her throat, in her ears. Her legs were weak, her arms trembling, but she couldn't tear her eyes away from the figure. It was her, yet it wasn't. It was the reflection of something darker, something that had always been there, waiting. And as she stood there, frozen in fear, the figure took a step toward her. Its long, impossibly thin limbs moved without sound, and the air seemed to twist around it, the very space around it warping as though it couldn't hold its form. It was everywhere. It was a part of the walls, the air, the darkness itself. The figure's face, her face twisted into something she couldn't recognize. It wasn't anger. It wasn't pain. It was something worse. It was hunger, deep, insatiable hunger that tore at the edges of her mind, threatening to swallow everything whole. The whispers grew louder, now a roaring tide of voices that filled her head, drowning her thoughts, drowning everything. "You're part of it now." The words were not just whispers. They were truths. She stumbled back, finally breaking free of the invisible grip that had been pulling her forward, but there was no place to run. The walls were alive, closing in on her, contracting like the pulse of a heart, tightening around her chest until she couldn't breathe. The floor beneath her feet quivered, then split open, the dark expanse yawning wide, threatening to swallow her whole. She couldn't see it, not with her eyes, but she could feel it, the pull, the gravity of it. The world around her was collapsing. The boundaries between her mind, her body, and the thing that was once her reflection were melting away, dissolving into the void. Desperation shot through her as she tried to scream, but no sound came. Nothing came. She turned, the floor shifting beneath her feet, and there it was, The thing she had been trying to outrun, the thing that had been following her all this time. The figure, the man, the reflection, the echo of herself that had been waiting in the dark corners of her mind. The shape of the man, her reflection, was no longer still. It was moving, its limbs twisting, elongating, distorting like a nightmarish dance. It reached for her, its hands stretching out, long fingers curling around the edges of reality itself. And then, with a horrible, deafening crack, the world around her shattered. The mirror broke. The pieces splintered across the void, cutting the air, cutting her skin, but she couldn't stop looking. The fragments of glass fell, each shard catching the light in a way that reflected a different part of the nightmare, a twisted vision, a different version of herself, each more distorted than the last. And with a horrifying realization, she knew she wasn't just trapped in this place. She had become part of it. The darkness was no longer an outside force. It had seeped into her very soul. And as the last pieces of the shattered mirror fell away, she saw herself, standing among the fragments, staring back at her with those black, empty eyes. She was never leaving. You're deep into the story now, and the horrors are only escalating. If you're still with us, don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell us where you're listening from in the comments. Who else is staying up late to face this nightmare? Settle in. The terror continues. The coldness had consumed her entirely, seeping through every part of her body until there was no warmth left to keep her grounded. Her thoughts felt as if they were floating, disconnected, like they had no anchor to reality. Where was she? The question echoed in her mind, but no answer came. The walls, no, the entire space, seemed to stretch infinitely in all directions, bending and warping as if it had no true form, just a reflection of something far worse. She stumbled, disoriented, feeling the floor beneath her feet shift like liquid. Her heart pounded harder with every step, the sound of her own breathing loud in her ears, but in the distance, the whispers were growing again, low and guttural, just on the edge of comprehension. It was as if she had been placed inside a vast, ever-expanding labyrinth of mirrors, each surface showing her reflection, distorted and twisted into something barely recognizable, like fragments of a shattered soul. She reached out to touch one of the mirrors, her trembling fingers brushing against its smooth, cold surface, and immediately her reflection smiled back at her, but it wasn't her smile. It was a mocking grin, like the reflection was fully aware of her terror. Her stomach lurched. No, this couldn't be real. But the deeper she went into the maze of mirrors, the more the reflections multiplied. Each one of her movements was mirrored by hundreds of identical versions of herself, stretching out into infinity. She closed her eyes, trying to shut out the overwhelming image of herself. Too many versions of herself, all staring back at her, with empty, vacant eyes. Then she heard it. The sound. A soft scratching at first, faint and almost imperceptible. It was coming from behind one of the mirrors. At first, she thought it was just the trick of her mind, her terror playing with her perceptions, but then it grew louder, the sound of something trying to get out. Her pulse quickened, and she turned toward the source of the noise. The reflection in the glass was no longer an image of her. It was something else. Something wrong. Its limbs twisted unnaturally, stretching like taffy, as if it were made of something other than flesh. It was clawing at the mirror, its face contorted in pain, its eyes wide with a silent scream that she could hear but not understand. With a gasp, she stepped back, her legs faltering beneath her. This wasn't possible. This couldn't be happening. Her heart raced as the figure in the mirror pressed harder against the surface, the glass starting to warp under its pressure. No, no, no! Her mind screamed for her to leave, to run. But there was nowhere to go. As if it had heard her thoughts, the figure in the mirror reached out, its fingers stretching like grotesque, elongated limbs, its body deforming, twisting around. The frame. It was no longer a reflection. It was a part of the space, a part of the maze, and it was moving toward her. She scrambled backwards, her breath quick and shallow, desperate to put distance between herself and the mirror. But the maze seemed to close in on her, the walls now too narrow, the reflections now too close, pressing in from every side. Every step she took, the figures in the mirrors grew more distorted, their eyes widening in silent judgment, their mouths stretching in horrifying, impossible grins. There was no escape. The scratching sound was back, louder. Now it was coming from more than one mirror. She could hear it from behind the walls, the glass, the reflections, and suddenly the mirrors didn't just hold reflections of her. They were holding something else, something far worse. It wasn't her face anymore. It was the face of something other. A man? No, something that had taken on the appearance of a man, but with no real substance. His eyes, those black, empty eyes, locked onto hers from every mirror. Her body froze, an icy terror seizing her heart. The man was everywhere now. His form was shifting, impossible, sliding through the mirrors like water until his presence loomed over her, surrounding her. He was in the reflections, no longer confined to just one. Every surface of glass now held his image. "You can't run," the voice echoed, not from one side, but from all around her, coming from every mirror, every piece of glass. "You can't hide." Her legs were numb, frozen to the spot. Her breath came in ragged gasps, but the man's presence smothered her, suffocated her. He was in her head now. With a sickening lurch, she realized something far more horrifying. The mirrors weren't just reflections. They were windows to something else. The man wasn't just a figure in the glass. He was pulling her in. Slowly, inexorably, he was dragging her consciousness through the mirrors, into the place behind them, the place she could not see, but felt. Her body felt heavy, as if the air around her had thickened. The whispers grew louder, merging with the scratching, the scraping noise, now chaotic and maddening. Everything was collapsing. The man was reaching for her now, his hands impossibly long, stretching across the glass, his fingers curling around her body, around her neck, and his face. Her face grinned at her from every corner. She couldn't escape. Her knees buckled as his presence weighed down on her, and with a final, crushing realization, she understood that the mirrors had never just been reflections. They had always been windows to a world that had been waiting for her, waiting for this moment. Her breath stopped. The man's grip tightened around her throat, and with one final, desperate scream that went unheard, her vision blurred. The maze of mirrors spun out of control, the glass fragments now no longer reflecting her, but pulling her into them. And as her vision faded, her body was pulled backward, sinking deeper into the mirror world. Her last thought, her last conscious thought, was a scream of no, but it was swallowed by the reflection, consumed by the thing she had become. Her body felt like it was made of stone, stiff, unyielding, as though she was sinking deeper into something dark and oppressive, with no way to escape. The moment her body collapsed into the space behind the mirrors, the world fractured into pieces, shards of reality breaking apart in a way she couldn't comprehend. There was no light here, no warmth, just an unending, suffocating darkness, as though she were trapped inside the very fabric of the universe, suspended in an inescapable void. The whispers that had been a constant presence in her mind were now a deafening roar, a chorus of voices all crying out in unison. But there was something different now. The voices weren't just distant murmurs, they were inside her, running through her veins, drowning out everything else. "You are here now," they whispered. "You are one of us." The realization hit her like a cold slap. She was no longer in the world she had known. She wasn't even sure she was still herself. The boundaries between who she was and the nightmare she had been dragged into had blurred beyond recognition. The world around her pulsed in time with her heartbeat. The very air seemed to vibrate with a strange energy, a pressure that pressed down on her chest, suffocating her. Every surface around her rippled, as if reality itself was being torn apart at the seams, like the thin skin of a balloon, ready to pop. She reached out, her fingers brushing against what should have been solid ground, but it felt wrong. The surface was wet and slick, like she was touching something organic. Something that was alive. She pulled her hand back, recoiling in horror, but before she could react, a new sound broke through the cacophony of whispers. A low, rumbling growl echoed through the darkness, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps, heavy, deliberate, approaching her. It wasn't her own footsteps. No, these were far heavier, far more grounded, as if the weight of the entity walking toward her could shake the very foundations of reality itself. A figure emerged from the shadows, its outline dim and indistinct, like a silhouette against a darker fog. She couldn't see its face, but she could feel its presence. It was the man who had followed her, the man who had mirrored her every move, who had twisted her reflection into something dark and grotesque. He was here, in this place, and his form was no longer just a reflection. He was real. Her heart pounded in her chest, her breath quickening in panic, but it felt as though the air around her had thickened. The deeper she tried to inhale, the more suffocated she became. She tried to run, but her feet wouldn't move. She was stuck, frozen in place, her body betraying her. "You can't run from yourself," the man's voice rumbled, his tone deep and hollow, as if it had been pulled from the very core of the earth. "You never could." The words echoed inside her, skull louder than the roar of the whispers reverberating through her mind. She couldn't breathe. His form began to take shape, like liquid coalescing into something solid. His arms stretched out, elongated, his fingers twisted and cracked with unnatural movement as they reached toward her. She wanted to scream, to move, but she couldn't. Her body felt like it was made of stone, her limbs too heavy, too numb. His hands wrapped around her throat, cold and unyielding as his face came into view. Her face. But it was a grotesque parody of herself, twisted, smiling in a way that made her blood run cold. It was as if she were looking at her own reflection. Except it wasn't hers anymore. It was something else, something that had taken her place in the world. The man, or the reflection of her, tilted his head to the side, the twisted smile on his face widening. "Do you see it now?" he whispered, his breath like a cold wind against her skin. "Do you see what you've become?" She closed her eyes, tears stinging her lashes, but even in the dark she couldn't escape what was happening to her. She could still feel him there, his touch like ice, cold enough to freeze the very marrow in her bones. This wasn't real. She was dreaming. She had to be. This was nothing more than an endless nightmare that she would wake up from. But deep down, she knew the truth. There was no waking up from this. She wasn't in control anymore. She wasn't even her anymore. The moment she had been dragged into the mirrored world, into this endless, suffocating space, she had ceased to be anything other than a hollow reflection of herself, a ghost caught between worlds. "You were always a reflection," the man's voice cooed. "You just didn't see it before." Her heart stopped, her thoughts swirling in confusion, desperation. She wanted to scream again, but the sound caught in her throat. Was he right? Had it always been this way? Had she always been just a reflection of something else? Was the real her, the one who lived in the world she had once known, nothing more than an illusion? The figure before her stepped closer, its grin widening, stretching impossibly wide, showing teeth too sharp, too many, a mouth too large to fit inside the boundaries of its face. But still, it smiled. Her smile. She was no longer the person she had been. She was no longer the woman who had walked through the subway, the woman who had lived in a world that felt real, the woman who had believed she had control over her own life. Now, she was nothing but a reflection of something twisted, something dark, something far more ancient than she could comprehend. As the man's fingers wrapped tighter around her throat, squeezing the last bit of air from her lungs, her vision began to darken. The edges of her consciousness started to slip away, the noise of the whispers drowning out everything else. The last thing she felt before the world fully engulfed her was a sensation of falling into the glass, into the cold, into the place where there was no escape. Her final thought, before the darkness took her entirely, was one of complete surrender. She was never going to leave. The mirrors had claimed her, and she had become one of them. The darkness closed in, suffocating and unrelenting. Every breath she took felt as if it were being drawn from the bottom of an ocean, slow and laborious, her lungs struggling to fill with air that seemed thinner by the second. She couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't even open her eyes. It felt as if the very essence of her being was being pulled through 1,000 different directions at once, fragmented, scattered, caught in the unseen currents of some horrific, invisible tide. Where was she? She was still inside the mirrors. But there was no sense of time here. No way to gauge whether moments passed like seconds, or if eternity had wrapped itself around her, trapping her in an endless loop of darkness and silence. Her mind reeled, grasping for something solid to cling to, but there was nothing. Only a vast emptiness stretched around her, an oppressive silence that pressed down on her chest. The whispers, the voices had stopped. It was as if they had abandoned her entirely, leaving her to face whatever awaited her alone. But there was no solitude here, not anymore. There was no escape. Suddenly she felt it. A shift. The air around her stirred, rippling like water disturbed by some unseen force. She felt a presence in the darkness, its weight bearing down on her, filling every inch of her shattered awareness. Slowly, like the crawl of something cold against her skin, a voice emerged, a deep, resonant hum that vibrated through her bones, resonating through her very being. "You are mine now," it said. The voice was a part of the darkness, part of the void, part of the man who had followed her. Or was it her? No, it couldn't be her. She was lost now. She opened her eyes, but what greeted her wasn't the world she remembered. There were no walls, no floors, no familiar shapes or places. There was only the glass, the mirrors. They surrounded her, infinite in number, stretching out in every direction like an endless maze of reflective surfaces. Each one showed her, not as she had been, but as she was now, broken, distorted, a twisted echo of the woman she used to be. The reflections weren't hers anymore. They were the man's. Her reflection had been replaced. And still, his figure stood there, his shadow in every mirror, his hollow black eyes watching her from every direction. "I've made you like me," the voice continued, a dark chuckle lacing the words. "You are mine now. Your soul is bound to these mirrors, to this place. You will never leave." She wanted to scream, to cry out in terror, but she couldn't. Her voice was gone, her body too. Everything that made her human had been ripped away, leaving behind only an empty, hollow shell, a reflection trapped inside a prison of glass. Her hands trembled, or what should have been her hands, but they weren't even hers anymore. They were his. The figure in the mirror, now fully corporeal, stood inches away, his hollow eyes gleaming with malice. She raised her arms, a desperate attempt to shield herself from him, but she couldn't even feel her fingers. It was as if they weren't real anymore. They moved, but there was no sensation. She was fading away. "You cannot escape," the man's voice said again, softer now, almost soothing, like a lullaby that masked the horror beneath it. "This is where you belong. Here. You'll always be with me." A cold shudder raked through her. Was it her body? She wasn't sure. It felt as though the space between her and the man was closing in, his presence pressing into her, suffocating her. She tried to look away, but the mirrors stretched out forever, and no matter where she turned, he was there, always present, always watching. And then, for the first time, something changed. The reflections in the mirrors weren't static anymore. The glass began to move, ripple like water in the middle of a storm, the surface warping and distorting as if it had become a liquid, melting under an unseen heat. The images inside were changing too, shifting like smoke, like fragments of shattered glass trying to form something new. She saw herself, or what was left of her. The reflection twisted, her face stretching unnaturally, contorting into a grotesque mask of anguish and fear, her eyes wide and empty, her mouth open in a silent scream that would never escape. No, she wasn't this. She wasn't supposed to be this. She had been someone. She had been alive. But as she watched, her reflection began to smile. It smiled in the same way that the man had smiled. Twisted, mocking, dark. The reflection of her in the mirror grinned widely, teeth too sharp, mouth too wide. The eyes, they weren't hers anymore, but something else's, something alien. "You're no longer who you were," the voice whispered, slithering into her mind like poison. "You've become a part of this place now, just as I am, just as we all are." Suddenly, the reflections around her weren't just of her anymore. They were the other people, the ones who had been lost to the mirrors before her. Faces of those who had entered this place, searching for an escape, only to become part of the glass. Her heart skipped a beat. They were all there. They were all trapped, their expressions blank, their bodies deformed, their eyes dead. Faces once familiar, now twisted, decayed, caught forever in the glass. And she knew. They had been waiting for her. Her reflection, her twisted mockery, stared back at her with empty eyes, as if urging her to join them, to accept her place in this endless dark void. The whispers grew louder again, voices begging. Her, pleading with her to accept what had happened. She tried to scream again, but no sound came. She was one of them now, bound to the mirrors, bound to the glass. She had become a part of the reflection, a prisoner trapped in a world of endless shifting images. "You will never leave," the voice said again. But now there was something else in it. Something softer, something almost familiar. "You are me now." And in that moment, she realized the terrifying truth. The man had always been a part of her. He was the thing that had lived inside her, in her soul, waiting, watching, until the moment when she could no longer escape. The mirrors had always been here, inside her, and she had only now begun to understand that this world, the one she thought was her reality, had been a reflection of something darker, something far older. And now, she was a part of it, lost in a prison of glass, her soul forever bound to the mirrors, staring out at the world that would never be her own again. The whispers began to fade again, replaced by the oppressive silence of the glass. The last thing she saw before the darkness overtook her was her own reflection, grinning, mocking her, her face but not her. And in that moment, she realized there was no escape. There was never any escape. The oppressive silence of the mirrors pressed in on her like the weight of an ocean, suffocating and infinite. Every breath she tried to take felt like it was drawn from miles beneath the surface, where the air was thin and the world outside, her world, her life, her reality, was nothing but a distant memory, fading away with each passing second. She tried to move, but her body, once her own, refused to obey. It felt as if the very essence of her being was held prisoner by the glass, as if her soul was bound in chains forged from the reflection itself, woven deep into the fabric of this twisted dimension. The mirrors weren't just reflections anymore. They were the walls of her cage, and she was the animal inside. At first, she had resisted. Her mind had fought against the darkness, against the terrifying whispers, against the crushing weight of the glass that now seemed to press against her very bones. She had hoped that somehow there was a way out, that somehow there had to be a way to return to the life she knew. But the longer she lingered here, trapped in the endless labyrinth of mirrors, the more she realized that such hopes were nothing more than the desperate clinging of a drowning soul. She was sinking deeper, further away from herself, and the shore of her past seemed to fade farther with each passing moment. She wasn't sure how much time had passed, or if time even existed here anymore. The very concept of time had become meaningless. What did time mean when every second felt like an eternity, when the past and present bled together like ink in water, swirling in an eternal dance of dissolution? In the reflections, she no longer saw herself as she had been. Instead, she saw only shadows, faint, hollowed-out versions of who she had once been, pieces of a woman that no longer existed. Her reflection, herself, was fragmented, shifting, like a shattered photograph that could never be pieced back together. There was no face. There were only eyes, eyes that stared back at her with that same mocking, cold emptiness. Eyes that belonged to the man. His face was everywhere, in the reflections, in the dark corners. In her mind, he had consumed her. The realization crept up on her like a slow tide, an eerie clarity sinking into her consciousness. She had thought he was separate, a shadow in the periphery of her world. She had thought he was something out there, something she could escape from, something that could be fought. But he wasn't out there. He had never been out there. He had always been within her, a part of her that she had tried so desperately to ignore. The mirrors, the reflections, had only been the gateway, a portal that had pulled her deeper into the darkness of her own soul. There was no escaping him, because he was inside her. She could feel him now, pressing against her, his presence suffocating her like a second skin. His whispers were constant now. There was no silence, no respite from the echoing hum of his voice, low and insistent. "You belong here." The words slithered through her mind like a serpent, wrapping around her thoughts, squeezing the life out of them. She tried to scream, tried to cry out, but there was no voice anymore, only the hollow, empty silence of her existence. "This is where you belong now, here with me." The glass around her rippled again, shifting like a living thing, its surface trembling as if it could feel the beating of her heart. The reflections danced and swirled, their shapes contorting, twisting into grotesque versions of the world she once knew. She saw glimpses of the outside world, her apartment, the streets, the subway station, but they were always distorted, like looking through water, everything warped and unreal. The people in the reflections, those familiar faces she once knew, looked back at her, but they didn't see her. They couldn't. They were only shadows, their eyes vacant, their mouths silent. They couldn't help her, couldn't save her. They didn't even know she was there. "This is your eternity," he whispered, his voice now a constant, oppressive presence in her mind. "There is no return. You will never see them again." She closed her eyes, pressing her hands against her temples as if to shut out the voice, to shut out the crushing weight of the realization. But even with her eyes closed, she could still see him, his face, his eyes, his smile. It was all in the glass, all around her. It was all of her now. Her heart hammered against her chest, but the more she fought, the more the glass seemed to pull her in, sinking her deeper into the prison of reflection. She was no longer a woman. She was a shadow, a whisper, a thought, trapped in a mirror. "I've shown you the truth," he said, his voice cold, empty. "There is no escape." But even as his words sank into her soul, a flicker of resistance still burned deep inside her. It was a faint spark, barely a flicker, but it was there. She could feel it even if she couldn't understand it. Why couldn't she escape? She had to know. She had to find a way. She slammed her hand against the glass in frustration, her fingers leaving no mark, no trace, no sign that she had ever even touched it. The mirror remained perfectly still, perfectly unyielding. It was as if the glass had swallowed her soul whole, as if she were already a part of it. But even in the face of despair, that tiny spark of resistance refused to die. It flickered again. She turned away from the glass, away from the reflections, away from the face that wasn't hers. There had to be a way out, a way to reclaim herself. She stumbled through the endless labyrinth of mirrors, her footsteps echoing back at her from every direction, as if mocking her. The walls of glass seemed to stretch on forever, closing in on her, surrounding her, trapping her in an infinite maze. But still, she walked. She had to walk. There was no going back. To the woman she had been, she knew that now. She knew that the world she had known, the world outside, was gone, lost to her forever. But somewhere, deep within the depths of her soul, she knew that as long as she fought, as long as she kept moving, there might be a way to escape this prison of glass, and maybe, just maybe, she could find her way out of the mirrors. But no matter how far she walked, no matter how many mirrors she passed, one thing became painfully clear. He was always with her, in every reflection, in every corner, in every shadow. He was the glass now, and the glass was him, and there would be no escape. The longer she moved through the maze of mirrors, the more her sense of self faded. Every step she took felt heavier, as though the very air around her was thickening, becoming a dense fog that clung to her skin, to her thoughts, dragging her down into a darkness so profound that she couldn't remember the last time she had felt truly free. Each reflection that passed by her was another distortion of herself, an increasingly warped version of who she had been, a caricature, a grotesque mockery. She wanted to scream, to shout, to beg for something, anything that could make this stop. But the screams never came. Instead, there was only silence, the oppressive silence that felt like a living thing pressing in on her chest. The mirrors didn't reflect the world she once knew. They reflected her decay. Every time she looked into the glass, she saw a new version of herself, her face stretched, her eyes hollow and dark, her features twisted with fear and agony. Her mouth moved, but the reflections didn't match her emotions. She could feel her identity slipping away, like sand through her fingers. The walls seemed to blur around her, the lines between her physical body and the reflection dissolving into one. She could no longer tell where she ended and the glass began. The air around her was growing colder now. The whispers, the ones that had once been faint, were now deafening, echoing in her skull like the sound of 1,000 voices crying out in unison. "You are nothing," they whispered. "You are nothing but a shadow." She stopped moving, her knees giving way beneath her as her mind slowly cracked under the weight of their words. She tried to steady herself, gripping the glass of one of the mirrors in front of her, but the surface beneath her fingers didn't feel solid. It felt like it was made of liquid, shifting, pulsing beneath her touch, as though the very mirror was alive, breathing in time with her. "You can't escape. The voice was familiar, but it was not hers. It was deeper, colder. His voice, the realization, sank deep into her heart, and she felt her stomach twist in horror. It was him, the man who had followed her, who had watched her, who had whispered to her from the moment she stepped onto the subway. But now, he wasn't just outside of her. He wasn't an entity stalking her every move. He was inside her, a part of her, a reflection of something dark within her soul. She gasped, her vision blurring, her mind racing. She tried to push herself away from the glass, to stand up, but her legs felt like lead, like they were rooted to the floor. The world around her was spinning. It felt as though the very space she stood in was dissolving, the glass distorting with every passing second. The mirrors weren't just reflecting her anymore. They were pulling at her, warping her, becoming one with her. Her reflection, once a clear image of who she was, now twisted and deformed with each step she took. She watched in horror as the version of her in the mirror contorted, its features becoming sharp, jagged, like a broken shard of glass. Its mouth opened in a grin too wide to be human. Its eyes, her eyes, dark and hollow, as though they had been drained of everything that made her real. Look at what you've become. The voice came again, but now it wasn't just the man's. It was a chorus, a choir of whispers, each one speaking in different tones, but all speaking the same message. You are one of us now. Her reflection in the mirror stepped forward, its movements jerky and unnatural, as if it was struggling against something, trying to break free from the confines of the glass. But no matter how much it twisted, it stayed trapped in the same place she was. She tried to move, but the ground beneath her feet no longer felt like earth. It felt like glass, like ice, fragile and brittle. She could feel it shifting, breaking, cracking under her weight. Her legs trembled as she forced herself to move forward, but the reflection in the glass did not follow her. No, it remained still, watching her every move, waiting for her to acknowledge it. She looked up, too terrified to keep her eyes closed, and saw something that made her blood run cold. The reflection wasn't just her. It was everything. Every piece of her, her face, her body, her mind, was shattered into 1,000 fragments, each one floating around her, reflecting in the glass. But as the pieces swirled and spun, they started to come together. The reflection began to rebuild itself, piece by piece, until it was standing tall and perfect before her, smiling with that grotesque grin that no longer resembled a human face. You have nowhere to run, the voice echoed, filling the air around her. This is your world now. This is where you will remain, here, in the mirrors, forever. She stumbled backward, her hands shaking, her breath shallow. She looked around, but the labyrinth of mirrors didn't offer any way out. Every direction led her to another version of herself, and with each step, the reflections grew more distorted, more alien. They weren't her. You belong to me. The voice was deep now, almost comforting, as though it were wrapping around her like a familiar blanket. You've always belonged to me. She wanted to scream, to claw at the mirrors, to break free. But the truth was sinking into her like cold steel. The walls were closing in, the reflections now crawling toward her, stretching their hands out from the glass, as if they were reaching for her very soul. She saw herself, the real her, being pulled into the mirrors, swallowed whole, becoming part of the glass, her body bending and warping as she was absorbed by the reflections, her soul slowly being dissolved into nothingness. You can't escape. You can't outrun this, the voice said, its tone final, irreversible. This is who you are now. The terror began to ebb away, and in its place a cold resignation took hold. She could feel the pieces of herself breaking, fragmenting, losing their shape, losing their meaning. This was it. There was no more fight left in her. She had tried. She had fought against the whispers, against the man, against herself. But she was gone now, swallowed by the glass. She was part of it, a piece of something much larger and darker than she had ever understood. The mirrors were not just reflections, they were prisons. Prisons for the soul, prisons for the mind. And she had become nothing more than another prisoner, another broken piece of the endless, twisted labyrinth. And in the darkness, in the silence, her reflection finally whispered the last words she would ever hear. You are me. And with that, she was gone. The mirror was no longer just a reflection of her. It had become her reality. The glass had swallowed her whole, consumed her soul. And now, there was no escape. The crushing weight of it settled around her, suffocating her thoughts, suffusing her being with the cold realization. She was not just in the mirror world. She was a part of it, the world outside, the one she had once known. Her life, her identity, her past had faded to nothingness. There was no longer a line between what was real and what was imagined. The mirrors had warped everything she had ever known, twisted it into something alien and unrecognizable. Her body felt wrong. She could see it, but it was no longer hers. The body before her in the reflection was hers, but it wasn't. Her eyes, once filled with fear, now seemed distant, hollow, staring back at her from the glass. The figure in the mirror was no longer the reflection of who she had been. It was who she had become. Her heart thundered, her pulse hammering in her chest, but there was no escape. There was no fleeing from the eyes, her own eyes, staring at her from the mirrors. She reached out toward the glass, desperate to make contact with the world outside, but the surface rippled like liquid, like it was alive. It responded to her touch, not with resistance, but with acceptance, as if it were waiting for her. You are mine now, the voice whispered again, familiar and strange, a twisted echo of her own thoughts. You have always been mine. The words twisted around her, filling her mind, crowding her thoughts. There was no escaping them, no denying them. It was true. She had always belonged here. The whispers, the images, the reflections, they had been guiding her here from the very start. This place, this prison of mirrors, wasn't something she had fallen into by accident. No, it was always meant to be her fate. It was written in every reflection, every twist of the glass, every shard of broken light. The man had always been a part of her. And the mirror had always been her home. Her body, her true self, had dissolved long ago like a mist slipping through the cracks of reality. Now, she was nothing more than a distorted fragment of her former self. Trapped forever in the glass, she was trapped in a reflection that could not be undone. A fragment of light and shadow, unable to break free from the unyielding truth. She was one of them. She was a prisoner. And yet, as her reflection grew more and more distant, more warped, more alien, something deep within her stirred. A flicker of rebellion, a faint, desperate cry for escape. Could she escape? Was there still a part of her left that could break free from the glass, from the man, from the endless maze of mirrors that had consumed her soul? The thought pushed through the suffocating fog of her mind, a thin sliver of hope, a fleeting idea. Could she find a way out? But the more she tried to focus on the idea, the more the mirrors seemed to absorb her, the more the whispers clawed at her, drowning out her thoughts. Every reflection seemed to close in on her, drawing her deeper, pulling her back into the endless, spiraling maze. There was no escape. Not now, not ever. You were never meant to escape. The voice was no longer just a whisper. It was the voice of the mirrors, the voice of the world she was trapped in. It was deep, ancient, an eternal hum that vibrated through her very being. It was as though the mirrors themselves were speaking to her, their voices blending with the Aidian shadows, becoming part of her soul. You are the reflection now, and you will always be. Her mind screamed, her body fought against the glass that encased her, but the harder she tried, the more her existence fractured. The mirror's grip on her tightened. She could feel the reflections of herself, stretching out from every corner, pulling her deeper into the glass, into the void. And as she struggled, something else began to happen. The reflections of herself, each distorted, twisted version, began to merge. They combined into a single, all-encompassing form. The fractured pieces of her were no longer separate, no longer distorted. They became one. Her mind reeled as she was pulled, body and soul, into the center of the reflection. She watched in horror as the mirrors began to show her the truth. She wasn't just trapped inside the glass. She was the glass. There was no line separating her from the world around her. She was not outside of the mirrors looking in, she was inside them. The glass was her. Her identity, her soul, her very essence had become part of this eternal world, this endless prison of reflections. The boundaries between what was real and what was an illusion no longer mattered. There was nothing left but the glass, the endless maze, the reflections, the whispers. She had become a part of the prison. The figure in the mirror grinned at her, its wide, twisted smile never faltering. It was her. It was him. It was all the same. "This is who you are," the voice said, its tone dark, but oddly calm. "And this is where you will remain. Forever." The mirror that had once only reflected her image was now her reality. The glass that had once been a barrier now encased her completely. She could no longer see herself from the outside. There was no outside anymore. There was only the inside. The infinite maze of glass stretched out forever, and she realized with chilling clarity that there was no exit. There never had been. Her body, her identity, had dissolved into the glass, and now she was just another, part of the eternal reflection. She could no longer distinguish where the mirror ended and she began. And so, she was swallowed by the darkness, forever lost in the endless maze of mirrors, a prisoner to the reflection that had consumed her. Her soul, her true self, was gone, and in its place only the glass remained. There was no time, no measure of day and night, no way to tell where she ended and the reflection began. The space around her had become an infinite stretch of mirrors, each reflecting a version of herself, a version she could no longer recognize. Each reflection twisted and distorted, showing her every fear, every flaw, and every fragment of her lost self. Where am I? The question that had once been so clear in her mind had turned into something meaningless. There was no where to be, no space in which to exist. She was everywhere and nowhere at once. Her body felt lighter, as though it was being drawn into the glass itself, as if the reflections weren't simply mirrors, but part of her, a part that had always been a part of this place. Every time she looked into one of the mirrors, she was pulled further in, the boundaries between herself and the glass blurring, until she could no longer separate the reflection from her soul. She had once believed she was someone. She had once believed she had a life, an identity, but that belief had shattered like the glass itself, the pieces falling away and scattering into the abyss, lost to the void. She had been a woman. She had had thoughts, dreams, a name. She had a past. But now all that remained was the reflection, a mirror that consumed, a world that could never be touched or escaped from. Every step she took, every movement she made, seemed to pull her deeper into the glass, as though it was alive, feeding on her very essence. "You are here," the voice spoke again, familiar and cold. It was no longer just a voice, it was the reflection itself, echoing through her mind like an endless hum, filling every corner of her consciousness. "You've always been here," She shook her head violently, but it did nothing to drown out the voice. The more she fought, the more it grew. She was trapped in her own mind, trapped in the glass. The realization burned through her. There was no escaping this place. Her reflections surrounded her, but they weren't just reflections. They were her, but they were different. They were broken, fractured versions of herself, twisted faces that grinned at her with sharp, jagged smiles, hollow eyes that stared into the core of her being. They moved when she moved, mirrored her actions, but each time she tried to run from them, they followed, their faces shifting, becoming more distorted with every passing moment. Each reflection was a piece of her, a piece of herself she could no longer identify. They were all her, yet none of them were. They were fractures, pieces of a soul that had shattered long ago. "I am you," the voice whispered, again and again, as if trying to pierce her mind. "You are me." The lines between them had completely dissolved. She was no longer herself. She was no longer a woman, a person, a soul. She was a reflection, a ghost trapped in a mirror world, unable to break free. She was part of the glass, a hollow, wandering fragment lost in a place with no end. The mirrors whispered, murmured, faint, soft echoes that filled the space around her like a fog, coiling around her thoughts, suffocating her. "You were never more than this." The words broke through her mind like sharp, jagged rocks against her skull. Her heart raced, but it wasn't real anymore. Her pulse was nothing but the echo of a memory. Her body, was it hers? Was she even alive? The more she struggled, the more the glass closed in around her, the more it pulled her, wrapping around her like an invisible web. The world inside the mirrors shifted again, growing darker. The reflections twisted and contorted into grotesque versions of her, grinning, laughing silently, mocking her existence. And then she saw it, herself, or at least what had been her. The reflection in the farthest mirror was her, but she didn't recognize the face staring back. She didn't recognize the smile. It was hers, but it wasn't. The smile was wide, unsettling, filled with too many sharp teeth, stretching across her face until it reached her ears. She had become that thing. The reflection reached out. Her own hands, now distorted and alien, reached forward to touch her, to drag her into the glass. And she couldn't stop it. She couldn't run. She was already inside it. "You are me," the voice hissed again. "You are all of us now. Welcome home." A cold wave of numbness washed over her, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, she realized the truth. She had become part of the reflection. She was no longer a woman trapped in a world of mirrors. She was the mirror itself. Her reflection had consumed her, swallowed her whole, and now she was bound to the glass, a prisoner of the endless maze she had wandered into. The mirrors were no longer separate from her. They had become her. There was no more boundary between herself and the endless reflections. She had fused with the glass, became a part of it. Her soul, her mind, her very essence had been replaced by the reflection. She was the glass, and the glass was her. Her reflection reached toward her again, its distorted grin growing wider, the teeth sharp, jagged and hungry. But it wasn't just a reflection. It was her, too. It was both of them. The realization hit her with sickening clarity. She was the reflection, and the reflection was her. There was no escaping this place. Her hands trembled as she reached out, but she didn't need to touch the glass. She was already part of it. The reflections were not just mirrors. They were the truth. They showed the real her now, the person who had always been meant to be nothing. Nothing but a shadow. And as the reflection of herself reached out once more, she surrendered. There was no more fight left in her. There was only the glass that had become her forever. There was no more distinction between her and the glass. No more separation between her soul and the mirrors. Everything she had once known, her body, her thoughts, her essence, had been swallowed by the glass, consumed, folded into an endless repetition of fractured reflections. She had thought she could escape, that she could fight her way out. But now it was clear. She was the reflection. She was part of the mirror now. She had become its prisoner, caught in an endless loop of repetition. Every time she looked into the glass, her own face stared back at her. But it wasn't the face she remembered. It was a mask, distorted, twisted, like a warped version of herself that was slowly fading away, becoming something else, something far darker. At first, she had been aware of herself, aware of the pull of the glass, the oppressive weight of the reflection that had dragged her in. But now she wasn't sure. She wasn't sure if the figure staring back at her was still her at all. It was as if her own face had become someone else's, her features twisted beyond recognition, her eyes hollow, her smile stretched into something monstrous. Was this her? Or had she become something else entirely? The boundaries between herself and the glass had faded completely. The mirrors that surrounded her, that had once been a reflection of her reality, now stood as her reality. She was no longer looking into them. She was part of them. A part of the unending maze of glass and shadow that had replaced the world she had once known. Each reflection that passed by her was a fragment of her, distorted, broken, and lost. There is no you anymore, the voice whispered, its tone now almost familiar, like the voice of her own thoughts. But it wasn't. It was the voice of the glass, the voice of the mirror that had consumed her. You are nothing but a shadow, a reflection of a reflection, a mirror that knows no end. The words didn't strike her with the same terror they once had. She had heard them so many times now that they no longer felt foreign, no longer felt like a threat. They were the truth, the undeniable truth. She was nothing. Her thoughts were no longer her own. They echoed through the glass, bouncing from one reflection to another, lost in an infinite loop of fractured, distorted images. Each image of herself was slightly different, each one twisted by her own subconscious fears, her doubts, her mistakes. Some reflections grinned at her, others screamed silently, their mouths stretching open in terror, yet none of them could reach her. None of them could break free from the glass. It was as if the very act of being had become impossible. She no longer existed outside the mirror, outside the reflection. Her soul had become part of the glass, and there was no place for her in the world anymore. She was the mirror, a reflection of a reflection. She turned slowly, her movements sluggish and heavy, as though her very form had been drained of purpose. There was no sense of time, no sense of movement. She had been here for so long, trapped in this endless expanse of mirrors, that the idea of the world outside felt like a distant dream, something she could barely remember. The world she had once known was now so far removed, so unreachable, that it was as if it had never existed. There was only the glass, only the reflections. Her reflection had become everything. The mirror was her prison, her tomb, her eternity. She stared at the figure that stood before her, the face that was no longer her own. It smiled at her, her smile, but it was stretched, jagged like a rift in reality, torn apart and stitched back together. The reflection's eyes gleamed, but they were no longer hers. They were eyes that had seen too much, that had been trapped in a place of endless repetition, forever. Eyes that were tired, empty. Eyes that no longer had a soul to call their own. You are me, the voice whispered again, its words soft, almost tender. You are nothing but the reflection. You always were. She reached out a hand toward the mirror. her fingers grazing the cool, smooth surface of the glass, but there was no sensation anymore. No warmth, no touch. The glass had become her skin, her flesh. She could not separate herself from it, could not pull away from it. It was as if her entire being had melted into the mirror, dissolving until she had no form, no substance. And yet she was aware of herself, aware of the mirror, aware of the man who had once stalked her. "You cannot escape," he said, "and this time." The voice was not from the glass. It was not from the reflection. It was from within her, buried deep in her mind. His voice was the echo of the reflection itself, the voice of the mirrors, the voice of the glass that had consumed her. She had thought once that she could fight this, that she could wake up, that she could leave. She had thought she could escape the darkness, the endless maze of mirrors. But now she saw the truth. There was no escape. The mirrors were not just a prison. They were the world. They were everything. She no longer existed outside of them. Her mind, her soul, her very identity had been consumed by the glass. She had become the reflection. The reflection was her, and there was no longer a place for her in the world. The mirrors had claimed her, and in the endless cold silence of the glass, she understood. She was nothing, nothing but a shadow, a reflection, and she would remain here trapped forever in the infinite maze of mirrors that had once been her world. There was no going back. There was only the glass, only the endless reflection. The glass had become her world, and there was no escape from it, no doorway, no path leading out. The labyrinth of mirrors stretched out before her, an infinite maze with no beginning and no end. Her thoughts had dissolved into the reflection, her soul now tangled in the fibers of the glass. She could feel the cold, suffocating air of the mirrors around her, but it wasn't just the chill that filled her mind. It was the absence of everything that should have been. She wasn't sure when it had happened. Perhaps it had been gradual. Her mind, her very sense of self, slipping away piece by piece as she wandered through the endless reflections. Or maybe it had happened all at once when she stepped too far into the mirror and lost herself in the glass. Either way, it didn't matter anymore. She was the mirror now. Each reflection that surrounded her was a distorted version of herself, staring back with eyes that were no longer her own. The figures grinned, their mouths stretched, wide in jagged, cruel smiles, their eyes hollow, their bodies twisting unnaturally. They were her, but they weren't. They were the broken shards of her identity, distorted, fragmented, hopelessly lost, and yet they were her. She could feel the connection. Each distorted face that looked back at her was a piece of her soul, a remnant of who she had been, now twisted and corrupted by the glass. "You are me," the voice whispered through her thoughts again. "You have always been me." She wanted to scream, to rage against the truth, but there was no voice left. No anger, no fear. The reflection had become her everything. It was all she knew. The glass had claimed her, and there was no longer any part of her that belonged to the world outside. The world she had once known, the world of flesh and light, of warmth and sun, was nothing but a fading dream, a distant memory locked away in a place she could never reach. The city, the streets, the people she had known, they were all just fragmented images in the mirrors, twisted and warped like her own reflections. "You will never leave." The voice was softer now, almost soothing, like a lullaby sung in the darkness. The whispers had ceased their frantic demands. They no longer called out to her in hunger. Now it felt like acceptance. Her acceptance. The glass was no longer just a prison. It was her prison. She was the reflection. She was part of it, woven into the very fabric of the mirror world. There was no escaping the truth. She had become a part of this place, a shadow of her former self, bound to the glass forever. For a moment, she could almost feel the pull of the world she had once known. The soft wind against her skin, the warmth of the sun on her face. She could almost taste the air, almost hear the laughter of people she had left behind. But then it vanished, just like everything else, fading away, dissipating into the glass, leaving nothing but the suffocating cold and the ever-present silence of the mirror world. "There is no you anymore," the voice whispered once more, but this time it wasn't filled with malice. It was almost comforting, like a lullaby sung to a child who had drifted off to sleep. "You are nothing but a reflection." She had been a woman once, she remembered. A person with hopes, with dreams, with a life to live. But now, that was all. Gone. She was no one. She was a reflection, a mere fragment of a soul, trapped forever in the glass. The glass had become her prison, her identity, her everything. She had no name anymore, no face, just the mirror. And yet, despite the overwhelming coldness, despite the crushing sense of finality, there was still something deep inside her, a flicker, a spark, no matter how small, that refused to go out. She could feel it within her, a faint pulse, a flicker of something that longed for more than this. For a life, for the world she had once known. But it wasn't enough. She wasn't enough anymore. The mirror world had consumed her completely. The reflections twisted once more, their faces warping in time with her thoughts, their movements jerking unnaturally, like distorted puppets caught in the grips of some unseen hand. She tried to move to escape, but it was futile. Her body was no longer hers. It had become part of the glass, part of the ever-shifting reflections. There was no more flesh, no more bone, no more self. There was only the glass. You are me. You are all of us. The reflections reached out to her, their hands stretching, their fingers elongating like tendrils, but they didn't touch her. They were her. She could feel their presence, their essence, merging with her own, like 1,000 hands pulling her deeper into the glass. She stood frozen in place, her mind broken, her soul shattered. She could no longer tell if the reflection she saw in front of her was her, or if it was just the latest in a long line of distorted versions that had taken her place. She had no face now, no features, no identity. She had become part of the mirror itself, an endless reflection that would never fade, never die. She could hear the whispers again, louder now, filling the void around her, but they no longer felt like a threat. They no longer felt like something to fear. They were just the voice of the glass, the voice of the reflections. They were her thoughts now. You are me. You are nothing. You are everything. She reached out, her hands moving slowly toward the mirror before her, but this time there was no resistance. Her hands passed through the glass as if it were nothing, like water, like smoke. She felt herself slipping through, becoming part of the reflection, becoming one with it. There was no more fight left, no more desire to escape. There was only the mirror, and she was it. She had always been it. And now, she was nothing but an endless reflection. The mirrors had swallowed her whole. There was no longer any part of her that remained outside of them, no memory, no echo of the woman she had once been. There was only the glass, stretching out into an infinite labyrinth, endless and unyielding. She had long ago forgotten what it felt like to walk on solid ground, to breathe fresh air, to feel the warmth of the sun on her skin. Now, there was only the cold, the suffocating stillness of the reflections that surrounded her. Every inch of the glass reflected her, but it wasn't her anymore. It was something else, something twisted, broken, and lost. She could feel it. Deep inside, the person she had been was gone. She wasn't a woman anymore. She wasn't a person. She wasn't even a soul. She was part of the glass now, an eternal fragment of reflection that could never be whole again. Her movements were no longer her own. Each time she reached out, her hands were not truly hers. They were just another part of the mirror, another fragment of the glass that stretched out infinitely. Her body had dissolved into it. Her identity had been absorbed, folded into the reflections, swallowed by the very thing that once mirrored her life. Her breath came in ragged gasps, though it wasn't even breathing anymore. Her lungs didn't need air. Her heart didn't need to beat. She didn't need anything. She was a part of the reflection, a part of the glass. She was no longer alive. She was trapped in a reflection that never ended, a nightmare that had no beginning and no end. The whispers were the only things that remained. The endless, maddening whispers that had once terrified her now felt like an inevitable lullaby, one she could never escape. They echoed around her, inside her, filling her mind with words she could barely comprehend. But they didn't need to be understood. They were part of the reflection too. You are nothing. The words rang through her skull like an iron bell. You are everything. Her eyes, if they could even be called eyes anymore, looked into the glass. She saw herself. But it wasn't her. It couldn't be her. Her reflection had become a distorted thing, a creature that grinned at her with too many teeth. Its eyes, too wide, too hollow. It looked like her, but it wasn't. It was something more, something darker. The reflection was no longer an image. It was a being, a living, breathing entity that had swallowed her. You are me, the voice whispered again, softer now, like a caress. You always were. Her reflection's smile grew wider, impossibly wide. It stretched beyond the confines of a human face, turning into something grotesque, something that had never existed in the world she once knew. She couldn't look away. The mirrors around her rippled, like water disturbed by an invisible hand. The glass was no longer just a surface. It was a presence, something that had become part of her mind, part of her soul. The glass wasn't just a reflection, it was a world that had no rules, no laws, no end. It was endless, stretching out in all directions, an infinite maze of mirrors that she would wander through forever. You are the reflection now. The voice sounded almost kind, like a mother speaking to a child. You have always been the reflection. You will never leave. The truth settled in like a heavy stone in her chest. She had tried to fight it. She had resisted for so long. But now, there was nothing left to fight against. The mirrors had consumed her, absorbed her, and now she was part of them, part of the endless cold reflection. The world outside was gone. The people, the places, the life she had once known, they no longer mattered. They were just distant, memories fading, like the last fleeting shadows of a dream that had been forgotten. But there was no more fear, no more desperation. The endless labyrinth of glass was all there was now. It was a world that would never end, a prison with no walls, no exit. There would be no escape from the reflection, no waking from the nightmare. She had become the glass. She had become the reflection. And now there was no more her. She was a part of this endless cycle, forever trapped in the mirror world, forever lost to the reflection that had consumed her. Her own reflection stood before her, its mouth stretching into a smile that didn't belong. Its eyes, her eyes, locked onto hers. But they were empty, hollow. There was nothing behind them. Just the glass, just the void. And the voice returned, softer now, like a final breath. You are nothing. You are everything. And you will never leave. You will never wake. The mirrors shimmered one last time, rippling like water, but the image of her face, her broken, distorted reflection, was no longer there. It had become something else. It had become the glass itself. The endless maze of reflections had swallowed her whole, and now she was part of it, forever. There would be no more waking, no more escaping. There was only the glass, only the reflection, and it would never end. You're deep into the story now, and the horrors are only escalating. If you're still with us, don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell us where you're listening from in the comments. Who else is staying up late to face this nightmare? Settle in. The terror continues. Ethan awoke with a groan, the faint buzzing of his alarm clock cutting through the haze of sleep. His eyes fluttered open, squinting against the dim morning light that filtered in through the curtains. The room felt heavier than usual, the air thick with the weight of another restless night. He rubbed his face, wiping away the remnants of sleep and grogginess as he reluctantly pushed himself from the comfort of his bed. The dull ache of a headache pulsed behind his eyes, and his limbs felt as though they were made of stone, dragging sluggishly across the floor as he made his way to the bathroom. His feet made soft, steady thuds on the carpet, a rhythmic sound that echoed his disjointed thoughts. He wasn't sure what had kept him awake last night, just the usual mixture of anxiety, stress, and the endless buzz of his overactive mind. It had become so normal. It barely registered anymore. Another sleepless night. Another morning he would have to power through. He flicked on the light as he entered the bathroom, the sterile brightness of the bulb making him squint again. The mirror across from him caught his reflection, and for a moment, he simply stared at it, trying to shake the fog from his mind. His dark brown eyes, rimmed with exhaustion, blinked tiredly in sync with his own. He ran a hand through his messy brown hair, sighing at how it always looked more disheveled than he remembered. The reflection followed every movement, perfectly, like it always did. Nothing unusual. But then, something was unusual. He wasn't sure why it took him a few seconds to process, but it clicked in his mind only when he noticed his reflections blink. It was delayed, just slightly, a fraction of a second. But it was enough to register in his mind, to stir a feeling of unease. He blinked again just to test it. His reflection followed suit, but slower, almost imperceptibly so. Ethan frowned at his own face in the mirror. His fingers reached up to touch his eyelids, gently pressing against them as he tried to understand what had happened. Was he just imagining it? Had he been up too late reading about some wild conspiracy theories, his brain now messing with him in the morning light? He shook his head, dismissing the thought. He had a headache, that was all. Nothing more. Get a grip, Ethan, he muttered to himself, his voice hoarse and rough from sleep. He turned the faucet on, splashing cold water on his face in an attempt to wake himself up fully. As he did, he glanced up at the mirror again. This time, there was nothing out of the ordinary. The reflection was just him. No delays, no oddities, just his tired face, water dripping from his chin. The tension in his shoulders eased slightly, and he breathed a little deeper. Maybe it had just been a trick of his mind, a bit of sleep, deprivation playing tricks on him. He wiped his face with a towel and began brushing his teeth, the bristles scraping against his teeth in a rhythm that felt soothing, familiar. But even as he did, something about the mirror unsettled him. It wasn't the reflection itself, but the stillness of the glass, the way it seemed so quiet, so absolute. The world outside seemed distant, muted by the soft hum of the bathroom light, the gentle gurgle of the water in the sink, as if the mirror was a silent observer of everything around him. Ethan spit into the sink, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, and then turned to leave. But just as he reached for the door, his gaze flickered once more toward the mirror, and he froze. For a brief moment, his reflection didn't move at all. It was almost as if it was frozen, completely still, unnaturally so. He could see the familiar contours of his face, the shadow beneath his cheekbones, the slight line of stubble forming on his jaw. But there was no flicker of life in the reflection. His eyes, which should have followed his own movement, remained fixed in place. His mouth, which he had just moved while wiping it, stayed unmoving. A wave of unease surged through Ethan, and for a heartbeat, he didn't know what to think. Was this another trick of his tired mind? A glitch in the way his brain was processing the information? He reached up slowly, tentatively, to wave his hand in front of the mirror. His reflection mirrored the motion exactly, following the movement. Slow but steady, he exhaled sharply, relieved. It was just a momentary lapse. But then something happened. Something that made the hairs on the back of his neck prickle with unease. The reflection's movement was slightly out of sync. Not much, just enough to make it wrong. When Ethan lowered his hand, the reflection followed, half a second too late. His heart skipped a beat, the sudden drop in his stomach almost enough to make him dizzy. His breath caught in his throat, his fingers twitching on the bathroom door handle. His reflection, still mirroring his every move, suddenly felt strange, too aware, too separate. He shook his head, fighting the mounting dread in his chest. "It's nothing," he told himself. "Just tired, overworked. You're seeing things." But as he left the bathroom and walked down the hall toward the kitchen, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The air seemed heavier, colder, as though the walls themselves were quietly watching him. The house felt quieter than usual. Even the steady tick of the clock on the wall seemed to have grown more pronounced, like it was following him, keeping time with his every movement. And yet, despite the strange feeling creeping up on him, Ethan tried to shrug it off. He was getting older after all. Maybe his eyes weren't what they used to be. Maybe this was just one of those moments where his body was tricking him, trying to make sense of the exhaustion that was clouding his mind. He tried to go about his morning routine, making a cup of coffee, checking his phone, half-heartedly, scrolling through social media as he sat down at the table. But the thought of his reflection lingered, gnawing at the edges of his thoughts. Something about it had felt wrong, like it wasn't his reflection at all, but something else. Something that had been watching him from the glass. But that was absurd, wasn't it? As he stared at the cup in front of him, the steam rising in slow swirls, Ethan couldn't help but wonder if he was truly losing his grip on reality. Had his reflection always been just that? His reflection? Or had it been something else, quietly, mirroring him, mimicking his every move until it finally decided to slip out of sync? With a sudden jolt, he looked up at the clock again. The minute hand was ticking steadily, just like always. Nothing was out of the ordinary. Yet the unease in his chest refused to leave. The reflection was watching him. He was sure of it. And he wasn't sure if he was prepared to figure out what that meant. As he stood to leave, the soft hum of the refrigerator behind him seemed to mock him in the silence. All of a sudden, Ethan couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't alone. In the house, Ethan spent the rest of the morning trying to shake off the unsettling feeling that lingered in his mind. He went through the motions of his usual routine, making a quick breakfast, scrolling through his work emails, attempting to organize his thoughts. But the oddness of the morning stayed with him like a shadow. There was a strange tension in the air, a thickness that seemed to settle in his chest the longer he went without confronting it. His coffee had gone cold, and the untouched mug now sat on the counter, mocking him. He stared at it, watching the steam rise in the faintest of swirls, just like every other morning. The rhythmic motion of the clock on the wall only amplified the silence of the room. Ethan couldn't pinpoint it, but there was something off. He tried to ignore it, but he knew deep down that the feeling wouldn't go away until he understood it. At first, he attributed it to nothing more than his usual anxiety, or perhaps the lingering effects of his sleepless nights. After all, he hadn't been sleeping well for the past few weeks. Long hours at work, constant deadlines, too many responsibilities piled onto his plate. It was only natural that his mind would play tricks on him. The delayed reflection, that momentary pause when his eyes didn't quite match up with the mirror, was probably just the result of fatigue. That's what he told himself anyway. A simple trick of his overworked brain, but that didn't explain the way the reflection had felt. He couldn't shake the impression that it had been more than just a delay. It had been aware somehow, almost like it was waiting for him to notice. And when he finally did, it had backed off, quickly sinking with him once more as though it had been caught doing something wrong. Ethan leaned back in his chair, the cold coffee now forgotten, as he tried to recall the details of that moment. His reflection had been too still, frozen in place for what felt like an eternity. And then, the strange lag in movement. It wasn't a major delay, but it had been there. It was real. He was sure of it. Yet when he examined it more closely, the reflection seemed to return to normal, just as easily as if it had never been out of sync at all. And that, he realized, made it all the more unsettling. He couldn't help himself. He had to check again. Ethan stood abruptly, his chair scraping harshly against the floor. His heart raced, but he forced himself to walk slowly to the bathroom, willing himself not to feel like he was walking into some kind of trap. His bare feet slapped softly against the floor, and for the first time that morning, the sounds around him felt amplified, as if his own body was conspiring to make the world feel too loud, too alive. He entered the bathroom, and this time his movements were deliberate. His gaze immediately darted to the mirror. The glass surface reflected the dim light of the bathroom, casting faint shadows along the corners, adding to the sterile emptiness that had begun to settle into Ethan's bones. Taking a deep breath, he stared at his own reflection. There was no immediate sign of anything unusual, just his tired face, the faint shadow of stubble along his jawline, the same eyes that had stared back at him every morning for the past 30 years. But then, he did it again. He blinked, deliberately, slowly, and for a moment, he held his eyes closed, forcing the world to fall away as he concentrated on the space between one blink and the next. When he opened his eyes, he immediately checked the mirror. This time, the reflection blinked just a fraction of a second later than he had. Ethan's breath caught, but he forced himself to stay still, watching carefully as his reflection mimicked his movements again, almost too quickly. The delayed blink wasn't nearly as noticeable as before, and for a moment, he almost convinced himself that he had imagined it. He exhaled in relief, shaking his head. "I'm just tired," he muttered to himself, attempting to rationalize the growing unease. "I'm imagining things. It's nothing." But even as he told himself that, the doubt gnawed at him. He tried to reassure himself with logic. Reflections can't do that. They're not alive. They're just glass, light. They're not. His breath hitched when he saw it. This time, as he reached for his toothbrush, his reflection did something he hadn't expected. It stayed still, almost unnervingly still. Ethan froze, toothbrush halfway to his mouth, eyes widening in disbelief. He stared at the reflection, his heart pounding in his chest, as he searched for any signs of movement, any clue that his mind wasn't just playing tricks on him. The reflection, his reflection, remained perfectly motionless, like an image frozen in time. The room seemed to shrink around him, the sound of his breathing loud in his own ears. He wanted to reach for the mirror, touch it, to feel the cool, smooth surface of the glass against his fingers. But something held him back. Some primal instinct deep inside him told him not to touch it, not to disturb the silence. It wasn't like before. This wasn't a simple delay or a misstep. His reflection wasn't even trying to follow his movements. It was as if his reflection had stopped trying altogether. He blinked again, but this time the reflection didn't blink. It stayed still, as if locked in place. Ethan could feel his pulse quicken, a knot of dread tightening in his stomach. What was happening? What was going on with him? His breath became shallow, the air in the bathroom suddenly feeling thick, suffocating. He stepped forward slowly, his mind racing with thoughts, trying to make sense of the situation. He raised his hand, moving it in front of his face, and the reflection, finally, mimicked him. But it felt wrong. The movement was sluggish, almost too slow. His hand seemed to hover in the air for longer than it should, and when he let it drop back to his side, the reflection hesitated, almost as if it were watching him before following suit. Ethan's mind raced, spinning in 1,000 different directions. What was this? He could feel his grip on reality slipping, and for the first time in years, he felt that unmistakable sensation of dread clawing at his insides. Was he imagining this? Was he losing his mind? His eyes flickered to the clock in the bathroom, a soft tick-tick-tick cutting through the air, marking the passage of time. The clock seemed to be moving faster now, the hands spinning just a little bit too quickly. Ethan clenched his fists, trying to shake the thought away. "It's nothing," he repeated to himself, more forcefully this time. "It's just a trick of the light, or maybe I'm just too tired." But no matter how much he tried to convince himself, the feeling of wrongness refused to leave. There was something about the way the reflection had moved, or rather not moved, that gnawed at him, something deeply unnatural. And when he finally turned to leave, he swore he saw a flicker in the mirror, a shadow, a glimmer of movement. But when he glanced back, it was gone. His reflection stood still once again. His hands shook slightly as he reached for the door, pulling it open and stepping into the hallway. The house seemed to grow even quieter around him, the weight of the silence pressing in on him, reminding him of the fear he was trying to outrun. He had to get a grip. This wasn't real. It couldn't be. Yet, as he moved through the house, that unsettling thought clung to him like a dark cloud. What if it was real? What if his reflection wasn't just an image, but something else entirely? He told himself to stop being foolish, and still, despite his best efforts, he couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. The days that followed felt like they were stretching into a strange, uncomfortable eternity. Each morning, Ethan woke with a gnawing sense of something left unresolved from the day before. He tried to push the unsettling experience with his reflection out of his mind, tried to remind himself that it was just the result of stress and lack of sleep. But the harder he fought to ignore it, the stronger the feeling became. He'd always prided himself on being a logical person, a man of reason. He was the kind of person who enjoyed problems that could be solved with clear answers, like his work deadlines or his weekend chores. But what happened in the bathroom was anything but logical, and every time he tried to rationalize it, the side threads of his understanding seemed to unravel just a little bit more. He was haunted by the image of the motionless reflection. It wasn't the image itself that disturbed him. It was the absence of movement, the stillness that somehow felt alive. In a way, it was worse than the previous strange delay. At least that had been fleeting, a momentary lapse in the normal ebb and flow of things. But this was something else. His reflection didn't want to move, and for the first time in his life, Ethan felt completely out of control. By the end of the week, Ethan had already convinced himself that he was losing his mind. The long hours at work were taking their toll. He had become more irritable, sleep-deprived, and his ability to focus had all but disappeared. Still, his thoughts continually returned to that moment in the bathroom. that feeling that lingered long after he'd left the room. He decided to take a few days off. A break. Maybe it was time to rest, to reset. He needed to get away from the routine, from the constant cycle of work, emails, meetings, everything that had clouded his mind. That Friday evening, after a half-hearted attempt at calling in sick, he sat in his living room in front of the television, the soft hum of static from a nature documentary filling the background. The faint buzz of the fridge was the only other noise in the room. Outside, the rain had begun to fall steadily, and the sound of it against the window created a soft, rhythmic tapping that almost put him at ease. For the first time in days, Ethan felt his body relax, a deep sigh escaping his lips as he sank back into the couch, staring at the screen without really paying attention. He'd lost track of time, and the weight of exhaustion pressed heavily on his eyelids. He knew he should get up, should make something for dinner, but all he wanted to do was lose himself in the haze of the rain and the low murmur of nature's call. But that moment of peace didn't last. As the night stretched on, he found himself drifting in and out of sleep, the steady hum of the television the only thing anchoring him to reality. Then, when he closed his eyes for just a moment, he thought he heard something, a subtle shift in the air, like a faint whisper carried on the wind. It wasn't loud, but it was there, almost as if someone was speaking to him in the next room. Ethan's eyes snapped open. Nothing. Silence. He sat up quickly, scanning the dark corners of the room. The only light came from the flickering television, casting erratic shadows across the walls. His gaze swept across the room, landing on the hallway. That led to the bathroom. He hesitated, caught in the grip of a strange, fleeting impulse to check the mirror again. The idea gnawed at him. It was ridiculous. He'd checked the mirror that morning, hadn't he? He had seen no trace of the strange delay. But something inside him twisted at the thought, like a voice calling to him, coaxing him to confirm it. Wasn't just his mind playing tricks. Shaking his head, he stood and moved toward the hallway, his footsteps loud in the otherwise quiet house. As he walked, the sound of his feet against the floor seemed to echo unnaturally, amplifying the stillness around him. The darkened hallway stretched ahead, the bathroom door at the far end seeming to beckon him like a sinister invitation. His pulse quickened, but he pushed forward. He reached the bathroom door and hesitated for a moment, hand on the doorknob. Just a quick check. He didn't want to admit it, but deep down, he was afraid. The same creeping dread from earlier, the sensation of something pulling at his mind, tugging him closer to the edge of something terrifying, was back again. He wasn't sure if it was his mind playing tricks on him, or if there really was something wrong. He couldn't stop thinking about the reflection, how it hadn't moved, how it had stayed frozen in place that morning. He opened the door slowly, the hinges creaking softly in the silence. The bathroom was cold, the fluorescent light above, buzzing quietly. Everything appeared normal at first glance, but Ethan knew better than to trust appearances. He stepped forward, glancing at the mirror. His reflection appeared just as it always did, his tired face, the dark circles under his eyes, the unkempt hair. But the nagging feeling that something was off never quite left him. He blinked slowly, watching carefully as the reflection mimicked his action, albeit a bit too sluggishly. He felt the chill of the room creeping up his spine. This time the delayed response was noticeable, but it was subtle. His reflection wasn't entirely out of sync, but there was a hint of something just off in the way it moved, like it was almost waiting for him to make the next move. He did it again. He blinked, then moved his head slightly, as if to test it further. The reflection followed suit a moment later, but again, it didn't feel quite right. It was as if the mirror was responding to him, but not on its own, like something else was controlling it. Ethan's breath caught in his throat. He reached for the bathroom counter to steady himself. That was when he saw it. In the reflection, he could see the outline of the bathroom door behind him. But instead of just his reflection following him, his movements, it was like the reflection had paused before mimicking his action. It wasn't just a delay. It was as if it was observing, waiting for him to do something, and then doing it exactly the way he did. Ethan turned quickly, his heart hammering in his chest. The door behind him was still closed. The hallway was empty. His reflection had not only followed his actions, it had been anticipating them. He felt a rush of panic surge through him as his hand clenched against the cold ceramic of the sink. The silence of the bathroom was suffocating. His breath was shallow, his pulse racing in his ears as he scanned the mirror again. For a second, he thought he saw something in the glass, just behind his reflection, in the space where there shouldn't have been anything. A dark, flickering shape, like a shadow moving against the grain of the glass. But when he looked, it was gone. His mind screamed at him to get out, to leave the bathroom and never return. But something held him in place, something like a pull, a magnetism that made it impossible to look away. Ethan's fingers twitched, a strange, involuntary movement. His reflection mimicked him once more, and for a split second, Ethan thought he saw his reflection's fingers twitch back at him in the same rhythm. It wasn't just mimicking him anymore, it was responding to him. The thought sent a shockwave of dread through his chest. With trembling hands, he wiped his face, his reflection's face following him instantly. But as he did so, something happened, a small flicker in the glass. The air seemed to thicken. His reflection's lips parted into a grin, a slow, unsettling smile that did not belong. His body froze. The smile in the mirror widened, unnatural, too wide, almost stretching beyond what a human face should be capable of. And just like that, the image before him changed. Ethan's body went rigid, his chest tight with an inexplicable pressure. His mind reeled as the reflection grinned back at him, stretching its mouth impossibly wide, far beyond any normal human capacity. It wasn't just a smile. It was something wrong, something unnatural. His reflection was mocking him, taunting him with that grotesque, toothy grin. He blinked rapidly, hoping to break the spell, hoping that this was some trick of the light, a fleeting illusion caused by his exhaustion. But when he opened his eyes again, the grin remained, sharp, predatory, as though the reflection were not merely mimicking him, but communicating with him. It knows me, Ethan thought. It knows what I'm feeling. He stumbled backward, tripping over his own feet in his frantic retreat. His breath came in ragged gasps, the panic flooding his chest in a rush. The cold bathroom air felt thick, suffocating, as if the walls were closing in. His heart raced in his ears, louder than the faint hum of the overhead light. The reflection's smile never wavered, but Ethan's legs could no longer hold him. He collapsed onto the bathroom floor, his vision spinning as his mind frantically searched for some explanation, some logical reason for what was happening. But there was nothing. The reflection didn't even move. Its eyes remained locked on him, its grin unblinking. It wasn't just an image in the glass anymore. The reflection had changed. The skin of his double seemed unnaturally smooth, too flawless. The eyes, they weren't his anymore. They were hollow, dark, and alive. The longer Ethan stared, the more it seemed as though his reflection was becoming otherworldly. He clutched at the floor, his fingernails scraping against the cold tiles as he tried to drag himself away. He wasn't sure where to go. Nowhere felt safe. He could still see. The grin could still feel the chilling, malevolent presence of the reflection pressing in on him from the glass. His breath hitched in his throat as the image before him grew more distorted. The reflection's grin widened, its mouth stretching unnaturally, until Ethan thought it might tear at the corners of its lips. But he couldn't look away. The smile seemed to speak without sound, the image in the mirror becoming more animated, more tangible in the growing darkness of the room. Ethan felt his heart race, pumping violently against his chest. Every part of him screamed to get away, but his body betrayed him, frozen in place as if chained by invisible hands. A low hum filled the bathroom, barely perceptible at first. It was a vibration that Ethan could feel deep in his bones, like an electrical current flowing beneath his skin. The sensation was alien, disturbing, a feeling of something crawling, unseen, beneath the surface of the world he thought he knew. No, this can't be real, Ethan's mind screamed at him. I'm just tired. It's the stress, the lack of sleep. Too much work. It's all in my head. But the reflection wouldn't stop smiling. The edges of its grin seemed to curl into a mocking sneer, as if it were hearing Ethan's thoughts and delighting in his confusion. The thing in the mirror knew exactly what he was thinking, knew his deepest fears, and it was toying with him, pushing him closer to the edge. Ethan's pulse pounded harder, his veins rushing with the frenzied need to escape, but he couldn't bring himself to move. The floor beneath him felt like it was closing in. The air in the bathroom had thickened to the point where it felt almost solid. He couldn't breathe. The reflection, still frozen in place, suddenly shifted. Its eyes, those hollow, dark pits, twitched, slowly following Ethan's every movement. They tracked him with deliberate, unnatural precision. Ethan could feel the gaze of the reflection on him like an oppressive weight. It was as if the reflection had become aware of him, no longer just a mere mimic, no longer an echo of his own movements. It was alive, he realized. It was more than just glass. A low, menacing whisper cut through the silence, so faint that Ethan couldn't tell whether it came from the reflection or from somewhere inside his own head. The words were unintelligible, as though being spoken in a language not meant for human ears. The hairs on the back of his neck prickled. His skin crawled with the sensation of being watched, listened to. He could feel something watching him, through the mirror. Not just an image. It was as though something beyond the glass was reaching out to him, its invisible fingers brushing against the edges of his mind. Ethan's eyes darted to the door, then to the bathroom window. He could still escape. But when he reached out to pull himself to his feet, something stopped him. It was the reflection. It knew he was trying to leave. It knew everything. His body jerked violently, and before he could even understand what was happening, his legs buckled beneath him once more. This time he didn't fall onto the bathroom floor. Instead, he felt himself dragged backward, slowly, as though an unseen force had wrapped around him like a rope, pulling him into the mirror itself. His fingers scrabbled at the tiles, but they found nothing solid to hold onto. There was no escape. The reflection had reached out. Its eyes, wide and black, now impossibly large, were pulling him in with an almost gravitational force. The glass felt like it was warping, rippling like water disturbed by some unseen hand. Ethan's chest tightened with an unbearable pressure as he reached for anything that could anchor him to the real world, to reality. But his hand slipped across the mirror's surface as though the glass had turned to liquid, his fingertips meeting a cold, wet surface that sucked him in deeper. His entire body convulsed with terror as he felt the pressure around his body tighten, the mirror's surface bending, distorting, as though it were sucking him in. No. No, 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 he whispered, his voice cracking in sheer panic. The reflection's smile widened in response, the thing within the glass aware of his every desperate thought, every frantic attempt to escape. And then, just as he thought he would, be swallowed whole by the mirror, everything stopped. The pressure lifted. The floor returned beneath his feet. The room was silent again. Ethan staggered backward, his chest heaving in shallow breaths. He wasn't sure what had just happened, if he had imagined it, or if something far darker had truly tried to drag him into the reflection. His gaze met the mirror again. It was empty. His reflection was gone. Ethan's legs trembled beneath him as he stood there, staring at the glass. The reflection had disappeared, leaving only the room's faint, distorted outline behind it. He felt his stomach churn with a mixture of relief and confusion. What had just happened? He could still hear the faint hum, the vibration beneath his skin, but it wasn't as overwhelming as before. He wasn't sure if he had hallucinated it, or if the mirror had truly tried to claim him. Was it gone? But then, something else made him pause. From the reflection's edge, he saw it, just the faintest movement. A shadow, something small, something slithering across the surface of the glass. It wasn't him. It wasn't the reflection. It was something else. And in that moment, Ethan realized he was no longer in control. The thing in the mirror had changed. It was no longer mimicking him. It was beginning to become him. Ethan's pulse drummed violently in his ears as he stood frozen in front of the mirror. The shadow that had slithered across the glass was gone now, leaving only the faintest distortion where it had passed. But the feeling lingered, the unsettling sense that something was not right. The silence in the bathroom felt oppressive, suffocating, as though the air itself was thick with the weight of the reflection that seemed to be waiting, lurking just behind the surface of the mirror. His hand trembled at his side and he clenched his fists to steady himself. He couldn't afford to lose his grip, not yet. Not now. His mind was already teetering on the edge, frayed and fragile, and every passing second made him feel like he was slipping further away from reality. The thing in the mirror had changed. He wasn't sure what had happened, but it was more than just a trick of the light or a product of exhaustion. There was an intelligence there, something alive, something that was watching him, knowing him, becoming him. Ethan could feel it in the air, like a quiet hum beneath his skin, just out of reach but ever present, crawling over his nerves like 1,000 tiny insects. He stepped back, his gaze never leaving the mirror, as though daring the reflection to reveal itself once more. But the glass remained still, the faint outlines of his bathroom barely visible through the surface. The room felt foreign to him now, as though the mirror had somehow shifted the boundaries of his reality. It felt like the world had slipped, like something had broken, and he was teetering on the edge of it, just waiting to fall into the abyss. Ethan took a shallow breath, his eyes darting to the door. He needed to leave. He needed to get out of here, away from this thing. But his feet felt glued to the floor. The reflection still held him captive, even when it wasn't actively mocking him or reaching out to drag him in. Its presence was always there, hovering just beyond the edges of his mind, gnawing at him, pulling at him. He could feel it even in his gut, like the sickening pull of something wrong, something unnatural. His fingers tightened around the edge of the sink, his knuckles going white. "Get a grip, Ethan," he whispered under his breath. "It's just a mirror, just a trick. You're tired. The reflection shifted. It wasn't a grand sweeping motion like before. No, this time it was subtle. Too subtle. His reflection blinked, but it didn't match his own movements. It lingered in the blink longer than it should have, long enough for Ethan's breath to catch in his throat. Then it smiled. It was a smile that wasn't his. That wasn't human, Ethan's. Stomach lurched, bile rising in his throat. His hand shot out, pressing against the mirror as though he could force it back into place. His mind screamed at him to run, to get away before it was too late. But his body betrayed him, his feet rooted to the floor as his gaze locked onto the smile that was stretching unnaturally across his reflection's face. The grin. It widened further, impossibly wide. Ethan's eyes filled with terror as the edges of the mouth curled upwards in a mocking, twisted fashion. It wasn't him. It wasn't his expression, his emotions. It was something else entirely. Something that existed solely to haunt him, to twist him into madness. The reflection's eyes flickered to Ethan's, locking with his gaze. But they weren't his eyes. No, those eyes weren't human. They were empty, hollow, like dark voids that stared back at him with malice, with intelligence. They knew him. They knew every inch of his soul. They saw him in a way that he couldn't understand, a way that made his blood run cold. He stumbled backward, his pulse hammering in his chest. "Stop! Stop it!" he choked out. His voice felt distant, swallowed by the oppressive silence. "This isn't real. This isn't real." The reflection's grin stretched wider still, its teeth gleaming in the dim light of the bathroom. They were sharp, too sharp. Ethan's breath quickened. He could feel something, some sort of presence, pushing in on him, suffocating him, as if the reflection itself was no longer confined to the glass. It was here. It was with him. "No. Please stop." His voice broke as he stumbled further away from the mirror, his eyes never leaving it. He couldn't look away. Something inside him told him that if he did, if he let his gaze falter for even a second, something would happen. Something worse. His heart pounded in his chest, his head spinning. His body was covered in a thin layer of sweat, and every breath felt labored, like he was suffocating in the air itself. But just as suddenly as the smile had appeared, it was gone. For a moment, the reflection seemed to relax, its expression going blank. Ethan blinked, unsure of what to make of this fleeting change. Was it playing with him? Was it him? He couldn't take it anymore. His feet finally responded, his legs carrying him toward the bathroom door, though he could feel the mirror's eyes on him the entire time. It was too much. He couldn't stay here. He couldn't keep looking at it. But as he reached for the doorknob, something caught his eye. His reflection, no longer his reflection, was not following his movements anymore. It stood still, its gaze fixed on him as though it were waiting for something, watching him. And then, with an icy shock, Ethan realized the truth. The reflection wasn't mimicking him anymore. It wasn't copying his actions. It was deliberate. It was thinking. His reflection raised a hand to the glass. Ethan's heart stopped as his own hand shot up, mirroring the motion in a panic. But when he looked into the mirror, his own reflection remained still. It didn't move with him. It didn't follow. Instead, it slowly pressed its hand flat against the glass, just as Ethan did. And then the reflection smiled again. Not the same smile from before. No, this one was worse. It was more knowing, more satisfied. The reflection's eyes gleamed with an unsettling gleam, as though it had all the time in the world to toy with Ethan. The grip of fear tightened around his chest like a vice. He couldn't breathe. His vision blurred as the cold sweat on his skin made every inch of him shudder. He was trapped. The reflection was in control. He reached for the door again, but it wouldn't open. The handle refused to turn. Ethan twisted and jerked, his breath coming in ragged gasps as the reflection on the glass seemed to stare at him. No longer mimicking, no longer a mere image. The reflection was alive, and it was coming for him. Ethan's heart pounded in his chest as he stood before the mirror, his breath shallow and uneven. The reflection on the other side of the glass remained unmoving, almost too still, as if it were waiting for something, waiting for him to make a move. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't bring himself to look away. The mirror had become more than just a reflective surface. It had become a trap, a prison, and the thing inside it was playing with him like a predator, toying with its prey before it struck. His mind raced with confusion, trying to make sense of what was happening, but it was impossible. The very concept of what was real had started to slip away from him. Was this truly happening? Was he still in his own apartment, standing in his bathroom, or had something far more sinister taken hold of him? Ethan's hand trembled at his side, unsure of whether he wanted to approach the mirror again or run from it entirely. He could feel the cold air in the room, the oppressive weight of something just beyond the veil of the glass, watching him with a malevolent, sentient gaze. He had to face it, he had to. but every inch of his body screamed in protest. He finally forced himself to step forward, his eyes locked on the reflection, as if it were a hypnotic force pulling him in, drawing him closer and closer to the glass. The mere thought of touching the surface again sent a jolt of panic through him, but he did it anyway because deep down some part of him knew that he had no choice. The mirror would not let him leave. It would not let him forget. His fingers brushed against the cold glass. For a moment, nothing happened. The reflection seemed to remain the same, silent, still, waiting. Then, suddenly, the reflection blinked. Ethan's breath hitched in his throat. His own eyes mirrored the action, blinking involuntarily in response, but then it blinked again. The reflection didn't just follow him, it watched him, as if it was savoring every moment, every movement he made. Its gaze lingered, holding him in place with its impossible intensity, like it was studying him, dissecting him in some twisted game. But the worst part, Ethan couldn't pull away. The mirror had become a window into another world, and the thing inside, the reflection, was no longer a mere image. It had its own thoughts, its own desires, its own will. He stood frozen before it, unable to move, unable to speak. The reflection's mouth slowly began to stretch into that grin again, the one that wasn't his, the one that wasn't human. This time, though, there was something different in its expression. It was no longer just a distorted version of him. It was mocking him, laughing at him in a way that made Ethan's blood run cold. The smile widened until the reflection's face
was twisted in a grotesque parody of joy.
Ethan's stomach lurched, bile rising in his throat as he staggered backward, his pulse quickening with dread. "No," he whispered, his voice shaking. "Please." But the reflection didn't stop. The lips on the other side of the glass curled into a deeper, more sinister grin, stretching impossibly wide. It moved closer, pushing itself toward the glass, as though it were trying to escape. Ethan stumbled back again, his chest heaving as he tried to tear his eyes away. But he couldn't. He couldn't. It was as if the mirror had become a force of its own, an entity that demanded his attention, that trapped him in its grip. He could feel his sanity eroding with every passing second. The reflection's eyes darkened, deeper, colder, hollow pits that stared into him, through him. It felt like they could see everything. It knew him, it knew things about him, things no one else could know, things that only he should know, and then it spoke. It was a whisper at first, faint, almost too soft to hear, but it grew louder with every passing moment, a low, guttural voice that seemed to reverberate deep in Ethan's skull. "You can't escape me." Ethan flinched, his body recoiling, in fear. He didn't want to hear it. He didn't want to know what the reflection was trying to say. But it wasn't just a voice. It was a presence. A malevolent entity that seeped into his mind and rattled his very sense of being. He clenched, his fists, his knuckles turning white. "Stop! Just stop it!" he yelled, but his voice felt small and fragile in the face of whatever this was. The reflection didn't stop. In fact, it only grew more animated, more alive. The grin continued to stretch wider, and the eyes, those hollow pits, seemed to darken with every passing second, as though they were pulling Ethan's very soul into the mirror. "You are mine now." The words cut through him like a blade. His pulse raced, his heart slamming against his ribs as he stumbled away from the mirror. It wasn't just in the reflection anymore. It was in his head, in his blood, coursing through his veins like poison. He could feel it. He could feel it crawling into every thought, every crack in his mind, until there was nothing left but its presence. He had to get out of here. He had to leave. But there was no escape, no way out. Ethan spun around, his hands shaking violently as he fumbled for the door. His mind was a swirl of panic, racing thoughts, and fragmented memories. But every time he looked back at the mirror, The reflection seemed to be getting closer. It wasn't just waiting, it was reaching for him. The door wouldn't open. His breath caught in his throat as he twisted the handle again, harder this time. His vision blurred as tears welled up in his eyes, and the panic rose in his chest like a tidal wave. It wasn't just the mirror anymore. It was inside him. The reflection had gotten under his skin, into his mind. It was inescapable. There is no escape. The reflection whispered again, its voice rising to a harsh, guttural growl. Ethan's vision swam as he pressed himself against the door, his fingers desperately scraping at the knob. His pulse was erratic, his breath coming in shallow gasps. The words, those terrible, suffocating words, echoed in his ears like a drumbeat, hammering away at his sanity. It was here. It was everywhere. He could feel it. The reflection was no longer a mere image. It had become a living, breathing thing. A thing that knew him. A thing that had been waiting for him to give in. The mirror wasn't just a reflection anymore. It was a window into something darker, something that could feel him. And now, it was coming for him. The door refused to budge, no matter how hard Ethan pressed against it. His body trembled with fear, sweat pouring down his brow as he yanked at the handle again, his nails scraping against the cold metal. His breath was ragged, frantic, and it felt as though the room was closing in on him, suffocating him with its unnatural stillness. The air itself felt thick, as if it were alive and waiting. Behind him, the mirror loomed. It was no longer just a reflection of his physical form. No, it was something far more sinister now, an entity, a force. The smile that had once been a simple distortion of his own face had become something grotesque, something far more alive. The reflection was watching him, not as a passive image, but as a predator sizing up its prey. The edges of Ethan's mind began to fray, his thoughts becoming disjointed and muddled. His heart pounded erratically in his chest, his head spinning in a dizzying vortex of terror. He wasn't sure how much time had passed since he'd first seen the reflection move, since it had started to watch him. Was it minutes? Hours? Days? The shadows in the room began to warp and twist, stretching unnaturally across the walls like dark fingers reaching for him. Every inch of space seemed to pulse with an unseen energy, a hum of malevolent intent that made his skin crawl. The soft dripping of water from the bathroom sink was the only sound breaking the silence, but it only served to intensify the growing pressure in his mind. Ethan stumbled backward, away from the mirror. His legs were weak beneath him, his stomach churning with nausea. He felt the walls closing in, the room constricting around him like a vice. No matter how far he moved, he couldn't escape its pull. He couldn't escape it. The reflection in the mirror was no longer just a passive observer. It had become an active force, a malicious presence that seemed to know him, understand him in ways he couldn't comprehend. Its movements were slow, at first deliberate, like it was savoring the power it had over him. But now the reflection was almost mocking him. It would imitate his movements, then distort them, twisting his own gestures into grotesque parodies. And there it was again, the smile. Ethan could feel his mind teetering on the brink of madness as the reflection smiled at him, that smile stretching, impossibly wide, far beyond the capacity of any human face. The teeth were sharp, jagged, uneven. The eyes, once dark and hollow, now gleamed with something more sinister, something alive. His own body trembled, but his reflection remained still, just a tad too still, as though it were waiting for something, waiting for him to do something. Ethan's skin crawled at the thought. The reflection knew something. It was playing a game where the rules were ever shifting and unknowable, and he had no chance of winning. "Why are you doing this?" Ethan's voice cracked as he whispered into the room, though he wasn't sure who he was asking. Wasn't sure if the reflection even heard him anymore. It wasn't a reflection of himself. It was something else. The reflection blinked slowly, but when it opened its eyes again, they were completely black. No sclera, no pupils, just an endless void staring into him. Ethan recoiled, his chest tightening with the crushing weight of dread. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't think. He couldn't. And then it spoke. The voice came from all around, him reverberating through his skull like an echo from the deepest part of his mind. It was low, guttural, and strangely comforting, in an insidious way. "You cannot hide from me forever, Ethan." The words wrapped around his mind like chains, tightening with every syllable. He could feel them digging into his psyche, gnawing at his thoughts, pulling him deeper into the abyss of his own terror. The reflection's voice, the reflection itself, had somehow crossed over. It was no longer just an image in the glass. It had become real. It was inside him, in his head, in his blood. "You're mine now, Ethan, you always have been." The words slithered through his mind, each one a jagged shard of reality, cutting through the fragile shell of his consciousness. His own thoughts felt alien to him now. They didn't belong to him. They belonged to it. The reflection had infected him, twisted his very sense of self. There was no escaping it. Not now. Not ever. Ethan collapsed to his knees, his hands gripping the sides of his head as though he could physically force the voice out. His vision blurred, the edges of the room becoming fuzzy as the mirror's sinister presence closed in on him. He could feel it, like cold tendrils creeping into his brain, worming their way through every memory, every thought, until they controlled him entirely. The room swam around him. The walls seemed to pulse with each heartbeat, the shadows licking the edges of his vision. He felt as though he were trapped in some terrible dream, unable to wake up, unable to escape. "Why do you resist, Ethan?" The voice continued, insistent, growing louder in his mind. "You know it's inevitable. You know there's nowhere to run." He could hear it, feel it, inside of him. The reflection, the thing inside the mirror, was inside his thoughts now. It had crossed the barrier, and there was no way back. He wasn't sure how much of this was real anymore. Was the voice inside his head his own thoughts, or was it something else, something much worse? And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the voice fell silent. Ethan's chest heaved with frantic breaths as he stumbled to his feet, his eyes darting wildly between the mirror and the door. His reflection was still there, grinning that twisted, hollow grin, staring at him with those black, empty eyes. He could feel it watching him, not just from the mirror, but from everywhere. And then, with a soft click, the door finally creaked open. Ethan froze, his heart hammering in his chest. The room was silent, save for the faint sound of his own ragged breathing. For a moment he thought maybe it was over. Maybe the reflection had finally let him go. Maybe he could escape this nightmare. But when he glanced back at the mirror, he saw something that stopped his heart cold. The reflection wasn't in the mirror anymore. It was behind him. The smile stretched wider, the black eyes gleaming with unrestrained malice. He spun around, his body stiff with terror, but there was nothing there. No one. Just the empty, quiet room. He turned back to the mirror, but now the reflection was different. It was inside the glass, its body contorted and stretched unnaturally. Its limbs twisted in ways that defied physics. It was reaching for him, its fingers scraping against the glass as though it were trying to escape. And in that moment, Ethan realized the truth. The reflection wasn't just something he could see. It was something that wanted to be him, and now it was closer than ever. Ethan's mind was unraveling, thread by fragile thread, as the days stretched into one long, suffocating night. The mirror's grip tightened with every passing hour, its dark pull dragging him deeper into a realm he couldn't understand, couldn't escape. The reflection had stopped simply mocking him. It was no longer just a passive observer, a distorted version of himself. It had become something other, something alive, and it wanted more. The once familiar room now felt alien to him. The walls seemed to pulse and shift, the floor uneven under his feet, as though reality itself had started to warp. His movements were sluggish, his steps heavy, as if he were walking underwater, unable to escape the constant pressure pressing down on him. His mind was caught in a nightmare that was as real as the room he stood in. Every time he looked into the mirror, it was like stepping into a different world, a world where nothing made sense, where nothing was safe. He couldn't stop himself from looking. His eyes were drawn to it, compelled, like a moth to a flame, despite every part of him screaming to look away. The mirror was no longer a simple reflection. It had become a window into something else, something far darker, far more dangerous. The smile in the reflection hadn't faded. If anything, it had only grown wider. It was no longer confined to his own image. It was growing, taking over every inch of the glass. At times it seemed as though the reflection was trying to reach out, as though it were clawing its way through the surface, its fingers straining against the glass, searching for a way to break free. And Ethan could feel it. The touch of the reflection's presence was like an icy wind against his skin, a cold that seeped into his bones. But he couldn't leave. He couldn't. Something had rooted him here, something far stronger than his will. It was as though the mirror was slowly draining him, feeding off his fear, growing stronger with each passing moment. Ethan could no longer remember the last time he had eaten or slept properly. His mind was a haze, his thoughts fragmented and disjointed. There were times when he wasn't even sure if he was awake anymore. It all felt like a dream, but it was a nightmare that he couldn't wake up from. His reflection had begun to change in ways that were impossible to ignore. It was no longer simply a twisted version of himself. It had started to take on its own characteristics, its own identity. The face that stared back at him in the glass was almost his, but not quite. The eyes were too dark, too hollow, the grin too wide, stretching unnaturally across its face. And sometimes the reflection didn't move at all, as though it were frozen in place, waiting for him to make the next move. Other times, it seemed to mock him, imitating his every gesture, only to twist it into something grotesque, something wrong. Ethan could feel the reflection's eyes on him, even when he wasn't looking at the mirror. He could sense its gaze following him as he moved around the room, its presence lurking in the corners of his vision, always there, always watching. He could feel it pressing against the back of his mind, scratching at his consciousness like a needle poking and prodding, never letting him forget its existence. The worst part was the voice. It had started softly, a whisper that could barely be heard above the ringing in his ears. But now, it was louder, more insistent. It was no longer confined to the mirror. It was inside his mind, inside his thoughts, twisting them, distorting them. It would speak to him in a low, guttural tone, its words like poison seeping into his veins. "You can't run from me, Ethan. You're mine now. You've always been mine. Why are you fighting it? This is who you are now." The voice echoed in his head, bouncing off the walls of his skull until it became the only thing he could hear. His own thoughts seemed foreign to him, as though they were being overwritten by something far darker. He didn't know what was real anymore, what was his and what was its. He couldn't tell if the reflection in the mirror was trying to replace him or become him. Sometimes he would catch glimpses of himself in the glass, his own face, his own features, but it would be twisted, distorted. The reflection would grin back at him with that wide, predatory smile, and he would feel his own face twitch in response, as if it were no longer under his control. The more he looked, the more it seemed like the reflection was changing him. Like it was siphoning off pieces of his identity, one tiny sliver at a time, until nothing was left but the hollow, empty shell that stared back at him in the glass. The line between himself and the reflection was blurring. Ethan couldn't tell where he ended and the reflection began. He was losing himself. He could feel it. One night after another sleepless, maddening stretch of hours spent staring at the mirror, the reflection did something that made his blood run cold. He was standing in front of it as he had countless times before, but this time it was different. The reflection wasn't mimicking his movements anymore. It was doing something new. It was moving on its own. Ethan stood frozen, his breath caught in his throat as the reflection stretched its arms out in front of him. It mimicked the exact motion that Ethan had made just moments before, but it was slow, sluggish, like it was testing the limits of its own freedom. And then, without warning, it grinned, that same wide, predatory grin that sent a shiver down Ethan's spine. And then, something impossible happened. The reflection's hand slowly reached up to the glass. Ethan stood, paralyzed, watching, as the fingers of his own image pressed against the surface of the mirror, slowly, deliberately, as if it were a separate entity altogether. It wasn't a mere reflection anymore. It was alive. A violent crack split the air, a sound that shook him to his core. Ethan's heart skipped a beat as he realized the mirror was cracking, splintering at the edges. The reflection's hand pressed harder, and the crack spread, jagged lines that shot across the glass like veins until the entire surface was covered with them. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the reflection's face changed. The smile faded, replaced by something far worse, something human. A twisted, horrific mockery of a human face, its features warped and stretched, its eyes wide and empty. It was a face that Ethan didn't recognize, a face that wasn't his but looked too much like him. It stared at him through the cracks in the mirror, its eyes gleaming with an unspoken promise, one that filled him with a terror he couldn't describe. The reflection spoke again, but this time, it wasn't just a voice. It was a command. "Come to me, Ethan. You can't run anymore." Ethan stumbled back, his pulse pounding in his ears. The voice seemed to echo in the room, coming from every direction at once. The cracks in the mirror were growing wider, the reflection's hand pressing harder against the glass as though it were trying to force its way through. Ethan knew with a sickening certainty that the mirror was no longer a portal to his own image. It had become something else. It had become a door, his door, into something darker, something more terrifying than he had ever imagined. And he knew, deep down, that if he didn't escape soon, the reflection would be the one to walk away from the mirror, and Ethan would be left standing in its place. The night stretched on, dark and suffocating, as Ethan stumbled back from the mirror, his heart thudding wildly against his chest. His breath was ragged, his body trembling as if the mere proximity to the cracked glass had drained him of his strength. His mind spun in chaotic fragments, struggling to make sense of what had just happened. The mirror. It wasn't just a reflection anymore. It was something else, something alive, and it was calling to him. The room around him was no longer familiar. It had become a maze, its walls stretching and contorting, bending like the glass of the mirror itself. Ethan could feel the pressure in his chest, a crushing weight that seemed to grow with every passing moment. The mirror's reflection was still there, still staring at him with that empty, knowing grin, but it had become something worse, something more insidious. It was as if the reflection was now aware of him, aware of his fear, and it was feeding off it, growing stronger with every minute he spent trapped in this waking nightmare. He couldn't escape. He knew that now, as much as he tried to shake the thought from his mind. The room was an inescapable cage. The cracks in the mirror seemed to pulse with an ominous rhythm, as though the very glass was breathing, drawing in the darkness around it. Ethan reached out a shaking hand but stopped, just before he touched the cold surface of the glass. The reflection inched closer with his every move, its twisted grin widening, its hollow eyes tracking his every motion. The whispers had started again. They were quieter this time, more insistent, like a song of madness that crept into his mind and refused to leave. "Come closer, Ethan," the reflection said, its voice a rasping echo in his ears. It was a sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, reverberating through his skull like a sickening rhythm. "Let me show you the truth." He couldn't make sense of it. The reflection had been just that. A reflection. A simple, lifeless image in a mirror. Now, it was something more. It was alive. It was calling to him, beckoning him closer, drawing him into the glass like a moth to a flame. Ethan's thoughts swirled in a tornado of fear and confusion. The reflection knew him, knew his name. It had been following him, watching him for who knew how long, waiting for this moment, when the cracks in reality would open wide enough to swallow him whole. Ethan staggered backwards, feeling the edges of his mind fraying, snapping like brittle twine. He was suffocating. His body was reacting, his limbs stiffening, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The mirror was no longer a part of the room. It had become a rift, a portal into a darkness he couldn't begin to comprehend. And then the glass split wide open, a sharp, loud cracking sound echoed through the room, and Ethan's heart stopped. The fractures in the mirror seemed to bleed darkness, the blackness swirling outwards like ink spilling across water. A cold wind rushed through the room, carrying with it the scent of something rotten and ancient, the smell of decay that churned. In the pit of his stomach, the very air felt wrong, thick with an unnatural heaviness that pressed down on him, making it harder to breathe, harder to think. And then, as the darkness poured from the mirror, Ethan saw it. The reflection wasn't just standing there anymore. It was moving. It reached out, its fingers extending towards him through the broken glass. The cracks spread wider, the glass shattering like 1,000 shards of ice. But the reflection didn't fade. It only grew, its form becoming more defined, more real with every passing second. It wasn't just a shadow of him anymore. It was him, or at least it looked like him. But it was wrong. So wrong. Ethan's legs trembled as he backed away. But the reflection, no, the thing in the mirror, continued to move towards him. It wasn't an image anymore. It wasn't something confined to the glass. It was alive, crawling out of the dark rift that had formed where the mirror once stood. Ethan could see the smile now, that terrible crooked grin stretching across the reflection's face. But it wasn't his smile. It was something else. It was twisted, mocking, as if it knew something he didn't. Ethan's stomach churned as the thing stepped out of the mirror, its feet crunching against the shattered glass as it slowly, impossibly moved towards him. The air was suffocating, thick with the stench of rot, and the temperature in the room dropped. Ethan could see his breath, sharp and white in the cold air. The thing in the mirror was getting closer, its eyes now wide open. Dark pools that stared at him with a kind of hunger he couldn't understand. There was something wrong about its eyes, something empty, hollow, as though whatever had once been human in that face had long since been swallowed by the darkness. "I am you," the reflection said, its voice echoing in Ethan's mind, the words slithering like poison into his veins. "And you are me." The reflection's hand reached forward, its fingers cold and unfeeling as they brushed against Ethan's skin. The contact sent a shock through his body, a jolt of pure terror that ripped through him like a bolt of lightning. His knees buckled, but he didn't fall. He couldn't move. It was as though his body had frozen, locked in place. Unable to escape the horror that stood before him, Ethan's mind raced, his thoughts a scrambled mess. It was impossible. This couldn't be happening. He was seeing things. This was all just a nightmare. But as he stared into the reflection's eyes, he knew that this wasn't a dream. This was real. This thing, this creature was real. "Oh, one," the reflection whispered, its lips curling into a dark, cruel smile. "And now, you belong to me." The words hung in the air like poison, curling around Ethan's heart, squeezing the last of his hope out of him. He felt the darkness creeping in, filling his lungs, suffocating him. The reflection, no, the thing, had taken shape. It was no longer just a reflection. It was an entity that had been waiting, biding its time, feeding off Ethan's fear, growing stronger every day. And now it had stepped out of the glass. It wasn't just watching anymore. It was here. Ethan felt his mind starting to fracture, the pressure of the dark force that pressed in on him growing unbearable. The air was thick with the feeling of something ancient, something hungry, waiting to devour him whole. His own reflection, his other self, was no longer just a mirror image. It was an intruder, a dark force that had come to claim him, and Ethan had nowhere left to run. He could feel the reflection's presence, like a weight against his chest, pushing him down, suffocating him. He could feel the darkness closing in around him, its icy fingers curling around his throat. The reflection was more than just a shadow now. It was him. And as the two of them stood face to face, Ethan realized the terrifying truth. He wasn't the one trapped in the mirror. The mirror had always been trapped in him. The reflection grinned wider, its face stretching unnaturally, the skin around its lips peeling back as if the very fabric of its being was being stretched beyond its limits. Ethan's heart slammed against his ribs, a dull, rhythmic thud that seemed to match the rising pressure in the room. His breath quickened, shallow gasps tearing at his lungs as he fought against the overwhelming sensation that the air was thickening, suffocating him, becoming something solid. Something real. The thing in front of him, his reflection, no, it wasn't him, had become a dark, twisted version of himself, and that realization hit him with the force of a sledgehammer. Every detail about the creature was right but wrong. The way it moved, how it blinked, or rather didn't blink. The way it smiled, lips pulling back in a way that was far too wide, far too knowing. But worst of all, it was staring into his soul with those eyes, the pupils so large they seemed to swallow everything around them, and they were empty, hollow, like the creature wasn't even really there, but a twisted mockery of everything he was. Ethan stumbled backward, his mind refusing to accept the impossible reality unfolding before him. It wasn't real. It couldn't be. And yet, the room around him seemed to blur, the edges of the walls bending, folding, as though they were simply illusions. He blinked rapidly, trying to regain his bearings, to ground himself in the tangible, in what was real. But the harder he tried, the more everything slipped through his fingers like sand. The reflection took a step forward, and Ethan felt his legs freeze in place. He couldn't move. His body was no longer under his control. It was as if some unseen force was holding him in place, a pressure against his chest, pinning him down, suffocating him from the inside out. "You can't run away, Ethan." The reflection's voice coiled in the air, thick and sweet like a poison he couldn't escape. "You've been running for so long. But you know, don't you? You've always been me, and I've always been you." The words slithered inside his mind, nestling in like a parasitic worm, burrowing into his thoughts. Ethan's chest tightened painfully, his breath ragged and shallow, as the reflection continued its terrible monologue. "Do you think the mirror was just a reflection, Ethan? A simple trick of light and glass? No. It's more than that. The mirror is a doorway, a portal. And you, Ethan, you've been my prisoner all along. Ethan felt the panic rise, his throat tightening, cutting off his air. He wasn't sure if the reflection's words were true, or if it was merely trying to break him, to twist his mind into something unrecognizable. But somewhere deep inside, he knew that the creature's words were more than just empty threats. The mirror wasn't just a reflection, it was a place where things, creatures like this one existed. It was a reality parallel to his own, but darker. A reality he had unknowingly opened the door to. And now that door was wide open, and whatever had been lurking behind it was crawling into his world. He felt something tugging at him, a pull from the creature that stood before him. And then, like a wave crashing over him, everything fell away. The walls of the room, the dim lighting, the smell of stale air, it all vanished, leaving him standing in nothing. The world had disappeared, replaced by an endless void that stretched out in every direction, an abyss of shifting, liquid shadows. There was no floor beneath his feet, no ceiling above him. Just darkness. And then, in the midst of that endless void, he saw it. The mirror. The cracked, shattered mirror from his apartment, now standing upright in the middle of the abyss, its fractured surface gleaming with an unnatural, cold light. It wasn't just a reflection now. It was an entrance, a doorway to somewhere else, somewhere other. No, Ethan gasped, his voice echoing back at him, distorted by the strange space around him. No, I don't want to go there. But the reflection, the creature, smiled even wider, its mouth stretching to an impossible degree, its face contorting as though it were some grotesque mask being pulled into a shape it wasn't meant to take. You have no choice, Ethan. The reflection purred, its voice now a chorus of hundreds of whispers, all echoing and interlacing, merging into a single, insistent sound. You're already here, and you'll never leave. Ethan reached for the ground that wasn't there, his arms flailing in desperation, his body twisting in panic as the darkness pressed in around him. The mirror gleamed, and then, with a sharp crack, it shifted. The cracks in the glass stretched, wider, spreading like veins across the surface until the mirror was no longer a reflection at all. It was a hole in the fabric of reality, a window into something darker, something older. And then, before Ethan could even register what was happening, the mirror swallowed him. He fell, faster than his mind could process, as the darkness around him folded in on itself. There was no ground, no light, no sound, just the feeling of falling through an endless void, a cold and empty place where time didn't seem to exist. His body twisted and contorted, and yet he couldn't move. He was being pulled into the dark, deeper and deeper, until he thought he might lose himself completely. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the falling stopped. Ethan slammed against the ground with a sickening thud, his body absorbing the impact with an intensity that left him breathless. His limbs screamed in pain as he struggled to breathe, to get up, but there was no strength left in his body. He could feel something cold crawling beneath his skin, spreading through him like poison. He opened his eyes, and he saw it. The world around him was wrong. It was a reflection of his own world, but twisted, distorted. Everything was familiar, and yet it was not. The sky above him was a deep, bruised purple, swirling with dark clouds that seemed to pulse with an unnatural rhythm. The ground beneath him was cracked and barren, the earth dry and cracked, as if it had been dead for centuries. The air was thick and oppressive, suffocating him with every breath, and standing before him was the reflection. Or was it? It was him. Or at least it looked like him, his face, his body. But it wasn't. The creature was wrong. Its features were too sharp, its eyes too wide, too empty. Its smile stretched unnaturally across its face, and its skin was slick, as if it were covered in some dark, viscous liquid that clung to it like tar. The creature took a step forward, and Ethan could feel his heart hammering in his chest. This place, the place the mirror had taken him to, it wasn't just a reflection of his world. It was something far worse. This was the place where the reflection had come from. The place where it had been waiting. And now, Ethan was a part of it. "Welcome to my world," the reflection whispered, its voice cold, almost gleeful. "You're home now." And with that, the darkness closed in around him, swallowing him whole. You're deep into the story now, and the horrors are only escalating. If you're still with us, don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell us where you're listening from in the comments. Who else is staying up late to face this nightmare? Settle in. The terror continues. The darkness was thick, almost tangible. Ethan couldn't breathe. He couldn't move. The air was cold like ice, and the pressure of it wrapped itself around him, squeezing the life out of him with each shallow breath. The world, whatever it was, seemed to pulse with a strange, ominous rhythm, like the heartbeat of some ancient creature deep in the earth. His mind, spinning wildly, tried to process the sight before him, his reflection standing there, watching. Him, smiling in that grotesque, all-knowing way. But this wasn't just a reflection anymore. It was him. It had the same face, the same eyes, the same body. But the presence, the aura that surrounded it, was different. There was a malevolent energy radiating from it. Like something ancient, something dark, had settled within this mirror world, inside the twisted version of himself. It wasn't just a reflection of who he was. It was something that had crawled inside him. Something that knew his every fear, his every secret. The reflection, no, it was not his reflection anymore, not after what it had said, stepped closer. Its movements were fluid, unnatural. It didn't walk in the normal sense. It flowed, glided across the ground as if it wasn't quite bound by the same laws of reality. It was as though its body were a liquid, melting into the air and reforming with every step. The smile never left its face, stretching wider and wider with each passing moment, as though it was feasting on the fear that radiated from Ethan. Ethan tried to push himself up from the cracked, barren ground, but his limbs were like lead. He was trapped, his body unresponsive, caught in the suffocating grip of this place. The creature in front of him was him. It was him, just wrong. The air around them seemed to distort as it moved, vibrating with an unnatural hum that tugged at the edges of Ethan's mind, pulling at his sanity. And then, as the reflection's eyes glinted, something shifted. The ground beneath Ethan's feet quivered. The world around him buckled as though reality itself were warping. He felt a pull deep inside him, like a thread being tugged at, stretching his very essence. The reflection stood still now, its eyes locked onto Ethan with a cold, dead gaze. And then, its voice came again, that strange, chilling whisper that seemed to crawl beneath his skin. "You should have known, Ethan." It tilted its head to one side, its face twisting as it spoke, the smile growing into something terrifyingly wide. "I was always here, always waiting, and now that you're here, there's no going back." Ethan's mind reeled. He wanted to scream, to fight, but his throat was constricted, his chest tight with terror. He couldn't speak, he couldn't move. He was paralyzed by this thing, this creature that had once been a reflection of him, but now was something else entirely. Something dark. "Don't you remember?" The reflection cooed, its voice impossibly soft, yet filled with an icy malice. It stepped closer, and Ethan could feel its presence pressing against him, cold and suffocating. "I've always been here, in every crack of your mind, in every fleeting moment of doubt, in every flicker of uncertainty. You invited me in when you first looked into the mirror, and now you're mine." A wave of nausea hit Ethan as though the air itself was turning to poison. His hands trembled, his heart pounded in his chest, and his thoughts were spinning out of control. This wasn't happening. This couldn't be happening. His reflection, his very own image, had come to life. Or worse, it had always been alive. It had been waiting for him to see it, to acknowledge its existence. And now that he had, it was in control. Ethan's gaze flicked nervously around him, trying to find some escape, some way to outrun the suffocating dread that gripped him. But there was no escape. The void around him was endless, stretching far and wide, an abyss with no boundaries. The air was thick with the weight of something watching, waiting, ready to pounce. He could feel the presence of countless other eyes in the distance, staring, lurking in the shadows. He had opened the door, and now it was too late. As if reading his thoughts, the reflection's grin stretched impossibly wide, splitting its face into something grotesque, its skin pulling taut, its teeth sharp and jagged. "Oh, Ethan, there's no door to close. You can't run. You've come home. Home." The word sent a chill down his spine. The reflection had been waiting for him. It had been watching him, tracking his every step, even as he had been living his life in the world outside. Every glance in the mirror, every fleeting second of discomfort, every moment of paranoia, it had been there, lurking in the background, feeding off his fears. The reflection hadn't just been a mirror of him. It was a parasite, a part of him that had waited for the right moment to emerge, to take over. He had seen it, the twitching, the delay in the movements. The reflection was always off. But now, in this twisted mirror world, there was no doubt it was alive. It was something separate from him, something that wanted to consume him, to replace him. Ethan shook his head, his eyes wide with terror as he tried to scramble backward, but his body wouldn't move. His mind screamed at him to run, to escape, but his legs wouldn't respond. The reflection took another step forward, its shape growing larger, more monstrous as it moved. "It's not just the mirror that's a door, Ethan," the creature continued, its voice thick with malice. "It's you. You are the mirror. You are the reflection." It leaned in closer, its cold breath brushing against Ethan's skin, and he could feel its presence, its energy, wrapping around him like a suffocating blanket. "And now I will be you. I will become you." The reflection raised a hand, long fingers curling toward Ethan's face, and without thinking he tried to scream, but no sound came out. It was as if the very air had been stolen from his lungs, his voice a silent whisper in the void. The reflection's fingers hovered just inches from his skin, the cold touch sending a shock of icy dread coursing through his veins. And then, without warning, it struck. A sharp pain bloomed in Ethan's chest as the reflection's fingers dug into his skin, seeping through him, as if it was sinking into his very bones. His body jerked violently, but it wasn't his doing. It was as if the reflection were inside him now, its energy, its presence, slipping beneath his flesh and wrapping itself around his organs. It was pulling him apart, piece by piece, as if it were breaking through his physical form, claiming it as its own. "I'll wear you like a suit," the reflection whispered, its voice now a low, guttural growl. "I'll be you, and you'll never be anything but a shadow, a forgotten dream." Ethan's vision blurred, his body trembling with pain and terror. He was losing himself. He could feel himself slipping away, his very identity being stolen by this thing. It was consuming him, taking him into itself, and he could do nothing to stop it. And then, as the darkness closed in, one final thought pierced through the haze of panic. He had become the reflection. The darkness pressed in on Ethan like a heavy blanket, suffocating him, smothering his every thought, every breath. He felt as if he were drowning, caught in a void where time didn't exist, where the world outside of his own mind no longer mattered. His body was numb, as if his physical form had ceased to be real, as though it were fading away into nothingness, consumed by something far darker than he could ever comprehend. The reflection, the thing that had been him, the thing that had once been an image in the glass, was now inside him. He could feel it, a weight deep in his chest, like a presence pressing against his heart, slowly but steadily suffocating his soul. The creature had crossed the boundary. It had taken his place. It had become him. "You are me." The words echoed in his mind, repeating over and over again like an incessant poisonous mantra. They had been spoken by the thing in the mirror, but now they felt like they belonged to him. Ethan couldn't tell where his thoughts ended and the reflections began anymore. It was as though they had merged, fused into one consciousness, indistinguishable from each other. His mind, once a sanctuary of his own thoughts and memories, was now a battleground, a twisted fusion of himself and the thing that had been waiting for him. The pain that had once torn through his chest now ebbed away, leaving behind an unsettling numbness, an emptiness that stretched into the deepest corners of his being. He could no longer feel his own body, no longer hear the beat of his own heart. It was as if the essence of who he had been, the very soul of Ethan, was fading, swallowed up by the reflection that had taken root inside him. And then, slowly, ever so slowly, he began to see it. He wasn't alone anymore. The reflection, that thing that had once only existed in the mirror, had opened his eyes. Ethan's vision flickered as though he was staring through a veil that once separated the reflection from the reality he knew. The edges of the world around him were blurring, dissolving like smoke, and what he saw in front of him was no longer the room he had stood in before. No, this was a different place. A place that was both familiar and alien, a place where the laws of reality no longer seemed to apply. The reflection stood before him, its grotesque, twisted face stretching into a wide, sickening grin. But this time it wasn't just watching him from the mirror. It was standing in front of him in the real world, or rather in the world that now felt real. Ethan's senses reeled as he tried to make sense of what was happening, but nothing made sense anymore. The reflection was no longer a distant image. It was here, as real as he was, as real as the world around him. It had crossed over, just as it had promised. "Do you see it, Ethan?" The reflection's voice was now his voice, his own voice, but somehow different. It was laced with a chilling, unnatural quality, like an echo from another world. This world you once knew, it was never meant for you. Ethan felt a cold, sickening sensation in his gut as he stood frozen in place, unable to move, unable to escape. He could feel the reflection's presence inside him, like a parasite, feeding off his fear, growing stronger with every passing moment. The darkness inside him swirled, pressing down, turning his insides to ice. "You've been living in a lie," the reflection continued, its eyes gleaming with a malevolent gleam as it took a step closer to him. "This world, your world, it was just a dream." Ethan wanted to scream, to run, but he couldn't. His body was no longer his own. It was like he was standing still, trapped in a nightmare he couldn't escape, watching as the reflection, him, slowly, inevitably, took over everything. This was it. There was no going back. The reflection tilted its head, as though savoring the fear that was now pouring from Ethan. It stretched out a hand, and as it did, the room around them shifted, warping and twisting as though it were no longer bound by any earthly laws. The walls, once solid, now seemed to breathe, contracting and expanding in rhythmic pulses. The ceiling above them rippled like liquid, distorting the world around them. and beneath Ethan's feet, the ground seemed to churn and writhe as if it were alive, the earth itself contorting and stretching, warping into something far more alien. "You thought you could escape me," the reflection said softly, almost pityingly. "But you can't. You never could." Ethan's heart raced as the reflection's fingers hovered just inches from his skin. The air grew cold, bitterly cold, and the world around him continued to distort, like a fever dream turning to nightmare. The reflection was getting closer. Now, the space between them shrinking with every heartbeat, every breath. It was as if it were closing in on him, cornering him, until there was nowhere left to run. "You're nothing now," the reflection whispered, its voice thick with dark satisfaction. "You're just a shadow, a fading echo." The world seemed to crack and warp at once, and the reflection's smile stretched wider. Ethan could feel it. The moment. The reflection's fingers finally touched his skin. It felt as though his body was splitting in two. There was a sharp, searing pain. His very soul felt as though it were being ripped apart. But the pain wasn't just physical. It was something deeper, something eternal. Ethan opened his mouth, but no sound came out. His chest heaved, but it was as though his lungs had turned to stone, unable to fill with air. The reflection's fingers pressed harder against him, and the world around him began to fade. His body was no longer his own. The reflection's presence was everywhere inside him, pulling at his mind, erasing the line between who he had been and who he was becoming. His thoughts twisted and fragmented, his identity unraveling as the reflection tore through him, replacing everything he had been with something darker, something hollow. And then, as the last remnants of his consciousness began to fade, the reflection leaned in close, its breath cold against his ear, its voice a soft, final whisper. "Welcome home." The world trembled, warping around Ethan's fading senses like ripples on a surface of still water, and everything that had once been familiar felt wrong, foreign, distorted, twisted. The crushing presence of the reflection had grown stronger, pressing in on him from all sides. His thoughts felt like they were melting, sliding from his mind like sand through an hourglass, slipping away as the darkness inside him expanded. He could still feel it. The reflection, pushing, crawling, claiming the space within his head, taking over his every thought, his every breath. It was pulling him under, drowning him in its malevolent power, its endless hunger. He couldn't tell where it began and where he ended. His body didn't feel like his own. His soul didn't feel like his own. He was fading. He was losing himself piece by piece. The darkness was all-encompassing now, drowning out everything but the reflection's voice. It slithered through his mind, curling through his memories, turning them into something other, something dark. "You were never really alive, you know," the reflection's voice whispered, its tone cold and almost tender, as if speaking to a child who didn't understand. "You were just an echo, a pale imitation of what could have been." Ethan's heart lurched painfully in his chest, but he couldn't move. He couldn't speak. His body was frozen in place, his skin crawling as though invisible hands were gripping him from within, holding him still as the reflection took root deeper, embedding itself within the very fibers of his soul. The reflection, no, it was no longer just a reflection, was wearing him down, erasing the last vestiges of who Ethan had been. It was consuming him, body and mind, pulling his humanity from him with each passing second, as if it were feasting on him, taking what was left of his essence and leaving nothing in its place but a hollow shell. "I've always been with you." The reflection continued, its voice now sharp and guttural. "You've always known that, haven't you? All the doubts, the fears, the whispers, that was me. Every time you saw yourself in the mirror, that was me calling to you, beckoning you to join me." Ethan's vision blurred, the edges of his mind twisting and breaking apart like a shattered glass. He tried to scream, to call out, but no sound came. There was nothing left of him but the empty shell of his body, the reflection's presence seeping deeper and deeper into his being. "You are me now," the reflection breathed, its breath icy against his skin. "And I am you. We are one, Ethan. There is no escape. There never was." The room around him faded further, as if reality itself was being erased, blurring and cracking apart at the seams, until all that was left was darkness. A suffocating, endless abyss that wrapped around him like a blanket, closing him in from all sides, until there was nothing left but the reflection, the true self that had been lurking behind the mirror all along. And then the reflection stepped forward, its eyes gleaming in the darkness, dark pools that consumed everything in their wake. Ethan could feel his heart stop, his soul twisting in on itself. There was nothing left to hold on to. The reflection raised its hand, and in that moment, Ethan understood. It wasn't just claiming him, it was taking him, dragging him into the depths of its own reality, to live the life he had never truly been able to live. He was nothing more than a shadow now, a fading memory in a world that wasn't his, and the reflection was the true being, the one who would take over, take control. "I am the one who was meant to live," the reflection said, its voice no longer his own, but something darker, deeper, more ancient. "You were just the illusion, the fake. But now, there is only me, and you will never escape. Not now, not ever." With those words, the reflection reached out, its hand closing around Ethan's throat. The coldness of its touch surged through his body, and in an instant, he felt the last pieces of his identity, his very essence, slip away. The darkness swallowed him whole, engulfing him in its infinite depths, pulling him into the void. He was fading. But even as he felt himself dissolve into the nothingness, there was one last lingering thought, a final breath of awareness that drifted through his mind. Had he ever really existed? Was he just the reflection too? Was any of this real? The last shred of Ethan's consciousness was consumed, and the reflection, his reflection, was free. It had won. The darkness around him settled into stillness, and all that was left was the faint sound of a heartbeat, his heartbeat now fading away like a distant echo. Silence. The vast, suffocating silence pressed in on Ethan, or what remained of him. The dark void that had once seemed endless, infinite, now felt small, tight, as if it had shrunk around him, closing in, folding itself over him like a tomb. He was adrift in an ocean of nothingness, floating in an endless chasm where time didn't exist, where the very concept of space had ceased to matter. It was the absence of everything, but it was not empty. No, it was filled with something far worse. It was filled with waiting, with expectation. Ethan was gone. Or rather, what had been Ethan was now gone. He had never truly been here. He had only been a fleeting dream, a passing shadow, a temporary illusion to sustain the reflection's hunger, its need to take shape. It had been waiting for this moment, for the moment when it could leave the mirror and become real. And now that it had won, the reflection, the true self, was free. But freedom came at a price, and that price was Ethan. At least, what had been Ethan. The darkness around him flickered, no, shimmered, as if reality itself was still in flux, like the reflection was still adjusting to the new world it now inhabited. Ethan's presence, what was left of him, no longer existed in any coherent form. He was no longer a man, no longer an entity with thoughts, emotions, or a soul. He was a fragmented piece of a broken whole, a ghost, a residue, a fading memory. But as the last fragments of Ethan began to fade into the nothingness, there was a sudden shift, a faint pulse, a tremor. It was like the world around him had shuddered, as though it had just begun to wake up. His mind, still tethered by some thread of awareness, began to grasp the first tendrils of something new. It was like a whisper against his very being, a murmur of something deep within his core, something he could not understand. But it was there, a sense of presence, a sense of being. And then, without warning, Ethan, or what was left of him, felt himself drawn towards something. There was no physical body to move, no legs to stand on, no lungs to breathe. Yet there was an overwhelming pull. It was a force that seemed to come from within the void, like the darkness itself was pulling him closer to something beyond the mirror. The feeling was at once terrifying and strangely comforting. It wasn't the terror of being dragged into the abyss. It was the cold, empty promise of something far worse. A pull that was both seduction and consumption, like a magnetic force drawing him to the center of the universe, where everything he had ever known, everything he had ever been, was just gone. He had been gone. And yet, there was something, a thin thread of life, of consciousness pulling at him. It was the reflection, still present in the void, still waiting, reaching. It wasn't just taking over Ethan. It was dragging him into itself, merging the last shred of Ethan with its own form, like the final piece in an intricate puzzle. The reflection had stepped into Ethan's world, yes, but it had not completed itself. It had absorbed everything Ethan had been, but there was still a missing piece, an element that had been fractured between the two of them. The reflection had not just been waiting for its time to emerge, it had been waiting for this moment. The moment when Ethan's very soul could be completely consumed, when there was nothing left for Ethan to hold on to. The dark force, the presence, had been toying with him, playing a game with Ethan's mind, distorting his very sense of reality. It had been feeding off Ethan's terror, off his confusion, as it slowly, inexorably took control. The reflection had been both his jailer and his executioner, pulling Ethan into this terrible other world. And now, as the last vestiges of Ethan's consciousness melted away, the reflection was becoming whole. The world it inhabited was no longer the space it had emerged from, the mirror. It was real, and it was shaping itself in the form of something that was almost human, almost familiar. The dark void around Ethan, or what remained of him, began to take shape, forming into something more solid, a world, a reality. And that reality was one where the reflection now reigned. The first thing Ethan, or the remnant of his self, noticed was the vastness, the emptiness. It was a reflection of the world he had known, but it was wrong. The buildings in the distance were too tall, their shapes too angular. The skies overhead were streaked with a deep purple hue, not quite night, not quite day. There were no stars, there was no sun. It was as though the world was suspended in a state of perpetual twilight, forever locked in a moment before dawn. The ground beneath his feet, or what remained of his being, was cracked and dry, like the surface of an ancient desert. The air was thick with dust, and everything in the distance shimmered with an unnatural haze, distorting what might have been once familiar into something strange. This was not his world anymore, and yet it felt familiar. Ethan, or whatever, was left of him, realized with a sickening jolt that the world before him had somehow become his world. It had taken the shape of the world he had once known, but it had been corrupted, twisted by the reflection that had possessed him. It was a world that had bled into existence through the cracks in reality, and now that the reflection had broken free from the mirror, it was shaping everything around it. It was consuming the world just as it had consumed Ethan's soul. "This is where you belong, Ethan," the reflection said again, but this time the voice was his voice. It was no longer an echo. It was alive, filled with malevolent satisfaction. You've always been a part of me, and now you are all of me. There is no more separation, no more shadow. I am you, and you are me. The reflection now, fully realized in the world around him, took a step forward. It wasn't a mirror anymore. It was his body, his mind, and with each step, the world around him twisted and contorted, like it was trying to catch up, to reshape itself to fit the creature's new form. And in that moment, Ethan knew, with a sinking, horrifying certainty, that he was gone. He was no longer Ethan. He was simply a shadow of the reflection. The reflection stopped, standing at the center of the desolate world. Ethan, or what was, left of him, felt himself pulled closer, drawn into the reflection's gaze. It was like a pull that came from within the very bones of this twisted new world. And as he gazed into the reflection's eyes, Ethan felt himself being erased once. Again, his essence slowly, painfully, evaporating into the air around him. He could feel himself losing himself, his identity slipping away like sand through his fingers, and yet there was no escape. The reflection had taken everything, his body, his soul, and it was now free. The world he had known was no longer his. It belonged to the one who had always watched from the mirror, the one who had taken him, consumed him, and now was everything. The void was no longer empty. There was a presence, an undeniable, suffocating weight pressing down on every inch of Ethan's fractured consciousness. He could feel it, wrapping around him like cold iron chains, dragging him deeper and deeper into the abyss of his mind. But there was no escape. His body no longer existed, not in the way it had before. He was a fragment, a mere echo of his former self, slipping through the cracks of this new world the reflection had created. The reflection had taken root in the world, twisted it to its will, and now it stood as the master of everything, of all that was and ever would be. Ethan, the real Ethan, was gone, consumed by the thing that had once been his own mirror image. There was no longer any distinction. The reflection had become him, and in doing so had consumed not only his body, but his very soul. He was nothing. Now, just a faint memory, a shadow in the wake of its existence. It wasn't just taking over his life. It had replaced it entirely. As Ethan, or what was left of him, drifted through the haze of this new, twisted reality, he felt the reflection growing stronger. It was everywhere now, in every corner, every detail of the world around him. It was the air he breathed, the ground beneath his feet, the very thoughts that raced through his mind. The reflection was more than just a part of him. It was the essence of everything he had known, everything he had been, twisted beyond recognition. The world around him had become alien, like a distorted reflection of his reality, a cruel parody of what had once been familiar. The skyline, once tall and proud, now loomed in the distance as jagged skeletal shapes, dark and looming like monsters emerging from the depths of some forgotten nightmare. The sky above had bled into a sickly purple hue, thick with swirling, black clouds that seemed to shift and pulse as though they were alive. It was a place where time had no meaning. Days bled into nights, and nothing seemed to hold its form for long. The world itself was constantly in flux, shifting, changing, like the reflection in a broken mirror, never quite aligning with reality. And through it all, the reflection, the thing that had taken Ethan's place, stood in the center of it all, its face twisted into a grotesque mockery of human expression. Its eyes gleamed with a malevolent satisfaction, hollow yet filled with an insatiable hunger. "This is the world I've always belonged in," the reflection's voice came. But now it was more than just an echo. It was his voice, twisted and broken, filled with a dark joy that reverberated through the very air. This world, this place, it was never yours to keep. You were only the vessel. Ethan's mind, or what was left of it, reeled from the words, from the reality crashing down around him. The reflection, it, was everywhere, in everything. It had claimed this world, twisted it into its image, and there was nothing left of the world Ethan had known. It was gone. Everything was gone. Everything. It was as if all of his memories, his life, had been sucked into a void, leaving behind only the reflection. You thought you were real. The reflection continued, its grin stretching wider with each word. But you were always just a shadow. A pale imitation. I was always the one watching, always the one who controlled the world, the one who had the power. You were just a passenger, a bystander. A wave of nausea rolled through Ethan's non-existent stomach, but it wasn't physical. It was the sensation of being nothing, of being erased. The reflection, the thing that had once been him, was right. There had never been a world for Ethan. He had always been trapped within the mirror's false world, a construct created to give the reflection shape and form. He had thought he was alive, that he was real. But now, with the reflection's twisted version of reality surrounding him, he understood, he had always been just another piece of the reflection's game. And now that piece was gone. The ground beneath him trembled, a low rumble vibrating through the air. In the distance, the reflection's distorted form began to shift, moving through the world like it was never meant to belong. It walked with confidence, its every step sending ripples through the very fabric of this twisted reality. With every movement, the world shifted and changed, reshaping itself to accommodate its new master. And then, with a sudden flicker, the reflection stopped. For the briefest moment, everything stood still. The oppressive silence wrapped itself around Ethan's fading consciousness, as though the world itself was holding its breath. It was in that moment, suspended in time, that Ethan felt it. A shift. A subtle, almost imperceptible change. The reflection's grin faltered, its eyes narrowing as if sensing something, feeling something it hadn't before. It was as though a crack had appeared in the mirror, the barrier between Ethan and the reflection, between the two worlds beginning to break. The reflection stepped forward, its expression darkening. "No," it muttered, as if something in the air had changed, as if its dominion was suddenly under threat. But Ethan felt no threat. He felt nothing. He was already gone, consumed by the reflection, lost in the never-ending abyss of this twisted reality. But then a sudden sharp pain ripped through him, a pain that wasn't physical, but something deep within his soul. The world around him flickered, the edges of the void beginning to unravel, like a hole in the fabric of reality itself. It was as though the very core of this false world was being pulled in a different direction, breaking apart at the seams. "What is this?" The reflection's voice trembled with sudden fear, its eyes wide as if it had just realized something catastrophic. "What is happening?" Ethan felt the pulse, the tug deep inside of him, like a thread pulling at the very core of his being. A strange sensation, a flicker of awareness, rippled through the darkness. He couldn't quite grasp what it was, but it was something. Something outside of the reflection. Something real. A glimpse of something that had been lost. His own self. Something that had never been truly erased, but had been buried, waiting, dormant. The reflection stepped backward, its form wavering, as if it were losing its grip on the world it had created. The edges of its body became transparent, as if the very darkness around it was pulling away, dissolving in the wake of its existence. And for the first time since the reflection had overtaken Ethan, he felt hope. But the feeling was fleeting. The Reflection turned its gaze back to him, its eyes now filled with an intense, frantic desperation. It was losing control. Its world, its dominion over Ethan's existence, was crumbling. And for the first time, Ethan realized he wasn't truly gone. He was still here. The reflection had never fully consumed him. It had tried, but there was something the reflection had overlooked, something it hadn't anticipated. Ethan wasn't dead. He wasn't gone. He was still fighting. And as the reflection's control over the world faltered, Ethan felt the connection between them, the bond that had once trapped him, begin to snap, beginning to break free. The reflection had never truly been the master. Ethan had always been the true force, and the reflection had only been a parasite feeding off him. The reflection's last desperate scream echoed through the cracking world as Ethan reached out and grasped the last remnants of his consciousness, pulling it back, pulling it into himself. And in that moment, the reflection finally disappeared, its face contorting into an agonized, twisted grimace as it was pulled into the void. For the first time, Ethan's breath caught in his chest, and he felt alive again. Ethan's lungs burned, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, he took a deep breath, raw and desperate, filling his body with air that seemed to carry weight, substance. The moment he inhaled, the crushing emptiness that had once defined his existence fractured. The tension in his chest loosened, and as his awareness expanded, the nightmare world around him began to warp and flicker. The shattered remnants of the reflection, the thing that had been, dissolved into nothingness. It was like watching smoke vanish in the wind, too insubstantial to hold on to. The world it had twisted into existence, that jagged, sickly thing that had tainted his reality, flickered and cracked. The purple sky bled into nothing, the warped buildings around him rippling, distorting as though made of paper in a storm. The ground beneath his feet trembled, like a sinking ship, slowly giving way to a darkness far more profound than the reflection itself could ever be. Ethan's heart began to beat, finally, as if the very act of living was something new, something alien. His body felt foreign to him. His skin was his, but it was new, raw and fresh, like a person waking from a long, unending dream. He looked down at his hands, watching them tremble, and for a moment, there was nothing but confusion and overwhelming relief. He was here. He was back. But the overwhelming sense of alienation, of having been lost to a nightmare for what felt like lifetimes, clawed at his mind. The reflection had consumed him. It had reshaped his world and twisted it into something unrecognizable. Yet, as he stood on the ground, solid, unyielding, he realized that he was still standing. The reflection, the thing that had once been his reflection, had nearly driven him mad, had nearly erased him. But now that it was gone, its power destroyed, Ethan had survived. His chest ached. His mind was fractured. Broken pieces of his identity scattered across the chasm of what had once been his soul. There was still a hollow feeling, a painful reminder of the reflection's influence, lingering like a scar. Yet, as the world around him continued to unravel, Ethan couldn't ignore the whispering echo of something greater. The reflection was gone, yes, but it had left behind something else, something that wasn't just a shadow of himself, something more. He didn't understand it at first, the flickering sense of power that began to stir deep within his core, beneath his ribs. It was like a pulse in his blood, an echo of the reflection's presence. But it was different now, stronger. It was as if, in fighting back, in pulling himself free from the reflection's grasp, Ethan had tapped into something that had always been there. A source of power an untapped potential within him that had been buried beneath layers of fear, doubt, and the reflection's parasitic influence. And yet, there was something unnerving about it. This new power. It was familiar, but not in a comforting way. It was a primal force, one that had always been latent, dormant, waiting. Ethan reached for it, drawn to the sensation. His hand, trembling as it hovered over his chest, felt the pulse again, a low hum that resonated in his bones. A heartbeat that was not his own, yet it was a part of him now. Suddenly, the remnants of the world around him began to collapse faster. What had once been a distorted, alien landscape now seemed to spiral toward him like a vortex, pulling everything into itself. Ethan tried to steady himself, but the ground beneath his feet cracked and disintegrated. Reality itself was unraveling. Pieces of it splintered into 1,000 shards, the dark sky dissolving, the edges of the broken buildings disappearing into the void. The force within him pulsed stronger now, demanding his attention. Ethan stood at the center of this crumbling world, knowing he was the last piece holding it together. He had been the one who had allowed the reflection to break free, and now he was the only one who could put an end to it. The reflection had tried to consume him, tried to turn him into something less than human, into nothing more than a hollow shell of itself. But the reflection had underestimated him. It had forgotten one critical thing. Ethan was still alive, still here, still whole. The realization struck him like a bolt of lightning, and with it came a burst of power, raw and untamed. His body seemed to pulse with it, the darkness in the air swirling around him like a storm. He could feel the weight of the reflection's presence, but it was fading now, retreating, unable to hold on to him any longer. It had consumed everything it could, taken every last ounce of his identity, but in doing so, it had made the fatal mistake of leaving him with something powerful. Ethan lifted his hands. The world around him responded. The twisted landscape, the distorted, broken remnants of reality, began to reshape itself, to mend. It wasn't an immediate transformation, no, it was slow, agonizing, but Ethan could feel the power surge through. Him pushing the darkness back, restoring what had been torn apart. The reflection's face appeared before him, once a menacing, twisted version of his own, but now cracked, broken, fading. The smile that had haunted him for so long was now a broken thing dissolving into shadow. Ethan's power grew with each breath, each thought. His very will now shaped the world around him. The mirror had been a prison. The reflection had been his captor. But now it was the reflection that was trapped. Ethan's eyes flared with light. Real light, not the hollow emptiness that had consumed him before. His hands crackled with energy like electricity. He reached out, pulling the world around him together, pushing the reflection back into the void from where it had come. "You don't belong here," he whispered, his voice thick with power. "You never did." And with a final forceful wave of his hand, the reflection shattered. The air seemed to hold its breath as the last remnants of the creature faded away, dissolving like ash in the wind. Ethan stood, his chest heaving, his pulse slowing as the power inside him began to dissipate, leaving only exhaustion in its wake. The void, the space that had once held the twisted reflection, was gone. The world, what remained of it, began to stabilize, slowly rebuilding itself, returning to its true form. But Ethan knew that he could never return to what he had once known. The reflection had changed him. It had broken him, reshaped him, but it had also revealed something he had never fully understood about himself. The pain of being consumed by the reflection, the suffocating terror of losing himself, lingered in his mind like a bitter aftertaste. But as he stood there, feeling the remnants of the power within him fade away, he understood now. He wasn't just a victim. He wasn't just Ethan. He was something more. He had been forged in the fire of the reflection's destruction, reshaped into something stronger, different. He was no longer bound by the fragile humanity he had once clung to. The reflection had tried to consume him, but it had failed. And now, the world was his to shape. Ethan stepped forward, feeling the ground beneath him solidify as reality began to settle back into place. The cracks that had once torn the world apart were now healed. The purple sky was fading, becoming a soft, pale blue, the landscape stretching before him in quiet serenity. He was the master of his own destiny now. The reflection was gone, and with it, everything it had stolen from him. For the first time since he had entered the mirror, Ethan was whole again. Ethan stood motionless, the last remnants of the reflection's influence slipping away like tendrils of smoke in the breeze. The world around him was settling back into something familiar, but the weight of what had just transpired pressed heavily on his chest. He had done it. He had won. The reflection, that thing, was gone. But what did it really mean for him now? The victory felt hollow, like the taste of something sweet that had turned sour at the last bite. His hand still trembled slightly, though the raw, primal energy that had surged through him was now gone. His skin felt heavy, foreign, as if he were wearing someone else's body, and a vague sense of disconnection lingered in the pit of his stomach. He could feel his pulse thudding in his ears, slow but steady, like the rhythm of the world returning to life. The world around him, his world, was beginning to return to normal. The oppressive purple sky had faded into a pale blue, and the jagged skeletal buildings in the distance had started to rebuild themselves, their angular forms smoothing into something that resembled the skyline of the city he had once known. The air was crisp, fresh, as if it had been cleansed of the darkness that had once tainted it. And as Ethan walked forward, the ground beneath his feet, once cracked and barren, now felt solid, steady, like the earth had reclaimed its true shape. It was a world that was no longer warped, no longer twisted by the reflection's influence. But there was a quiet ache in Ethan's chest, a gnawing sense of emptiness that lingered like an open wound. He had defeated the reflection, yes, but what had it cost him? He touched his chest, where the power had once surged, and he could still feel the faint aftershocks of that energy, a lingering hum deep in his bones. But that power had come with a price, something he didn't fully understand, something that had been carved into him during his battle with the reflection. That power hadn't come from nowhere. It had come from somewhere deep within him, somewhere he hadn't even known existed. And now that the reflection was gone, he felt different, changed. He was no longer the person he had been before this whole nightmare began. The reflection had seen him as weak, as something easily manipulated. It had tried to consume him, to rewrite his reality, to tear him apart. But in the end, it had underestimated him. The strength it had stolen from him, was it his own all along? Had the reflection simply awakened something within him that had always been there, waiting for the right moment? He didn't know. But whatever it was, it had left a scar, an imprint on his soul that wouldn't easily fade. Ethan looked around him, feeling the world shift and settle into place, but it felt like an illusion, a mask for something darker that lay underneath. The world was still rebuilding itself, but there was something wrong with it. Even though it looked normal again, the feeling of unease lingered at the edges of his perception, like the faintest whisper in the back of his mind. He had won, but at what cost? The feeling of otherness that had plagued him, that had followed him since the moment the reflection had taken control, was still present, faint but undeniable. It was as if something still clung to him, something that had been left behind when The reflection had fallen. He had escaped its grasp, but it had left a mark on him. And that mark, whatever it was, wasn't going away. His thoughts turned inward as the landscape around him continued to shift. As he walked, his footsteps echoing on the ground, he realized he didn't know where he was going anymore. The path ahead of him was blank, like a page waiting to be filled. But he didn't feel like the same person who had set foot in the mirror world. The person he had been, the life he had known, felt distant, like a faded memory from someone else's past. He was a stranger to himself now, a part of something else, something he didn't fully understand. He stopped walking, suddenly overcome with the sensation of being watched, as though unseen eyes were tracking his every move. He spun around, expecting to see some manifestation of the reflection, but there was nothing. The world was still. Quiet. Too quiet. That's when he felt it. A faint, nearly imperceptible pulse beneath his feet, like the rhythm of a distant heartbeat. His breath caught in his throat. It was too familiar. The same pulse he had felt before, when the reflection had first pulled him into the void, when the darkness had begun to take root in his world. The very ground beneath him seemed to thrum with an unnatural energy. Something was wrong. He had thought the reflection was gone, had thought the nightmare was over, but now he felt a sudden, undeniable pull, a sensation of being drawn toward something, as though the very world itself was trying to drag him deeper, back into the place where the reflection had first emerged. His heart raced, and without thinking, he took a step back, his hands trembling, his body rigid with the overwhelming sense of danger. This wasn't over. It couldn't be. You can't run from me, Ethan. The voice, smooth and cold, slithered through his thoughts like an ice-cold wind. It was the reflection's voice. No, it wasn't just the reflection's voice. It was the voice that had never left him. The voice that had always whispered in the back of his mind. The reflection had consumed him, yes. But now, in this world, he had remade. The reflection's power lingered. He hadn't just been freed from the reflection's grasp. He had absorbed it. And now, it was a part of him. It was inside him, still, feeding on him, growing stronger. Ethan's breath caught in his throat as he realized the horrible truth. The reflection hadn't just taken over his world. It hadn't just consumed him. It had split him, and in doing so, it had created something new, something dark, something unseen. The ground beneath him trembled again, and this time, it wasn't just a sensation. The earth began to crack, and from beneath the surface, dark tendrils of shadow began to rise, curling like smoke, like serpents, stretching up into the air. The reflection's voice, now multiple, layered in eerie harmony, echoed in his head. I'm you, and you are me. The world cracked open, and as the shadowed tendrils coiled, Ethan realized with a chilling certainty that this was no longer just a battle between himself and the reflection. The reflection had become him, and he had become it. The lines between the two had blurred, merged into something new, something unspeakable. And now, as the earth split open, pulling him into the darkness, Ethan understood that the nightmare was far from over. He wasn't free. He had become the reflection. He was now a part of something far greater, something more ancient, and something far more dangerous. And the world itself, the reality he had once known, was merely the first casualty. The air around Ethan thickened, the very fabric of the world pulsing with an unnatural rhythm, like the steady beat of a heart that was both his and not his. His mind raced as the shadows rose from the earth, twisting and writhing like serpents. But their forms were no longer just shadows. They were the manifestation of something darker, something that had been birthed in the space between Ethan and the reflection. something that now existed within him, through him, because of him. A horrific realization struck him with the force of 1,000 blows. The reflection, the twisted mirror of himself, had not been eradicated. It had merged with him, infiltrating his soul. And now that union was manifesting as a physical force, an energy that consumed the world around him, warping it into something unrecognizable. Ethan wasn't just a victim of the reflection's power. He was the vessel, the anchor for this dark entity. And it was spreading out from him, tearing apart the reality he had fought so hard to rebuild. The ground beneath him cracked with a deep, resonant sound, and tendrils of darkness reached up from the earth, twining around his feet like vines of some ancient, malevolent plant. They pulsed with life, or something close to it, and Ethan could feel the cold, suffocating presence of them crawling up his body, inching toward his heart, toward his soul. "Where will you go now, Ethan?" The voice of the reflection slithered through his thoughts like venom. It was no longer just a whisper, it was a roar, a constant hum in his mind, vibrating through his body, making his skin crawl. "You thought you were free, but you were never alive in the first place. You were always mine. We were always one." Ethan felt his breath grow shallow as the reflection's words began to unravel him. There was no escape from this place, no escape from himself. The reflection hadn't just shaped him, it had become him, hollowed him out and filled him with its own dark essence. It had embedded itself within him, not just as an echo of his former self, but as a new force, a living, breathing entity that had been born from his fear, his uncertainty. And now that force was spreading, consuming everything in its wake. His body felt heavier now, as if the shadows wrapped around him were dragging him down, pulling him deeper into the abyss that had once been the world he knew. Every breath was a struggle, every movement a challenge, as though the very air had turned to tar, thick and unyielding. The world around him was collapsing again, but this time it wasn't just a matter of twisted illusions. It wasn't just a distorted reflection anymore. This was real, and the reflection, the thing that had been inside the mirror, was rewriting the laws of reality. The buildings in the distance warped and shriveled, like ancient monuments eaten away by time and decay. The sky above was no longer purple, but a sickly green that seemed to shimmer with a static-like energy, as if the very atmosphere itself was being unraveled. And through it all, Ethan felt the reflection. No, it was no longer a reflection. It was part of him, pulsing within him. It was alive. It was a part of him now, just as much as his own thoughts, and it was using him to reshape the world around them. The ground beneath his feet began to shift, twisting into shapes that defied logic, unnatural forms that rose from the earth like grotesque spires of rock, reaching toward the sky like twisted hands. "You are nothing but a vessel," the reflection whispered, its voice slithering through the cracks in his consciousness. "A shell that has been emptied. And now, I will fill it. I will become you, and you will become me." The words cut through Ethan like a blade. He gasped, his mind desperately trying to push the reflection's presence away. But it was too late. The boundaries between the two had long since faded. He had tried to destroy it, to break free, but in doing so, he had only fed it, nurtured it, until it had become stronger than ever. And now, as the world twisted around him, he realized he was too far gone. There was no longer a line between him and the reflection. There was only them. The reflection was in his every movement now, every breath he took. His own thoughts were no longer his own. They were intertwined with the reflections, blended with the dark consciousness that had once been contained in the mirror. And as the world continued to warp, Ethan could feel it, moving within him, pushing him aside, taking more and more control with each passing moment. Ethan's chest tightened as he struggled against the growing presence inside him. His hands shook, his legs weak with exhaustion, as if the very act of fighting was draining him of the last remnants of his strength. The reflection's power had taken root inside him so deeply that there was no escaping it now. His body was a puppet, and the reflection was its puppeteer. He tried to scream, to cry out, but the sound that escaped his lips was not his own. It was the reflection's laugh, hollow and mocking, echoing in his ears. "You're mine now," the voice whispered again, its words dripping with satisfaction. "There is no escape. You are me, and I am you. Together, we will reshape this world. Together, we will rule." And with that, the ground beneath him collapsed, and Ethan, what was left of him, fell into the abyss. As he fell, he felt the world around him unravel completely, the twisted reality splitting open like a fragile shell, and everything he had ever known, everything he had fought for, disappeared into the darkness. But in the final moments, before everything was consumed, Ethan understood the truth. The reflection had won. It had always won. Ethan's fall seemed endless, as though the void stretched out beyond time itself. The ground, the sky, the very fabric of reality had disappeared, leaving him to tumble through an infinite sea of darkness. It was as if he was suspended in a moment that would never end. The only thing that seemed real was the reflection, the thing that had once been him, that now surged within his soul like an insatiable tide, pulling him deeper into its grasp. His body felt disconnected, like it was no longer his, as though it were being reshaped, reformed by an external force. He was both aware and unaware of his own existence, trapped in the void of his mind, unable to focus, unable to break free. It was as though the reflection had peeled away the very essence of who he was, leaving behind nothing but an empty vessel, a blank canvas for the reflection to paint its own grotesque image. The reflection whispered to him, its voice a constant hum in the back of his mind, filling his thoughts with its cold, venomous words. "There is no escape, Ethan." The words twisted and coiled around his mind like a snake, squeezing tighter with every breath. Ethan wanted to scream, but his voice felt hollow, like it didn't belong to him anymore. He tried to focus, tried to remind himself of who he had been, of the life he had once known. But the reflection's presence was too strong, too pervasive. It was becoming him, and he was becoming it. There was no distinction anymore. They were one. "I've always been here," the reflection continued, its voice a sickly sweet lullaby that seemed to pull him deeper into the darkness. "I've always been inside of you, watching, waiting, and now it's finally time." Time for what? The question echoed in his mind, but there was no answer. Just the constant pulse of the reflection's power thrumming through him, growing stronger, more insistent. It was as though the reflection had become a living, breathing entity inside him, controlling his every thought, every movement. His body felt foreign to him, no longer his own. He wasn't sure where the reflection ended and where he began. Suddenly, the darkness around him shifted. It was like the void was opening up, splitting apart, revealing something new. Ethan's senses screamed in horror as a deep, guttural sound filled the air, a sound that vibrated through his very bones, shaking him to the core. He couldn't see anything, but he could feel it. The presence of something vast, something ancient and powerful, something that was awakening. The reflection was stirring, becoming more than just a part of him. It was reaching out, stretching beyond him, beyond the void, and pulling something with it. Ethan's chest tightened, and his heart raced as the air around him grew heavier. It felt like the very essence of reality was being pulled apart, like the world itself was unmaking. And then, in a flash of intense, blinding light, everything stopped. The darkness shattered. The sensation was overwhelming, like 1,000 pieces of glass breaking at once, each shard slicing through his mind, his body, his very soul. His eyes burned, his skin crawled as the light ripped through him, searing him with its raw, unrelenting energy. It was like the very fabric of existence was being rewritten, reshaped by an invisible hand. Ethan could feel it, a force beyond understanding, surging through him, transforming him. And then, just as quickly as it had come, the light faded. The darkness returned, but it was different now. The air felt thicker, more oppressive. Ethan could feel the change deep within himself, the reflection's presence overwhelming him, consuming every last vestige of his identity. The reflection had merged with him, yes, but now it was something more. It had opened the door, and something else had crossed over. He stood in the middle of an empty, ruined landscape. The world around him was fragmented, broken, as if it had been caught between two realities. The ground beneath him was cracked, the sky above him a swirling mass of colors, deep purples, sickly greens, and blacks that bled together in a chaotic, shifting dance. There was no sun, no stars, just an endless expanse of nothingness, a void that stretched out into infinity. Ethan, or what was left of him, could feel the presence of the reflection all around him, like an invisible weight pressing down on everything. He could feel it in the air, in the very ground beneath his feet. It was alive, pulsing with a power he couldn't comprehend. The reflection had taken form, and now it was here, in this new world, a world that had been torn from the edges of his own reality, a world born from the twisted fusion of the reflection's dark influence and his own broken existence. But there was something else, something darker still. In the distance, he saw it, a shape, barely visible through the fog and haze of this broken world. It was massive, towering over everything, its form shifting and pulsating with an unnatural rhythm. It looked like a city, but it wasn't like any city Ethan had ever seen. The buildings were twisted, like jagged teeth rising from the earth. They pulsed with energy, their shapes constantly shifting and warping, as if they were alive. The air around them crackled with an almost electric energy, and Ethan could feel the pull of it, drawing him closer. The reflection's voice echoed in his mind once again, louder this time, reverberating through his very bones. "You have done well," it said, its tone filled with dark satisfaction. "We have brought it here. The world has been reborn, and now it is time for us to take our place." Ethan's heart clenched with a mixture of fear and disgust. He didn't know what this place was. He didn't know what it was, but he knew one thing. This wasn't the world he had fought to return to. It was something darker, more dangerous, something born from the deepest corners of his mind and from the reflection's twisted power, and it was growing stronger. "This is your world now," the reflection continued, "and we will rule it together." But as the reflection's words echoed through him, Ethan felt a stir deep within him. It was faint at first, like the smallest spark of defiance, something he had thought had been long extinguished. The reflection had tried to erase him, tried to take everything he had ever been, but he was still here. He was still fighting. For the first time since the reflection had taken control, Ethan felt something stir deep within him. A pulse of power, a force that was his. It was a power he had buried deep inside, a power that had been awakened by the battle, by the reflection's influence. It was still there, deep within him, and it was fighting back. The reflection, the thing that had consumed him, was not invincible. It was not all-powerful. It had been born from him, yes, but it had also twisted him, bent him into something else, something dark. And now, as the darkness of this broken world stretched out before him, Ethan knew that the final battle was just beginning. The reflection had taken everything, but Ethan was still here, and this world was his to reclaim. The world, once a reflection of Ethan's reality, had become a warping, chaotic mockery of everything it had once been. But beneath the haze of distortion, a flicker of clarity, something faint, something distant, began to emerge within Ethan. The reflection's hold on him was not absolute. It had torn apart the fabric of his soul, yes. It had reshaped him, twisted him into something else, but it hadn't erased everything. There was still something left in the deepest recesses of his being, something untouched, unbroken. He felt it now, a pulse of energy that throbbed through his body, a low hum deep within his chest, right beneath the layers of shadow and power the reflection had bestowed upon him. It was the last piece of him that had survived the reflection's hunger, the only fragment of his true self that had resisted the pull of the dark forces. And now, it was awakening, faintly at first, but stronger with every passing second. The reflection had fed on his fear, on his weakness, until it had consumed everything it could. But it had also left something behind, something that had been forged in the fire of their battles, in the fire of his own destruction. It wasn't just the reflection that had changed the world. Ethan's power had been shaped by the darkness, but it had also been tempered by the light that still resided within him. The battle had changed him, remade him into something more than just a man, more than just the reflection's victim. He could feel it now, the sharp clarity that cut through the fog of despair. The world around him was twisted and alien, but he was no longer bound to it. The city that loomed in the distance, pulsating with dark energy, wasn't a prison. It was a battlefield. And Ethan, though broken and scarred, was ready to fight. His body trembled with the raw potential of it. His thoughts sharp and focused, no longer clouded by the confusion and despair that had plagued him for so long. He wasn't just a pawn. He wasn't a victim. The reflection, the thing that had once been him, had tried to consume his world, but it had underestimated him. It had underestimated what he was capable of. And now, as the darkness loomed closer, Ethan knew that the true battle had only just begun. The air crackled with energy as he stood at the center of the ruined world, his senses alive with the power coursing through him. It wasn't just the reflection's power, it was his too. He had reclaimed a part of it, and now it was his to command. The city, or what remained of it, shuddered again. The ground trembled beneath his feet as the reflection, no, the entity, made itself known, its presence suffocating, pressing down on everything around him. Its shape was formless, an endless pool of darkness that swirled and pulsated as if it were alive, growing and stretching with every heartbeat. From within the shifting mass, the reflection's voice came again, thick with frustration, with an edge of fear. "You are nothing but an echo," the voice thundered, the words vibrating through the very air. "You are a shadow of me, a fragment. You cannot defeat me. I am the darkness. I am the power that runs through your veins. I am your true self." But Ethan stood firm. His breath was slow and steady, his mind clearer than it had been in days, weeks, months, maybe even longer. Time had lost all meaning, but now the clarity of purpose filled him completely. The reflection's words, its threats, held no power over him. He had been consumed by it, yes, but he had also been remade in the process. The reflection had used his fear, his doubt, to control him, to break him, but it had forgotten one thing. Ethan was not just the man he had once been. He had been tempered by the reflection's darkness, shaped by it, but he had not been consumed. And now, in this fractured reality, Ethan realized that the reflection had never truly been in control of him. It had only used him as a vessel to manifest itself into this twisted world. But now, as the world cracked and distorted around him, Ethan could feel it. He was the vessel, yes, but he was also the anchor. The reflection had planted its seeds, yes, but Ethan was the one who controlled what grew from them. "I am you," the reflection hissed, its form writhing, a mass of tendrils and shifting shadows, its voice sharp and brittle like glass breaking. "You are mine, and I will tear you apart." Ethan's heart pounded, but this time it was with confidence. The reflection's hold on him had weakened with every word, every struggle. It had tried to erase him, tried to swallow him whole, but now Ethan understood. The reflection could not exist without him. It was his creation, just as he was a creation of it. They were not separate, they were intertwined, and while the reflection had tried to consume him, it had overlooked one crucial fact. It could not exist without him, without his soul. Ethan raised his hand, his fingers crackling with energy, as the darkness around him began to bend, to break beneath the force of his will. The reflection shrieked, the sound like 1,000 voices caught in a storm, but it couldn't break free, it couldn't escape. "This ends now," Ethan said, his voice low and commanding, filled with an authority he had never known he possessed. He focused his energy, pulling everything within him, the fear, the pain, the anger, and channeled it into a single blinding burst of power. The world shuddered. For a moment, time itself seemed to stop. The reflection's screams were drowned out by the pulse of raw energy emanating from Ethan, crashing through the air like a tidal wave. The very fabric of the fractured reality around him began to tear apart, the walls between the mirror world and his own world collapsing. The ground shook violently, and Ethan felt himself lifted, his body weightless as the darkness began to disintegrate. The tendrils that had once held him down, that had clung to him like chains, withered and evaporated in the wake of his power. The reflection fought back, its form flickering, splitting apart, but Ethan's power was unstoppable. With every thought, every ounce of strength, he pushed the reflection back into the void from which it had come, forcing it into the cracks of reality where it could never resurface. "No!" the reflection roared, its voice twisted with desperation. "You are nothing without me." But Ethan was no longer listening. With a final powerful surge of energy, Ethan struck out, and the reflection shattered. The entity that had once consumed him, that had twisted his world into something dark and unrecognizable, was gone. It evaporated, a wisp of smoke dissipating into nothing, fading from existence, and with it, the fractured reality around him began to heal. The cracks that had torn the world apart closed one by one. The sky, once a storm of swirling darkness, began to clear. The ground beneath his feet solidified, and the oppressive weight that had gripped his body for so long began to lift. The power that had once consumed him, that had once threatened to turn him into something else, now flowed through him, but it no longer controlled him. It was his. He had done it. Ethan had won. As the world around him began to rebuild itself piece by piece, Ethan took a deep breath, the first true breath of freedom he had taken in what felt like an eternity. The reflection, his reflection, was gone. The nightmare was over. But even as the world began to settle, even as the last remnants of darkness faded into nothing, Ethan couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed, something deep within him. The power that had surged through him, that had flowed through the reflection and into his soul, was still there. It wasn't gone, but it was his now, and it would remain so. He had survived. He had reclaimed what had been taken from him, and as the first rays of sunlight broke through the shattered clouds above him, Ethan knew he was free. The reflection had tried to consume him, to erase him, but it had only made him stronger, and Now, as the world started to rebuild, Ethan could finally breathe again, knowing that he had defeated the darkness and that he had, in the end, found the strength to overcome it. The reflection was gone, and with it, so was the nightmare.